some runs as well. And credit to the way that Blundell and Phillips come out and played there. They put the pressure back on us and made us make sure that our plans were really clear and we're able to go ahead with that.
Okay, day 3 tomorrow. You got batting to do. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nathan Lyon at stumps last night with Geoff Lemon. He's going to resume 6 not out. You asked me a question when we were sitting in the foyer this morning. I'm sure you're happy for me to take our off-air conversations on air, Xavier. But you mentioned, did we make enough of Nathan Lyon yesterday in his latest achievement going past Courtney Walsh? And I'll never have a problem backing over greatness and being able to give people their dues, and Nathan Lyon certainly deserves them. So 521 wickets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's now 7th all-time on the wicket takers list in Test cricket history.
It's incredible, isn't it? And I think we did overlook it. I think Geoff Lemon might have mentioned it quite briefly. Moves to 7th all-time Test wickets for a guy who in his early 20s was a curator at the Adelaide Oval. He was dropped quite a few times early in his Test career. 13, 14 years later, he's sitting 7th of all time and not looking like slowing down anytime soon. A fantastic effort from the greatest off-spinner of all time.
And the pressure that's on him in domestic ranks, like you mentioned, he's not looking like he's slowing down. Usually a player reaches this point, you think, is there competition for spots, or what does it look like?
Yeah, we're building a little bit of depth in Australian cricket, I feel. Todd Murphy's a guy that we've seen on the subcontinent play a little bit of cricket. Kuhnemann, Queensland left-arm off-spinner, very capable, very good off-spinner. He's been around domestic ranks for quite a while. I like Rockacholi from Western Australia. Still early in his Shield career. I think he might be somewhere in his mid to late 20s. So he's been around a little while, grade cricket and things like that. He's making his way through the ranks. But Nathan Lyon is by far and away Australia's best option. And as well as those guys behind him are going, I don't see a change coming anytime soon.
So Nathan Lyon, he is 36 years of age at the moment. He's taken 521 wickets. Brian, how high can he climb? So those in front of him, in 6th spot is Glenn McGrath, 563. So he's 42 away. Then he's into the 600. So Stuart Broad, 604. Anil Kumble, 619. Jimmy Anderson, 698. Then Warne at 708 and Murali at 800 flat.
Yeah, he can go as long as he wants to, as long as he desires, as long as he keeps himself fit, because that's probably one of the things, even though there's not much of him in terms of size, you've still got to be able to keep yourself fit and have the enthusiasm. What he does is he does the basics well consistently, and that's the simple part of cricket. It's easier said than done half the time, but he's been simplicity. He's changed his bowling run up a bit at times, hasn't he? And early on he was put under a lot of pressure, but boy, he shows the world that spin bowling is actually a special art that we often ignore to our peril.
So just on that, so there's been a bit of commentary around Mitch Santner and the fact he wasn't picked. So he's taken 12 wickets in his last 2 Test matches, played the last 2, 3 in each innings in the 4 innings that he's bowled in, and yet doesn't get the call up here at the Basin. He hasn't played here for many years, in which New Zealand often go with the 4 frontline seamers. Would they have been regretting that, seeing the way Lyon bowled yesterday?
I'm not sure that they would be regretting that. I don't think he would get the same revolutions on the ball, the same purchase as Lyon gets. He is special in that. But he does turn the ball. I think they probably might be regretting not having Neil Wagner here. Left armour, something different. Somebody made the point overnight, the sameness about the New Zealand attack. And there was no left armour. There was nobody to get under the skin of the Australians.
Now, have they ruled him out for the second Test already as well?
Retired.
So he's done. So
he's here carrying drinks.
So
doesn't mean to say they won't change their mind.
You don't think? So I was going to ask, do you think they'll go back on that? Kugelheim was the man, probably the man in the gun. Like he took the wicket of Labuschagne in the first innings. But if someone was going to make way, you would assume he would be it. And like you say, a left arm off spinner in these conditions, it did dry out really quickly. It may have been handy.
Yeah. And with, of course, the fact that those drying conditions just crumble a little bit around the edges. The pitch doesn't crumble, but the edges tend to do, and that's probably why we've seen different, levels of bounce.
The fun part sitting in this seat, X, is I'll just ask these questions for wild predictions, and of course none of us know exactly what's going to happen. That's the beauty of sport. But Nathan Lyon on the all-time list, how high does he climb?
That's a great question, Corb. He'll go to second, as far as I can see. From an Australian point of view, he'll overtake Glenn McGrath, who's sitting, 42 ahead of him just at the moment. Shane Warne, 708. doesn't feel that far off, but again, it's how well he keeps his body. Warney went out at the top as well. He, potentially could have gone a few more years. Whether Nathan Lyon wants to feel that way about his exit from the game, I'm not quite sure. He's a very humble man. I don't think it'd sit well with him, to be in all honesty, that he would overtake Shane Warne. But yeah, time will tell how well he keeps his body. He's bowling as well as he ever has at the moment. At the end, I can't see coming anytime soon.
Brian, we'll hear from you a little later throughout the day. Brian Waddle, part of our coverage, along with Katie Martin, Craig MacMillan, Geoff Lemon, myself, Corbin, Middlemas. Xavier Doherty is with us off the top, and Jim Maxwell is on his way in, about to call the first ball. But Xavier set it up for us the first hour or so this morning.
Thanks, Corbin. Well, we've touched on Nathan Lyon and his bowling and his feats with the ball. He'll get second crack. Usman Khawaja is the man who's going to face the first ball. It'll be the captain, Tim Southey, who's going to have the first crack at Usman. Got a little brief moment with Nathan Lyon out in the middle 20 or so minutes ago, and he feels like his job as night watchman is well and truly done. He's preparing himself to have a little bit of fun this morning. It'll be the New Zealand skipper, as I mentioned, who'll have first crack at the Australians, who'll have an empty feeling in his stomach after the last ball of the play yesterday, Jim.
Yes, that was a blemish. His mind was probably in some other place. He'd be entitled to be a bit rattled yesterday after what happened in the first session, and the last wicket wouldn't fall and so on. It's a day that would distract you as a captain. Here he comes with the ball, and around the corner goes Khawaja, nips it away through square for a single to get Australia off the mark for the day. They're a little precarious at 2 for 14, and we're all wondering what on earth is going to happen today after the extraordinary, weird at times, things that we saw from the start of the day when Hazelwood survived that first over, and there were many big shots launched with excellent judgment by Cameron Green to power onto that partnership of 116. And then New Zealand collapsed. Southey goes in. Lyon is leaving. Well judged, sir, outside the off stump. I'm sure his brother Brendan is watching all of this because he spent a lot of time with Nathan, maybe not so much lately, but in recent years, in trying to turn Nathan Lyon into a disrespected number 11 into a respected number 11. And it's worked. He's played some useful innings here and there. None more so than the one with Pat Cummins that ended up winning the game at Edgbaston last year. 3 sleeps a gully. Southey runs in. Lyon goes back and defends straight down the pitch. Did you ever get coaching as a batsman, or did you have friends who thought it's not worth the time?
Oh, well, once the game turned professional, you don't have any choice but to face front up in the nets and do your turn. But I was a little too timid, particularly early on in my career, to certainly get the role of night watchman. But Nathan Lyon, that is a role that he's made his own, and there's no better way to get some time in the middle than to put your hand up at this time of the day.
Southey comes up, he's forward and he's edging it nicely. Opened the face of the bat. And he's getting 2 runs down to backward point third man. There's a bit of fumbleation, as it were, between the 2 chaps out there on the offside running back, and they have a little fist pump as if to say, well, it's your fault. No, it's my... No, but whatever it was, they collected the ball in the end and they got 2 runs.
Open the face of the bat, Jim.
Oh, perfect shot for a very respectable batsman there.
Controlled, yeah, hard hands. Thickish outside edge through gully. You're giving him the benefit.
Southey bowls and he goes forward and again just wobbles over the bounce and keeps it down square on the offside out to Henry running in. 2 for 16. Lyon is 8. Khawaja 6. Yes. Ireland, I can hear them singing in the stadium. They had a win over Afghanistan in their first ever test match. What was it, by 6 wickets in the end?
6 wickets. Mark Adair, man of the match in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, the opening bowler.
Yes.
Yes. He got a bag, did he?
He did. He got 8 for the game. A good couple of days for him and the Irish.
Southey bowls. Forward goes Nathan Lyon comfortably away on the offside to end the first over on this third day. Australia in control at 2 for 16 and a lead of 220.
Yeah, not too much fuss in the opening 6 balls of the day. Nathan Lying looking very comfortable. I did get a few moments with him at the start of the day, Jim, and he mentioned to me he did have the guilt slightly with the little injury time out he took getting towards the last over.
Why guilty?
Well, he knew the time. He knew that everyone was going to be looking at the clock. He no doubt he was in some pain. But he said he felt slightly guilty having to ask for some medical attention, just given the circumstances, and the clock was counting down. But he felt that it was part of his duty as a night watchman to.
Did he get chivied by the umpires for
the umpire
potential time wasting?
No, he said the umpires did put the hurry on. I think a couple of the New Zealand players had some choice words for him, but he succeeded in getting maybe an over less that Australia had to face. But he was looking forward to this morning's play because the pressure is off him now, in some respect, and he'll get to play his natural game. We'll get to see some Nathan Lyon stroke making.
You're making me think. I mean, under the laws of the game, if the umpires considered anything like that deliberate time wasting, what can they do? In goes Henry de Boll to Kawaja, pushes away on the onside. What do they do? Say it's a run penalty or something? Or what can they do?
One thing he did make clear, he was in some pain.
Yeah,
well, he was going to
see that.
He was going to take some time out of the game anyway because he was struggling to move. He got 2 balls on the back thigh, which was one thing, and then he got one right on the point of the hip. So I think the fact that he called for some medical attention was more just to allow himself some time to get set and not to slow himself down rather than to slow the game down.
Now Henry runs in, bowls across the bows of the left-hander who lets it go through to the keeper.
The point I was trying to make is he felt the pressure. He knew how bad it was going to look. But I don't think there was anyone doubting that he was actually in some discomfort.
But then he returned so very nicely off the last ball of the day by saying, well, if you're unhappy with what I've been doing, here's a catch.
Here's a chance.
Here it is. Oh, and he dropped it.
That's right.
Yeah. 3 slips the gully weight. Kawaja goes away outside the off stump, raising his bat again to a ball that was across him and through to the keeper. There's a little bit of breeze out there today, but what's it like? You've wandered out to the middle?
Well, as we mentioned with Corbin and Waddle a few moments ago, it's not an uncomfortable breeze. It's quite a warm wind. They do call it windy Wellington for a reason, but it's sort of the temperature's hovering somewhere in the high teens, low 20s. It's not uncomfortable, but certainly noticeable, the northerly at the moment.
Away goes Henry, pitching once more out there. You've got to get it fuller and straighter to make this bloke play, and he's not so far. I've just been doing a little bit of homework around the place, watching this wonderful spectacle we have from our position about 6 floors up at the northern end, slightly oblique to the pitch, about deep mid-on, fine leg, depending where they're bowling. And we look around the ground and we can see all these beautiful trees that adorn this ground as we watch Henry go in again at Kawaja, who's walking and pushing and getting a run in front of cover. Well run. As Lavindra came in to pick up, no pace on it, but he sensed that perhaps the ball was going to be a bit further up, and it was, and nudged it for a single. So Australia moved to 17. So around the ground with these grassy slopes at the far end down towards Mount Victoria, we've got all these pahutakawa trees, which are endemic to New Zealand. You don't see them in Australia. You may see them somewhere else around the islands, but I think basically this is where they are. They're a red-hued crimson flower tree as Nathan Lyon gets a ball on his hip, and he doesn't let it hit the hip. He takes a single, knocking it around the corner. And his invaluable contribution for the moment continues. He's 9, and it's 2 for 18 at the end of the over. So those beautiful trees form the backdrop to the crowd that is very nicely positioned in number. It's a sellout, as they say. Probably 7,000 or 8,000 people can fill this ground. So it's a great backdrop and this spectacular sight of the Basin Reserve.
Are these the New Zealand Christmas tree? I think
that's the one.
Corbin
Yeah.
what was the?
It flowers at Christmas.
It flowers at Christmas. Corbin was looking for the official name, which was again
Hutakawa.
Okay, which hit Corbin at the time couldn't quite roll off the tongue.
Southie bowls, and he's back and nudging it out towards point, and it's fielded out there by Young on the offside. Yes, but Hutakawa, you can look it up and discover everything you need to know about it, which is been very important in the long history of this place with the Maori population that has been here, and they've used the tree for many purposes, but when it stands as it does in about 15 locations down the ground, it's a very attractive sight at a cricket ground. Much better than looking at concrete. In goes Southie. A short ball, he's after it, he misses it. Tried to swivel, as he often does, and pounce and hook somewhere. Quite often off the top edge, it needs to be said, but it's a scoring chance, and Lyon's going to take it.
Well, that's a little taste of what I was mentioning a moment ago. The job of Nathan Lyon's night watchman is well and truly over. If the scoring opportunity is going to present itself, Australia's premier off-spinner is going to have a crack at it.
Yep, he didn't quite get to the bounce of it. It just went past his bat to the keeper. Could have gone anywhere. Southie bowls again, pitching up, and he's edging over the slips. That's a useful shot in any game of cricket. Go hard at the ball, get a good edge, and make sure, unless Joel Garner or Billy Stanlake is in the slips, you're going to get it over their head and down to the boundary for 4.
Again, a beautifully presented seam from Tim Southie. Just left Nathan Lyon. It was one of those shots again that we saw last ball last night. A forward defence with some extremely hard hands. He's going to keep the 4 slips who are in place very interested, Nathan Lyon, if he keeps playing that way.
He went nowhere near the slip corner. It was way over their head. But he was lucky. You'd have to say that. He's now 13. It's 2 for 22 as Southie tries again and he's forward, playing it firmly with a loud call of no as it went away towards mid-off and extra cover. So they've now sent a chap back through square 3 parts of the way out towards the hill, the western side of the ground in front of those Hutakawa trees, just in case he gets onto one. We'll remember him doing that at Edgbaston, and Stokes couldn't take the catch in that extraordinary finish. I'm sure he'll have a crack if he bangs it in. Here comes Southie now. He bowls to Lyon. Lyon's off the pads, nipping it away on the onside into that gap that appears at mid-wicket as Kugalan is there to pick up. Another run. He's doing his job. He's turning night watchman into stroke maker, and he's 14 out of 2 for 23.
It's an interesting position you've called there, Jim. He's halfway, Ratchan Ravindra, halfway back to the boundary for Nathan Lyon. I think if Nathan Lyon gets onto it, he's going to end up in no man's land. He's they're after a mistimed pull shot from Nathan Lyon.
So we've got Southie again from that southern end. He runs in, Kawaja's outside his crease and leaving a ball across him and through to the keeper, and Moreira Erasmus, who's standing in his last series of test matches, says over. So it's number 81 in his test match record. Wonderful career as an umpire, and on 3 occasions he's been judged the ICC test umpire or umpire of the year. But he's decided that at 60 years of age and a lot of travel and test matches behind him, it's time to have a spell.
He's a lovely man, Moreira Erasmus. He umpired in my first test match at the Gabba in the 2010-11 Ashes series. I was having a chat to him before the start of play on day 1. He said, I actually feature on a poster on his wall. Right. I said, okay, that'd be interesting. And he said, yep, it was when Kevin Peterson was going absolutely bonkers at the Adelaide Oval, and you're grabbing your cap off me and with your head in your hands. I was like, oh, okay. Thanks very much for that, Murray. Yeah. So I bring him some joy every time he walks out into his lounge room.
He's always smiling. Lovely man. Henry runs in. Back goes Lyon. Plays it down uncomfortably off the glove. It bounced, and he's looking at his right mitt now as he takes off his glove that struck him on the hand, and there is a chap nearby at short leg. Young is in close there for the opportunity. He went straight to ground, but it was on his right hand too, which as a spin bowler you don't want to have. Hit the fingers. Henry runs in again to line back and watches the ball keenly, gets right in behind the line and pushes it out on the onside. He's certainly got some ticker as a lower order player, as we well know from a number of things that he's done, including almost crawling onto the field at Lord's when he tore his calf muscle and came out to bat.
He did. He loves the chance to represent his country whenever he gets the opportunity.
Here's Henry, and Lyons playing a drive of sorts. He swished it through the onside. He's going to get a couple for this, and they turn for the second. It's chased back there by O'Rourke, and they collect 2 runs. He just got into a good position there and manoeuvred the bounce of the ball wide of mid-on for a couple. He's 16. He's had most of the strike, to be fair, and the score is moving along quite well, given the situation at 2 for 25 and Australia 2-2-9 in front. So Matt Henry, a line of 4 behind the wicket, and the keeper, he bowls to line, swings into this and drives it through the covers. That's a handsome stroke, but it won't go all the way. Didn't quite have the timing that he wanted, but it was struck off some deader part of the bat and went for a single, as Lyon plays the shot again at the non-striker's end to try and make sure next time he middles it. Just lobbed away gently out on the offside, but he was looking to play one of his luscious cover drives. Now the crowd settling down again. Plenty of them over there on the hill watching Henry bowl across Khawaja, who allows it to pass. So what are your expectations today? What are we going to see? What are we going to see? Can we predict what will occur?
I don't think we can, Jim, can we? Yesterday was one of the most extraordinary, I think you might have even mentioned yourself, it was one of the more extraordinary days of Test cricket that you'd ever seen.
Yeah.
It was certainly in my shorter term of watching the longer format, it was a really tough day to predict, and I'm thinking we're going to see something similar today.
Now Khawaja goes back and across, keeps the bounce away from his body, and it doesn't hit his gloves. It hits his bat and trickles out on the onside to complete the over. So the sun's somewhere above the high cloud. I think we're getting a fine day for the most part, and Australia seemingly in control at the moment with a useful lead.
Yeah, they are at the moment, and good to see. You mentioned that Nathan Lyon wore one on the gloves, second ball that over. I think in terms of the game moving forward, that's a good sign for the game. The bounce in the wicket is still there. That's the last thing Australia, right at the moment, we want to see is Nathan Lyon shaking his hand. But it appears as though he's seen that one through unscathed. But as far as the game goes, some of that extra bounce, which we saw a dozen times yesterday, that life is still there.
Southey goes in. He bowls to Lyon. He lets it go outside the off stump. It was interesting. TV just put up most number of runs in Test cricket without making a 50.
He hasn't made a 50, Nathan Lyon.
He's scored the most number of runs without a 50. 47's his best.
There we go.
Yeah. So this might be the day.
The guy has been around for what? 2011 he made his debut, so he's pushing
128 innings, I think.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to roll through his stats and see what his missed opportunities, because surely there's been a few there.
Southey bowls, and he's after the short ball. He hits it in the air behind square for 4. He got a good, nice and lovely chunk of that. He swung as soon as he saw the ball pitching, and he sent it out behind square. They didn't have the man back in that spot anyway, but it wouldn't have mattered. It went between square and fine and down towards the entrance gates at the Basin Reserve. It bounced not far away from the boundary down there, and it takes Lyon into the 20s. 21.
Ravindra's gone back now. That was a case of him forgetting that he was actually meant to be out.
Yeah.
He's now gone back, and he's gone all the way back, which is a smarter place to be for Nathan Lyon.
Southey comes up. Lyon leaves outside the off stump. So yesterday it was Australia's number 11 that annoyed the hell out of New Zealand by hanging around for more than 2 hours. Today, will it be Australia's number 10 who decides to annoy them somehow by playing an innings?
Well, it looks that way so far. Usman Khawaja, again, just looks at his own pace. He's willing to see the ball through to the keeper and be out there for as long as he can. And Nathan Lyon's the man who is doing all the scoring just at the minute.
Southey again, a bit of sun shining now as he bowls, and Lyon chases the short ball, but he doesn't get hold of it. He was a bit early on the stroke. He probably towed that into the pitch and back towards the bowler. Wasn't as quick as the previous short ball, and he was through the shot before the ball had really got to him, and he's going down just to have a chat to Khawaja about life or whatever as he taps and caresses the bottom of his bat. It's the outside edge you need to look after, because if it's going to hit it, make sure it goes over the slips. Swing hard. 3 slips and a gully, waiting for something to come as Southey goes into line. He's 21 and now he's driving, and well stopped by Southey on the sprawling dive across to mid-off and cover and stopping the ball. It wasn't well timed. But Australia 2 for 30, and they've moved the game along quite nicely, mainly through the dint of Lyon. 21 from 34, Khawaja 7 from 27 so far. So is this going to be a day again for Cameron Green to make runs? Will Travis Head get past 1 and make a few? He hasn't really got in. You can't judge him too harshly on Norton 1. Then there's Mitch Marsh. So a bit to look forward to, apart from what New Zealand's bowlers might do, as he bowls short here and he's after it and he misses it. Again, he went a bit early on that, and it bounced through over the line of the stumps to end the over. So, with the score on 2 for 30, Lyon 21, Khawaja 7. Brian Waddle has suspended himself nicely with his braces today. It's a very colourful sight on the radio, and I'm sure you're going to look forward to seeing it as he comes in to join Xavier Doherty.
Thank you, Jim. It's been all Nathan Lyon this morning. Just been scrolling through some of his test innings. We mentioned the 47 being his highest score at this level. Outside that, he actually hasn't even really tempted reaching the half-century mark. He's got a 40 and a couple of 38s. So for someone who, over the last couple of years, has proven to be a bit of a pain, hasn't quite reached the half-century mark.
Henry goes round the wicket bowling to Khawaja, who drives pleasantly up towards mid-off, but there's no run. You know, Jim only had a couple of ideas of what could happen today. Did he not even consider maiden test 100 for Nathan Lyon? He's got a good night watchman there with him, Usman Khawaja.
Of all the things we've seen this test, would that be the most extraordinary?
That would be would it? The most extraordinary, particularly if he's got a broken bone in his hand that was hit this morning.
Don't even mention it. Don't even mention it.
No, it's a sad thing that happens to too many cricketers. Here's Henry going in, bowling to Khawaja, who drives on the onside, comes away square. In fact, as he was looking to try and work it towards mid-on, it's out towards Ravindra, and they take 1. 31 for 2. Lyon 21. What? He's 21. Khawaja is 8. It's a chance. Test match 100.
He's gone the early crow. But one thing we have spoken about is the fact that Australia's top 3 at the moment are just really struggling to get going. So thank goodness for Nathan Lyon is the man out there ticking the scoreboard over.
Henry back over the wicket bowling to him, and Lyon works it out towards mid-on, hits it on the up, down the ground. He's probably going to go all the way. Williamson's in pursuit. No, he may get it inside the ground. They've taken 2. We'll come back for the 3rd. But that just set up a little bit, but he held back on the stroke and played it pleasantly enough down the onside, on the up, and got the 3 for it. He's now heading towards that test match 100.
Well, Jim mentioned that famous innings he played with Pat Cummins at Headingley. That was one of those shots that he played towards the end of that innings was a lift. I think on that occasion he might have lifted it over the mid-on. On that occasion, Nathan Lyon just waited a little longer and punched it. Made it 3/4 of the way to the boundary. He looks the goods, Nathan Lyon.
34 for 2. He's 24 from 36 deliveries. The next delivery has Khawaja defending firmly back along the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run.
Sorry, Wad, this is one thing I do like from Matt Henry, is to come around, change the angle. He's coming around the wicket to Usman Khawaja. Now, Usman, so far, throughout his 29 balls, has just been happy to see it go across him and through to the keeper.
Yep.
The change of angle, just make him think about where his off stump might be. Might bring about a shot that he doesn't want to play.
Henry to Khawaja, leaves down the offside through to Blundell.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, but the end result of all that is it changes things from the predictable. What we've had so far from New Zealand, the attack has been very much the same, slightly different in pace, and that's why I mentioned earlier that, you know, while the left armour, and that happens to be Wagner rather than Bolt, I mean, they'd like to have Bolt still bowling that way, but he doesn't play red ball cricket. But New Zealand needed something a little bit different, and they didn't have it. Only a part-time spinner.
Now, we sort of jokingly mentioned that they may retract on the Wagner not playing the next test.
Henry bowls to Khawaja, no stroke.
Do you actually think that's a serious option? Do you think they're...
Anything's a serious option.
You think they're considering maybe we've gone too early with ruling Wagner out here?
They're probably not, but it would not ever surprise me because, you know, stranger things happen as the over comes to an end. You basically, by doing that, you're saying we messed up on the last selection and all other selections.
Is there anything wrong with admitting fault?
No.
I don't think there's...
No,
if at the end of the day you get the right cricket team that is representing your nation...
I mean, I've never been wrong, so I don't have to worry about things like that.
I'm not so sure.
I
think that'd be something if that was me and I was in the position of selector. I want the best cricket team out on the park representing New Zealand.
To do the job, yeah.
Absolutely, whether it means I have to admit fault or not.
Southey bowling to Lyon, who is edging down through slip for 4. Wide of 4th slip, or between slip and gully, and another boundary. Tim Southey's just gone up there to wish him well, has he? I didn't see what the response was from Southey, but he's obviously not very happy.
No one did move, Jim makes the point from the back of the box. That was at a catchable height. Tim Southey's bowling him at a high 120, so they're not flying through. Who's the man at 3rd slip? Had an opportunity. It would have been an amazing catch. It split
Phillips, isn't it?
Yeah, it split 3rd slip and gully perfectly.
Phillips,
but the fact that neither got airborne to have a crack at it surprises me.
Southey bowls again to Lyon, who plays a similar shot wide of gully. That's Phillips. It's Williamson who's at 3rd slip, down towards the boundary, and will make it for another 4. Moves on to 32.
Just to rub salt into the wound. The gully comes a little finer to plug the gap, and Nathan Lyon edges it slightly thicker and goes to the right hand of gully and away for 4.
And there's a bemused look about the New Zealanders. They can't get anything right at the moment. They can't take a thing out of this at all. Southey bowls to a Lyon, drives, gets it outside edge. What's it? 4 more. So half century not.
Well, he's within 14 now. And if we thought that New Zealand were frustrated yesterday morning, Nathan Lyon scoring 12 off 3, all in the same area, is actually just making life worse.
Yes. And I think not only are the players frustrated, I know there's a lot of New Zealand fans.
You know that, do you?
Frustrated. I know that. I get a lot of text messages and calls from people to remind me.
I've just noted Phillips is the man who's had to chase the 3 of those balls. He's come back grabbing at his calf.
He doesn't know where he wants to go either, does he?
No, he's given himself another metre or 2.
Southey up again to Lyon, who looks to try and play a similar stroke, playing a little bit away from his body, but he mistimes it, misses the line of it completely, and it gets out under the offside. 4-4-4 dot, it says on the scoreboard. Southey 2 for 29, and Southey will be looking at this and saying, goodness me, if I could catch, then this would not be happening to us this morning. Well, he can catch.
He can.
He's a secure slip fielder. There's obviously more going on in the mind than just concentrating on his bowling. He is the captain. They're under pressure. They had a poor day yesterday. Southey Government House end to Lyon, who's taken on the pad. Nicked into the pad too, I think. The appeal goes in the air. It sounded like there was another noise there. No, there wasn't. So it's only a leg by. But turned down by umpire Erasmus.
You make a great point there, Watts. He's a guy who's got a lot on his plate, Tim Southee, in the minute, hasn't he? And he's in his own form hasn't been great either. So the fact that he's gone into the slips and, like you say, he's a fantastic catcher and a great set of hands. He deserves his place there, but he maybe just got the feeling that his mind might have been somewhere else the last ball of yesterday's play.
Well, he spent a lot of his time fielding at second or third slip for New Zealand and has done it with great credit at times. Here's Khawaja defending at the next delivery. Beats the outside edge as it goes through to wicketkeeper Blundell to end the over. A green vest comes out from the New Zealand dressing room. Will it also include a message for the captain? He's running down towards where Captain Tim Southee is. And, yes... He's got something.
I'm not sure it's a message, or maybe just a drink, given the fact he doesn't get the benefit of wandering down to fine leg for a drink. The youngster, that's one of the sub-fielders, I believe, is it? Or he's not a recognisable face?
No, he's not one of the test squad, but he could have just had a little word saying the coach says.
Okay, one of those. I can imagine what Tim Southee reply might have been, because that was an excellent over. It conceded 13 runs. It caught the outside edge 3 times and beat the bat of Usman Khawaja. Things not quite going New Zealand's way this morning.
47 for 2. Lyon is 36. Here's the next delivery from Henry to him, and he's playing outside the line of the off stump. Holds the pose, but didn't make contact. It went through low, so there's not quite the bounce there from that delivery.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I was about to mention. The ball that did beat Usman Khawaja's bat last over went a long way. I think pretty clearly. We've mentioned it a few times this test matches. The scallops that got taken out on day one are starting to play a little part in the game now that they've firmed up. And clearly that ball from Southee last over clipped the edge of one of them.
Henry bowls to Lyon, who works it nicely onto the onside with plenty of power. Out towards mid-wicket. It'll go for 4. Classical shot. Working it towards mid-wicket off the pad. Goes into the 40s. 40.
Mark Waugh like that.
Out of 51.
Mark Waugh like that. He's keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Corbin was critical that Australia... Critical's not the right word. We were just throwing up the fact that Australia's top 3 don't quite get the scoreboard moving quite enough. Maybe Nathan Lyon's the answer.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the batsman at the other end. He's playing the night watchman role perfectly, isn't he?
Usman?
Yeah.
Usman Khawaja just loves batting.
8 off 33.
Whether he's scoring runs or not, he's one of those guys that scoring runs is a bit of an afterthought. He just likes being in the contest and facing bowlers.
Henry to Lyon, who looks to try and work it away into the onside, taken on the pad. It rebounds away to point, where it's picked up there by Ravindra. New Zealand have the 3 slips and a gap to Phillips fielding deepish gully. He's taken a sort of pace back. They're not staggered slips the way you normally see them. He's taken and given himself a little bit of room, which is probably a smart move when you've got a quick bowler bowling. It may carry to him. Henry to Lyon. Works it into the onside, down towards long leg. Rourke is there to do the fielding, and there's 1 run. He walks through.
He walks. He's even got the little trot going now that he's got himself to 41.
He'd have probably turned Cameron Green down yesterday, wouldn't he? Yeah, I'm taking one.
Well, we saw it quite a bit yesterday. That was another interesting part of yesterday's play. Cameron Green was actually being taught by Josh Hazlewood yesterday how you bat with the tail.
With the tail.
You know, there are times yesterday where Josh Hazlewood was the man who set Cameron Green back because it was too early in the over. You know, you don't want to expose the tail just yet.
52 for 2. Good start to the morning session. Up goes Henry again, bowling to Khawaja. He leans forward, pushes it into the gap. Good professional use of the turning over of the strike by just nudging it into a gap and almost running with the ball. Seeing television shots of 2 of the coaches for New Zealand. Batting coach Lou Ronke, more significant as the bowling coach former international Kyle Mills.
Less than thrilled, I'd suggest.
He's looking pensive.
Is the facial expressions.
53 for 2, sorry, as the next delivery from Henry is to Lyon, who comes forward and hits it in the air and is caught at mid-wicket by Will Young. They've finally been able to remove Nathan Lyon. He wasn't able to control the ball down, but he's played a good hand, done his job as the night watchman, lifting the score up to 53 for the loss of 3, and an excellent catch taken there by Will Young.
Around 40 is the mark for Nathan Lyon. That's the fourth time now that he's been dismissed in the 40s. So the long-standing record of the most runs without a Test 50 will continue. He's certainly played his role for Australia there. More importantly, got his team through to stumps last night. He's ticked the scoreboard over this morning. He's played some nice cricket shots. There's a lovely catch from Will Young at mid-wicket. He's done the job that Australia were asking of him, to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and finally we get to see Cameron Green at the crease.
Well, a man who will be full of confidence after his first innings performance. A sparkling century, an unbeaten century, 174 he scored, and now he comes out to help Australia advance their lead. 257 it sits at the moment, so effectively 3 for 257, and he comes out to join Usman Khawaja, who looks relaxed and controlled at the crease, just wandering around quietly. I don't have to panic too much.
He's just one of those players. He's just in his own world, isn't he? As we mentioned off air, Kane Williamson's one of those which may have actually contributed with his run out. You know, they concentrate so hard on batting, and it's the contest is bat on ball is when there's actually an opportunity for a run, particularly early in the innings. Their mind's not quite there, and it takes them a little while just to switch on.
Focused. Yep.
Sometimes too focused. Ed Cowan is a cricketer I played quite a bit with, was one of those. Whereas it was all about bat on ball. You know, if the chance of actually having to take a single was an afterthought.
Well, a new bowler coming from the far end. Tim Southey's seen off Nathan Lyon, and he's seen himself off too, as Scott Kugelheim comes into bowl from the Government House end. He's bowling to Khawaja. 2 slips in a gully in place, and Khawaja gets one on the leg stump, turns it away to deep backward square leg. It'll be a run down towards long leg. More Matt Henry is in that position.
Maybe the skipper was just fed up. He found the outside edge 3 times.
Yep.
Beat the bat of Usman Khawaja. I've had enough.
I've done the hard yards against Nathan Lyon. Yep.
You know, we get a new batsman at the crease, and don't talk to me, fellas. Scott, your turn to bowl.
Well, he's going to have to lift his game to some extent, Kugelheim. He didn't bowl badly, but he just wasn't able to create the kind of pressure that you expect. 20 overs in the first innings, 2 for 75, so he's only going at 3.7, under 4, but you know, you really need a little bit better than that when you've put the opposition in. Kugelheim bowls to Green, and he's on the back foot, punching it through the offside. Take that, he says. It's heading out towards the boundary. Fieldsman in pursuit. They've taken 1, will get 2. Picks it up in the practice pitch area, and Will Young will return from the deep. 3 runs to get off the mark for Cameron Green.
Well, he just moves to 177, doesn't he, Cameron Green? That was just a follow-on from how well he batted yesterday. It was a ball that was wide of off stump. In all fairness, it was there to be hit, but the confidence of a man who's coming off an unbeaten 174 was in play there. He was more than happy to defend at that one and push it through the covers to get himself away today.
And he knows how to bat at this time of day.
He does. He's had plenty of practice.
57 for 3. Green is 3, but it's Khawaja on strike to Kugelheim. This delivery has Khawaja guiding it away to the offside. The bottom hand comes off.
That's another one.
Let down him a bit.
We saw it a dozen or more times yesterday. The variation in bounce is still there, which is a good sign for those who are wanting a result in this game. There is some weather heading our way, but the life in the wicket is still there.
2 slips in place. A gully. Phillips has had a fair bit of action this morning. Ravindra at backward point. Here's the next delivery from Kugelheim, bowling to Khawaja, who turns it into the onside, runs it up towards mid-on. O'Rourke is there, and there's no run. Yes, the forecast for today, fresh northerlies becoming strong towards midday.
What's strong? If just at the moment isn't?
Well, 33.
Okay. All right.
No, strong can be 60.
Okay.
60 to 70.
Noticeable.
Known by Wellingtonians and others in New Zealand. Sunday doesn't look quite as appetising. Kugeline bowls to Kawaja and again leaves down the offside. Showers easing in the afternoon tomorrow. Fresh northwesterlies easing for a time in the afternoon and evening. So we might have to get our gums loosened up tomorrow. Could be a busy day talking. Dress-up day for the fans at the Basin Reserve. Some of them still in their normal clothing, I think.
I thought the best dressed was yesterday, the young guy who made his way out onto the ground and
well, he
got carried off. He'll spend a night in a cell, I reckon.
He'll be down buying some new clothes too, because he won't have those. Here's the next one to Kawaja. Played out towards deep backward square leg. Coming in from the boundary to do the fielding is Young. And they take another run. 58 for 3. Green is 3. And Kawaja is 11. The lead is 262. What have we had? Nearly 40 minutes of play on this, the third day. And Australia have comfortably moved on to 58 for 3 after starting in pretty difficult conditions. But Nathan Lyon proved that batting is not a problem in this, particularly when he was on his second innings. 58 for 3, having been dropped last night. Craig MacMillan is in to add some expert comments.
Morning, Watts. New Zealand have had trouble with Australia's tail enders in this test match, haven't they? Josh Hazlewood in the first innings and now Nathan Lyon in the second.
Goes Henry bowling to Kawaja, who is taken on the glove area. He's parried it away towards backward square leg. Tom Blundell has to go after it from behind the stumps, and they take run again. Just another awkward delivery rearing.
I don't think I've ever seen so many players actually get hit on the gloves and having to take that bottom hand off the bat handle. That one's just got quite steep from a fullish length. We've seen a couple of deliveries really stand up this morning. The players are certainly taking it on the gloves at different times.
Yes, well, it's a sign of what New Zealand might face, whether it will settle down when it comes for their turn to bat. But it didn't seem to have a lot to do with play yesterday when New Zealand were batting. Henry bowls to Green, advances forward. He's playing the same innings as he played yesterday. He's using his feet to the quick bowlers.
He's still not out, isn't he? New Zealand never managed to get him out in this test yet. But interesting, watching Usman Khawaja this morning, he's batting outside his crease, so he's made that adjustment from the first innings where he batted inside the popping crease. He was very deep in the crease. But the second innings, he's trying to get closer to the ball, trying to upset the New Zealand bowler's length by batting outside his crease, following what Cam Green did so well.
Henry bowls to Green, using his feet once more to get down to the pitch of it, but deciding to leave it as it was wide of the off stump. Didn't have to play it. But he's taking the aggressive, the attacking route, isn't he? He's not going to let the bowlers dictate to him.
Well, it worked in the first innings, so there's no need to change, is
Pretty
there?
well, yeah. 174. You got 174 once, didn't you?
No.
No.
I would love to have had 174. Got 142 twice.
Here's the next delivery to Green, no stroke. Oh, 284.
Add them together.
Yes.
It's been an interesting start. Gee, day 2 had plenty of action, was it? We've got fast-tracked the test match on day 2 and get the feeling that day 3 is going to be fairly similar as well.
Yeah, I mean, you will have memories of batting here for New Zealand. Is it playing much different? That there's bounce that I detect has not been in there in the past, but it's playing like a traditional Basin Reserve pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
59 for 3. Henry bowls to Green, who's on the front foot. Appeal for LBW, but was with a baton, I think. It's gone down towards long leg, travelled quite quickly. Umpire Geoff will let us know, and he knows it came from the bat, so there's a single to Green.
The only thing I'd say was that over the last I'm going to say 7 or 8 years. I think it's been a touch on the slow side. And there's a test match we played against Sri Lanka here where we couldn't bowl them out on the final day. You remember?
Yes.
New Zealand didn't take a wicket on the final day because the pitch was dead. It wouldn't bounce above knee height. That was a horrible day of test cricket where you're pushing for a win and all of a sudden you just can't get anyone out. This pitch is certainly different.
Henry bowls to Khawaja, who drives into the offside, through the offside, out towards the extra cover boundary. Chase for Williamson, but it'll be for collection only. 4 more to Khawaja, goes to 16. And Australia move on to 64 for 3 at the end of the over. More from you, Craig MacMillan, and then it'll be Corbin Middlemas.
It's a nice shot from Usman Khawaja. He's just taken his time this morning to get used to conditions. First real aggressive shot, and it was right in the wheelhouse for that cover drive. Batting outside his crease so he can get closer to the pitch of the ball. And it's a nice shot. Worrying sign for New Zealand is that Khawaja looks like he's set for the day, and I'm sure the Australian side will bat around him if they can, and that means it could be a long day for New Zealand if they don't pick up early wickets in this first session. He was more than happy to be the passenger in the partnership with Nathan Lyon, but you just feel that he's the sort of player that has the patience and concentration that if he wants to bat for a long period today, then Khawaja has the ability to do that.
How are you, Marco?
Morning. I'm okay, Corbin.
Yes.
Okay.
It wasn't a good day yesterday. Here's Scott Kugelheim on his way in, delivers to Green. It's short and he ducks underneath it. Flashes through to the keeper and taken by Blundell. So 3 for 64, the Aussies. Now the lead is 268. Green's on 4, Khawaja on 16, and Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, out today for 41. Caught by Young off the bowling of Henry, so caught in front of the wicket after playing a fine hand, and looked like he was headed towards his first test match half 100.
It looked like he was destined for it, the way he was playing. It was giving Gully and backward pointer harrowing time, beating them left and right.
Overcast day, strong winds in Wellington. It's Kugelheim on his way in, bowls over the wicket to Green, who takes it off his hip, works it away through the vacancy at mid-wicket for 1, so Green to 5, and the Aussie lead to 269. It's actually the 4th highest score in the test match. And again, this underlines how impressive the innings was from Cam Green. So 174 not out, to 103 runs more than any other player. So 71 for Phillips, 42 for Henry, and now 41 for Lyon. And
for extras as well.
The extras have had a solid game. So.
New Zealand extras were 41 in the Australian first innings. He's a good player, extras.
Yeah.
He's a left-hander who just nudges the ball around. He plays nicely. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I mean, New Zealand have had an issue with that lower order. It's lower order players are hard to get out.
Kugelheim pushing across the lefty, and Khawaja drives back past the non-striker, and that'll run away straight back down the ground at the southern end. It won't be 4. Trotting back south, he retrieves it 5 metres in from the boundary. So 2 more for Usman. He moves to 18, and the Australians' lead is out to 271. The SMS number 2, by the way, 0467 920 222. I'd love to hear from you wherever you may be tuned in through the ABC Listen app, on ABC Sport Digital, today on ABC Radio as well, throughout or across Australia. Big day of cricket. The Aussies in a commanding position in the test match here in Wellington. Corbin, Middlemas and Craig MacMillan. Kugelheim coming around the wicket now. To the left-handed Khawaja. He lets it pass alongside the off stump.
I was talking with a few players or a few other people this morning, Corbin, and we were just talking about playing Australia and the challenges that you face when you do play against Australia. You can't have a bad session. New Zealand had a bad day yesterday, which has put them in this position now on the back foot. You can't even have a bad session against Australia if you want to compete and stay in the match and be competitive. And unfortunately for New Zealand, they had a bad day, not only with ball but with bat, and that's why they find themselves in this precarious position that if Australia bat for most of the day, like I'm sure they're planning on doing, then the only hope is a draw and perhaps some help from the weather.
Usman Khawaja just got an issue with his bat, so he's just going to wait, and he might have a little crack in that, so there's going to be a delay here as midway through this Kugelheim over.
The other thing about playing Australia is that you only get certain opportunities. It's a bit like playing India in India. There'll be a couple of opportunities, they'll be small, and you have to grab them if you want to stay relevant and you want to stay in the match. If you don't, then good night, nurse. And I look at New Zealand winning the toss. That was an opportunity straight away. I think it was a good toss to win. Then New Zealand had Australia 90 for 4 and had Australia 270 for 9. Those three positions were all opportunities where New Zealand needed to grab it with both hands, and they didn't. And that has really put them on the back foot because you're up against the best side in the world. So, you know you're going to have to play well to beat them or even just stay in the match with them. And then New Zealand gave, I thought, 3 wickets away. They were 12 for 3. Australia hadn't had to work hard for those first 3 New Zealand wickets, and they were on the back foot from that point on. So there'll be some reflection to do for New Zealand. They'll keep fighting, and they need to. But the reality is that Australia, I think, will probably try and bat to the middle of the third session, have 450 plus on the board, and then New Zealand have got 2 days to bat, turn a bit days, which is very rarely done.
It's without trying to sort of drive home the point too much, but it has been a long period now that New Zealand have struggled against Australia while being one of the dominant teams in the world, and I'm sure there's lots of theories as to why that is against this opponent in particular. There's Kugelheim ready to continue the over. Khawaja's got a new stick. He tucks it off his hip out through square leg and picks up a single. So Usman to 19, 3 for 69. Do you have a theory as to why the Black Caps haven't been able to play their best cricket against the Aussies despite all their dominance in world cricket?
Yeah, it's an interesting talking point. I think belief has to be one of those things, confidence. You can talk and you can say things, but do you truly believe them? And sometimes I question whether there is that belief within this New Zealand side. Against Australia, there seems to be a psychological edge. That when we come up against them, and we do beat them occasionally at World Cups in the round robin play, but come final time, it's a different story.
2 slips in a gully. Kugelheim over the wicket to the right-hander, and Green's defending. Knocks it away to Williamson at cover. So end of the over, 3 for 68. The lead is 272. Corbin, Middlemas and Craig MacMillan on ABC Cricket. Was it ever spoken about in your day? I mean, you played against a fearsome Australian team. The Aussies have climbed back to the top of world cricket, but New Zealand sat there for a long period of time, and yet it didn't change in the matchups between the two teams. Was it ever openly addressed or just something that existed in the background?
I think it's just something that existed in the background. But, you know, I think you look at the sides that have done well against Australia in recent years. You look at India and England. South Africa as well at times. You really have to be in for the battle. You have to stand up, stand tall, puff the chest out and say, a bit like Glenn Phillips did yesterday, which I thought was an excellent innings. Because he actually threw a few shots back at the Australian bowlers, and all of a sudden they got a little bit defensive with their fields. And so it is possible. You've also got to remember they're human. They're not robots. They do make mistakes. But you have to keep them under pressure for a longer period because they are a very good side. So New Zealand, they haven't had that success that they can fall back on. Quite often you fall back on past performances. New Zealand don't have that.
O'Rourke under bowl from the RA Van stand end of the ground. Bowls Fant's stand end of the ground, and Khawaja is back in the crease and defends it back down the pitch. So Uzi's on 19, Cam Green's on 5. The Australians 3 for 68, but one of those wickets, Nathan Lyon, who made a quick fire 41 as the night watchman.
It's one of those things, and when you bring younger players in like a Will O'Rourke, Rachin Ravindra, they don't have that baggage. They don't have the scars that some of the other players have had over a longer period of time. And I think that's always exciting and a good way to go, is just to bring some fresh blood into this New Zealand side to play Australia.
3 slips in a gully. O'Rourke to Khawaja and then hopped up on him. Took a hand off the bat as he's fortunate to keep it down. Played high off the bat on the leg side. 3 for 68.
That's good bounce. That is good bounce. And that was a tricky delivery that Khawaja dealt pretty well with in the end. But Will O'Rourke again showing what a handful he is. He's only 2 balls into his spell, but he's been impressive for a 22-year-old.
Good buzz inside the ground again as O'Rourke's on his way in. Bowls to Khawaja, who knocks it away straight to mid-wicket. There's no run there, so grass bank well populated. I was told a ticket on the grass bank, you could buy a test pass, so for about $120, you would get 4 days of cricket, the first 4 days, which is really good value. And I know that happens in India a lot, where you can buy a test pass. So essentially they talk about matches being sold out, and you buy a ticket to 1 day, you get a ticket to all 5 days. And so I thought, I hope it's not one of those things where we come here and you have a really good crowd on 1 or 2 of the days or on the weekend, and the rest of the time it's not as well populated. So Rourke's on his way in, and Khawaja is back in the crease, turns it just wide of mid-wicket. Henry picks up and zips it in, but no run. Green sends him back. But that certainly hasn't been the case. It's hard to find too much spare grass on that bank.
Yeah.
People are jammed in right around the ground, as they have been throughout the Test match so far, and it's been a real buzz and a great atmosphere. Day one was excellent, and then the second day was a little more lopsided.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen Australia on our shores in Test match cricket for 8 years, so there's a real excitement, like you mentioned, because the New Zealand team have done so well over a period of time. You want to test yourselves against the best, and Australia have been that in recent times.
O'Rourke pushing across the lefty. Khawaja lets it go. Lead 2-7-2, 3 down the Aussies.
Be the same at Hagley Oval in Christchurch for that second test. I know a number of people that are coming from far and wide for that second test match, and grass banks at Hagley as well that will be filled. So all 4 days, I think, have sold out. So yeah, there's a real appetite, I think, not only for test cricket, but also for Australia. You know, that traditional rivalry between the two countries. There's that big brother, little brother thing that we've always had as well.
O'Rourke on his way in. A breezy Wellington, and back is Khawaja, and he plays confidently out to mid-on. That's the end of the over. So 3 for 68, the Australians. The lead is 2-7-2. A maiden from O'Rourke first up. The Aussies 3 for 68 in their second dig. Lead of 41. Corbin, Middlemas and Craig MacMillan on ABC Cricket. Windy today in Wellington. Nick from Geelong off the SMS 0467920222. Speaking of windy Wellington, I used to have an office there. Sat there one day watching as a set of traffic lights got blown over. The locals didn't bat an eyelid. From Nick.
It's a normal day in Wellington, that, to be fair.
James in Bendigo, can we have the cricket played in New Zealand every year? Apart from hearing some of the fine commentary from across the Tasman, it's a great time to listen in Australia first thing in the morning. It is a very friendly sort of listening and viewing experience, whether you're waking up and putting on the telly or the radio and able to follow along to a day's Test cricket with us here on the ABC. We have a bowling change here, Macca. Glenn Phillips is on from the southern end. Interesting
Bowling change. Didn't bowl at all in that first innings of Australia's. Tim Southey didn't use Glenn Phillips, the off-spinner, but he's gone to him early, and this is, I think it's a good move. Let's see the turn and bounce. He's got a bit of a golden arm at times, played well with the bat, so he'll have confidence from that performance. And he's taken wickets at key times for New Zealand in recent Test matches, so yeah, I like it. Let's see what happens, whether Cameron Green's going to go after him too. This will be an interesting matchup.
He's taken a wicket on the last 5 occasions he's bowled in Test cricket. As you said, wasn't used in the first innings. It's a tidy record, 11 wickets at 19. For a guy that was once an occasional keeper, on his way in, he bowls a ball that pitches and turns past Green's pad down the leg side, taken by Blundell up at the stumps.
One of the challenges Phillips will have here is that he's bowling into the breeze, and quite often you've got to bowl the ball a lot fuller than what you want, because the breeze will just drag the ball to a shorter length. And I think Nathan Lyon struggled in his first couple of overs last night with that very problem. Breeze is a bit stronger today than what it was yesterday, but he's got to get the length right, so he has to almost bowl half volleys.
Phillips on his way into the long sleeves, bowls to Green. He turns it away on the leg side, but bounces off the shin pads of Young. Ricochets back to the bowler.
If he can aim to try and bowl a half volley, it will end up being a good length delivery. If he's just trying to hit a certain length, then it will probably be a touch short, so might just take a few deliveries for him to zone in. Not easy bowling into this northerly breeze here at the Basin.
You're out there having a look at the pitch before play, Craig, as to whether there are any sort of footmarks starting to appear or anything that he's has the opportunity to try and work into, as Phillips on his way, and a quicker one to Green. Again, pitches and bounces down the leg side.
That's turning off the straight, so that's not footmarks or anything. It's just turning off the middle of the pitch. There's bounce as well, which is a concern because New Zealand have to bat last, and Nathan Lyon will be a key factor, but there's enough there for the spinners. There really is.
Come on.
It's interesting with it. Cameron Green, 2 men out on the leg side, whether he looks to try and go after him or just happy picking him off.
Past umpire Rasmus. Phillips with his offies on his way in. Green whips it away through mid-wicket. A little up-ish, but comfortably wide of Tim Southey. Out to Ravindra in the deep at deep mid-wicket for 1. Just about all the Australians we spoke to pre-play noted that about how much it ragged yesterday, somewhat unexpectedly, for a second-day pitch with a real tinge of green on it here at Wellington.
I wonder if it's been because it's been such a dry summer here in New Zealand, because 2 test matches against South Africa at Hamilton and the Mount, both turned more than usual, which was surprising. This pitch here at the Basin last year against England did turn on days 4 and 5, but we're at the start of day 3 and it's turning. It turned yesterday on day 2 as well, so most unusual.
Phillips with his right arm finger spinners coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and Khawaja drives out through cover. And the cover still a little deeper. Ravindra would be outside what a 30-yard ring in limited overs cricket. Picks it up and a single taken Aussie to 20. The lead 274 for the Australians, so 3 down.
Normally New Zealand pitches have so much grass, such a thick covering of green grass, that it takes day 4, day 5 before that grass is gone and there's a chance for anything to happen. But perhaps the surfaces this season have been just a little bit dry with less grass on them.
Cam Green yet to be out in the test match. Awaits Phillips. 6 not out here. He's back and turns it away past Young at short leg. Picks up a calm single.
Too short, isn't it? Too easy, just playing off the back foot.
End of the over, 3 for 71. The Aussies, the lead 275. You heard the call. That's end of the over, and it's also drinks. 2 minutes to the top of the clock, so the first hour is complete on this third day at windy Wellington, and it's living up to its name today as well. Quite breezy, winds of up to 32 kilometres an hour, and the trees have plenty of life in them around the picturesque Basin Reserve. Jim Maxwell's about to make his way in. Craig MacMillan is with us here on ABC Cricket, but we might just take a short break. We'll be back in 30 seconds for the Basin Reserve. Australia 3 down, leading by 275. It drinks after the first hour on day 3.
ABC iView melts the heart with better date than never.
I would like to kiss someone.
Take 5 with Zan Rowe.
Yeah, there's a real kind of declaration to finding the joy in life.
Film stars don't die in Liverpool.
We had fun, right?
Yeah, we did.
Starstruck.
Just a little kiss, it was a pip.
Marriage.
She's got such dreadful taste in men.
Line of Beauty.
You love him, don't you?
Yes, I do.
ABC iView. Always free. Always heartfelt.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia, live from the Basin Reserve on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the red cricket button.
Southey bowls again, pitching up, and he's edging over the slips. That's a useful shot in any game of cricket.
Southey bowls again to Lyon, who plays a similar shot wide of gully. That's Phillips. It's Williamson who's in third slip. Down towards the boundary and will make it for another 4. Southey bowls to Lyon, drives, gets an outside edge. What's it? 4 more. As the next delivery from Henry is to Lyon, who comes forward and hits it in the air and is caught. Caught at mid-wicket by Will Young. They've finally been able to remove Nathan Lyon. He wasn't able to control the ball down, but he's played a good hand, done his job as the night watchman. Henry bowls to Khawaja, who drives into the offside, through the offside, out towards the extra cover boundary. Chase for Williamson, but it'll be for collection only. 4 more to Khawaja.
New Zealand versus Australia, live from the Basin Reserve on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Jim Maxwell here with Craig MacMillan, having a drinks break. It's a little cool out there than perhaps some are expecting. What's your read today? We're going to get a full day, Craig?
Of course we are, Jim. Yeah, there's a bit of cloud about, but no, it's a typical Wellington day. That breeze, that northerly blowing through. I don't think we're in any danger of losing any time with perhaps rain later in the day.
Well, we don't want to, because whichever way this twists, it's been enjoyable. Straight red front, of course, but it's been enjoyable cricket. And that's what we want to see. We want to see, and someone needs to put a rocket up the administrators and say, listen, we're going to play Australia-New Zealand 3 tests every 2 years. Home, away, and let's get this set into the schedule. I don't know how you do that.
Amen. I don't know, but I'm all for it. I totally agree. I think that would also help the standard of New Zealand cricket as well. It has to. But the reality is, Jim, I think we both know that that's probably not going to happen. We can shout from the rooftops, but...
Yes, commercialisation, you know, that wins the argument all the time, and that's why franchise cricket has such a more dominant role in where players are going to go.
First hour's been Australia's, hasn't it? 58 for 1 in that first hour. New Zealand needed early wickets and a pile of them, because that lead just continues to grow, which is concerning for New Zealand. 275?
275, Green 7, Khawaja 20. I just want to make a note of Ireland's performance overnight beating Afghanistan. It was in their 8th test, the first time they'd won a test match. Very significant for Irish cricket, given that it hasn't got much financial strength. Now, after drinks, here comes O'Rourke, and it's allowed to pass. Just dwelling on that performance by Ireland, you know, they really are struggling whether they play at home or away to make it pay, so to speak. But acknowledging that performance with their first victory, and it took India 24 matches to win a test, South Africa 12, New Zealand
plenty
45.
Yes.
Yeah. So you've got to be patient in this game.
You do. Where did they play that test? Was that in Ireland?
Abu Dhabi. It's a bit cold in Ireland.
Right. Yeah, true.
As O'Rourke comes charging in, and it's outside the off stump. A place called Tolerance Park, something like that, in Abu Dhabi. I think you can add that to the list of test match grounds. It's a first one, but good on them for that. Now, the other bit of news around cricket, if you enjoy the wider world of the game of cricket, is that there were some other interesting victories achieved by teams in a one-day cricket. One of them was by Canada over Scotland in a 50-over game. Canada won by 7 wickets. Here comes O'Rourke again. He bowls a ball that's left alone. The other was a T20 match. Nepal playing Namibia. And those teams are both in the T20 World Cup. And Nepal won by 3 runs.
Close one.
Yeah. 180 for 8, 177 for 7. And there's some live cricket around New Zealand going on at the moment as well.
Domestic cricket going on.
Yeah, Sheffield Shield in Australia. And they're still getting out of bed at home because we're 2 hours ahead here in New Zealand for the most part. But under a bit of cloud cover, O'Rourke bowls a bouncer, and Cameron Green just ducks his head underneath it. That was a very significant performance from him in the first 2 days. He looked much more at home, at ease, calm and organised about the way he went about his cricket, making runs, when to play, when to leave.
Yeah.
And when he attacked yesterday, wasn't that thrilling to watch?
That was a composed innings, I thought, at 174. He played with a nice tempo right throughout.
O'Rourke charges in and he leaves another ball that's pitched up just outside the line of the off stump. So Australia 3 for 71.
I remember seeing Cam Green early in his test career, and there was some talk about his technique and the ability of that front foot that used to close him off a little bit, so he'd play around that front pad at times. But he looks like he's just made a couple of wee adjustments here, so he still has the ability. That front foot doesn't come across as far, so he's still got access to come through with a straight bat. But his leaving's been very good, and when he attacks, he hits the ball hard.
He taps away as he waits. 3 slips a gully, and he goes forward and leaves the ball again as it rockets through outside the line of the off stump. So a period of contemplation here for Green, who's 7, Australia 3 for 71, and the anchor man Khawaja is 20 not from 51 balls after Lyon made a lively, if somewhat chancy 41, but he did what night watchmen are supposed to do in this situation: get out, get on with the game, whatever. Just keep it moving, and he did.
Keep it moving forward. He did exactly that. He was the dominant partner in the partnership with Usman Khawaja, and that just adds to the fielding side's frustration when you've got a night watchman that does that. New Zealand dropped him, of course, last ball, day 2, Jim, so he should have been back in the shed.
Yes, you just watched it and you thought, Southey's head somewhere else. He's had such a demanding day. Couldn't get the last wicket quickly. Couldn't get enough runs around him to build a useful reply. And then although he got 2 wickets, the catch went down. Now here's Phillips. Is he going to tweak a few here with a short leg and a slip and a short cover around the wicket? He goes to Khawaja. Khawaja waits. That did turn a bit, and he let it go.
Some bounce there too. It's the bounce that's going to make it difficult. Phillips can get it right to the left-handed Khawaja. Short legs in play and also slip. Daryl Mitchell at slip. Got to find the right line and length there.
Will Khawaja produce one of his sweep shots here as Phillips comes towards him again, and he's driving through the covers out towards a wideish mid-off, and they'll get a single. He's happy enough there if he tosses it up, but it's when the ball hits the surface and he's in between his back and forward shot that something might happen. 3 for 72, turns the strike over. Khawaja 71. Now Green with a leg slip and a short leg. Point cover mid-off, a long on, deep square, shortish mid-wicket and a backward square on the sweep or the twiddle around the corner. Phillips going back over the wicket down at that Adelaide Road end of the ground. Here he comes, a couple of little steps and up and over it goes, and it's down the leg side. He tried to help it on its way and it went a backward square. Again it turned, but it wasn't the right length or line to worry the batsman, and it was just nursed around the corner by Cameron Green. Being watchful here. The ball just coming off the surface a little slowly at times. He waits and watches and drives, going with the line of the ball, and a punch down towards long on, which seems to be the off-spinner's favourite position these days. Not mid-on, but long on, and it's 3 for 73.
Yeah, in days gone by, Jim, as a batter, you were basically challenged to hit it over mid-on to get long on back. Whereas in this day and age, it seems that they just start straight back. You don't even have to do that from a batting point of view.
Doesn't worry Matt Henry. Around the wicket, Phillips comes up to Khawaja back beaten. That's a good one. That turned past his bat. That's very encouraging. I think with Matt Henry's batting, that bloke could be out on the road. He's trying to hit it over his head, yeah. And he did.
It's gripped and turned.
Yes. Nathan Lyon, I got 4 in the first innings. How many could I get in the second here? As Phillips comes in and down the pitch he goes and digs it out. He doesn't quite time it. He went a little early there, but he got to it without getting the timing in the offside shot. So a useful over from Phillips there. 3 for 73. Green is 8 and Khawaja there on 21 at the end of that over. So the game here is looking attractive on the third day. We're not so sure about what will happen maybe late tomorrow, certainly into Monday. They're talking about some rain. How are you, Geoff? Geoff Lemon's alongside me now.
Good morning. Yeah, it's all a bit all over the place, the forecast, depending which one you look at. A bit like it was during the Ashes. You can take your pick as to which forecast you'd like to follow, but some suggestions of heavy thunderstorms later this afternoon.
Now, O'Rourke charges in and he bowls where he bowled most of the last over, full and just outside the off stump. And Cameron Green is sort of settling into this, and he said, I'm just going to play it my way for a while here and have a look, not take a risk.
Worked the first time around. He took his time to build into that innings, even while the wickets were falling at the other end. During Australia's first innings, he wasn't spooked into playing big shots too early. He was only on about 30 when he started batting with the lower order.
They talk about Bazball, but if you look at the contradiction in the England team, it's Ben Ball. Ben Stokes bats like this when he comes in, as again O'Rourke bowls outside the off stump and he lets it go through most of the time. He just watches the game around him and then starts to move it.
Yep.
And Cam Green's the same, so I don't know whether it's Cam Ball or just sense ball. Just play it as you see it, rather than have these thoughts in your mind about what you need to be doing. More for the benefit of others perhaps than yourself, because it is it can be a pretty selfish game, the art of batting, and you've got to find a way around what suits you and what's good for the team. As Rourke charges in and Green is back and he forces it away into the covers just to the right to Ravinder out there, and they make an easy single, just getting over the bounce. 3 for 74.
Well, in some ways, selfishness is underrated in cricket. People criticise players for being selfish a lot of the time, but part of what drives you to success, particularly with batting, because it is such a solo pursuit. You know, a bowler needs the entire team around them working. They need the 11 in concert. They need the support from the other end. Batting works in partnerships, but it's primarily such a solo pursuit.
Here comes O'Rourke, aiming strongly at the line of the stumps. Khawaja in good defence, and he's looked pretty good today in the way he's gone about his defence. You always think that they should be bowling full or at him more often, because he's mainly back and across and watching and leaving a lot of them to go, but he defended pretty strongly there.
So, of course, it's possible to bat selfishly to the detriment of the team, and we've seen examples of it over the years.
Away goes O'Rourke and across the bows. He's waiting for it. You can just see him leaning, walking across. Sees the line, off stump, no good, not interested. Yes.
But for the most part, a player who bats, who could be accused of batting selfishly, is using the method that they think best to compile a big score, and ultimately that's what helps their team. So the idea that everybody has to be attacking all the time or keep the game moving all the time doesn't actually make sense when it's about each player finding a method that's going to work for them.
O'Rourke charges in, and it goes back and turns it away on the onside, and it goes out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a huge hole between fine leg and mid-wicket where there's a single, and Khawaja will happily take it. He's 22 at the end of the over. It's 3 for 75. The lead is now 279 for Australia.
So, yeah, it seems it's really a matter of interpretation. England can play just about any way they want and find a way to say that that is also baseball. But the great victory of baseball is that they've made Australians talk about the English cricket team so much. They haven't been able to stop talking about it. It keeps coming up. So it's well and truly got into a few Australian heads in the last 9 months or so.
It seems to have. But
extraordinary capacity for the England cricket team to annoy every other cricketing country in the world.
No, well, the moral victories, that was a good line, wasn't it? As Phillips starts around the wicket, another over, and he leans forward and misses. That was up on a length, drew him forward, pitch, turn, beat the edge, and neatly taken by the snappy keeping of Blundell behind. Certainly turned. I think probably left it in the end because it was just a fraction wide, but he's watchful. Has he got a straight break? Phillips comes up. Khawaja is playing the little dolly around the corner, lapped it, paddled it down to fine leg, and they come back for a second on the throw down there from who's down there in the deep? They took a Revenger, hasn't it? Has he gone down there? They took 2 runs. Doesn't look like a Revenger. It was a left armour.
No.
I think is that Santner on the field?
Subfielder. No, it's not Santner.
No, it's not Santner.
I think it's a substitute.
Yeah. Anyway, they picked up 2 runs on the paddle around the corner. And again, he's down the pitch and he's driving. And he's almost holding out an extra cover, but he gets a 3, maybe a 4, as they race through for 1 and 2 and turn for 3. Good running as he pounded that ball away. Not too far away from Southey at short cover, but there was intent there from Khawaja, because Phillips is a bit slower through the air than some, and he was down there lofting that just to the side of Southey, and it had to be tidied up in the deep by yes, Kugelheim. He's charging around the boundary. That took 3. Now Phillips back over the wicket. The Australian batsmen looking to score where they can. They know Phillips is not really a front line offie, and Green's forward, trying to turn, and it goes absolutely lavishly around the corner as he went with the line of the ball. Australia 3 for 80. Khawaja 27, Green 9. Line the man out for 41.
Just wonder if there's been some talk of declaration. Kawaja's been a bit more aggressive recently. If they've got a target in mind, whether it's the end of this session or whether they bat on.
Phillips goes in, back, takes it on the body. Maybe a bit of bat to body as it popped away on the offside, well wide of Blundell. But a little bit of uncertainty from Green in playing at that delivery. And again, there was turn, sharp turn, and it got onto his thigh pad. Yes, Nathan Lyon, as I say, he'd be licking his lips at the sight of this.
He already had a taste in the first innings because he was getting it to rag even yesterday. There was a sharp turn there, picked up 4 wickets at the end of the innings.
Yes, that's an interesting thought about how long this innings will go as Phillips bowls it forward, pushing away on the onside. Well bowled by Phillips. Again, just had Green a little in between. So how long will Australia be batting? I mean, do you make a declaration in contemplation of bad weather? It's 3 for 80, that bleeds 284.
Well, this is the kind of thing we've seen from Cummins, is that when they're well ahead, he'll often have them bat again, but only for a couple of sessions. It'll be a pretty brief putting up of the feet. Now, they're not going to set New Zealand something attainable like a 320 or something like that, but if they get up towards 380, 400, you'd think that could well be enough today, given that there's the chance of an interruption. I mean, the forecast said a thunderstorm north of Wellington City, so it might not actually get this far south, but there's rain predicted overnight and into tomorrow morning. It's supposed to clear tomorrow during the day and return towards the evening, but who knows at this point. And if they could get done in 4 days rather than 5 and have the extra day off with a quick 3-day turnaround between tests, they'd be pretty happy to do so.
That's what Brendan and Cullum's mob thought last year when they enforced the follow-on, as O'Rourke bowls now, and it's a bouncer and it's taken behind. But Williamson made 100, and England still had to get 230 and failed. So with 2 more days to come, do you leave the opposition less than 400 to get in 2 days?
In this day and age where teams have chased 350s and plus, but we haven't seen any more than, what have there been, 6 chases of 400 in Test history off the top of my head? We haven't seen one lately.
Here comes O'Rourke. An awkward ball that goes off the body glove into the gully along the ground. Now, Brian's gone for the Technicolor excitement here.
Well,
you're trying to tell us from the look of that it's going to be raining here soon.
It's all blue and yellow on there. It looks like a West Coast eagle is thrown up on the map.
Was it raining at Picton?
It probably is.
Have you told Coney? Yeah, that's right.
Jeremy's in the next box.
Yes, he's been making a few statements as O'Rourke charges in with good cause, as it's tucked away by Kawaja around the corner. It trickles down towards backward square, and they take a run. And Australia, they're just going along quietly here, and it's the bowling of Phillips that looks more awkward than the pace stuff at the moment. And there's clearly enough going on this surface if you've got the right bowling to trouble the batsman.
Well, Jeremy Coney, in a week like this, he has quite a good week. We've talked about how rarely New Zealand have beaten Australia in tests. Well, he captained 3 of the 8 wins that they've had, 85 and 86.
In goes O'Rourke and wide of the off stump. Cameron Green says no thanks. Let me hit something that's full or straight or short. Maybe a bumper. Try that. There's only one man back.
So the 400 run chasers, what have we got? There's the West Indies record, the 418 against Australia in 03. There's this South African one at Perth, which was 414 perhaps, thereabouts. You've got India's 406, is it? You've got Bradman and Morris with the 404.
Rourke charges in now, and he bowls just outside the off stump. West Indies in Antigua.
It's the same sort of thing, players trying to combat the likes of Nathan Lyon, the way they used to try and combat Shane Warne, that was always a good challenge to watch. Here's the next delivery from the new over bowled by Phillips through to Blundell.
The fast bowler is the gladiator, the spinner is the card sharp or the magician. You know, the fast bowler is Achilles and the spinner is Odysseus. They approach the problem in different ways.
Next delivery, Phillips continues round the wicket, just walks up to the bowling crease and bowls to Head, who leaves again, spinning quite sharply. Goodness me. Well, I always remember the days, you know, when New Zealand, the few times that we ever played Australia, you knew Australia wanted to do some business when they had Shane Warne and McGrath bowling.
Yes.
You know, usually after a lunch break. Phillips bowls to Head, who tries to sweep, gets it down fine. There's a good piece of work in the field. They'll get one as Ravindra tumbles over, almost lost it again and had to retrieve it as he did the forward roll. And a single to Travis Head. Not a convincing stroke. Top edge.
He'd be nervous. King Pair in the last test he played, out for 1 off 6 balls in the first innings here. Made 100 the innings before that, but the 3 innings since have produced 1 run from 8 balls. So at least he's underway here from his perspective. He's 1 off 4 at the non-striker's end.
Phillips back over the wicket, bowling to Green, who turns the ball into the onside. Again, spinning and crossing, waiting to play it and rolling the wrists, keeping it down. And of course, the ball bounces to him taller, so the ball stays in the air a little bit longer, doesn't it, when he's looking to turn the onside. There's a short forward leg and a leg slip. No player at slip. And then there's a short fine leg. Mitchell has gone there, backward square leg more perhaps.
And this short mid-wicket as well.
Southey. Phillips bowls again to Green, who goes onto the back foot and guides it out to Tim Southey.
What was that through the stump, mate? You weasel, he said. I don't know if he's speaking to the bowler or the batter. It's not usually a complimentary term, which might be unfair to weasels. They might be very nice animals. I've never met one.
Oh, I'm sure with your depth of experience you've come across the odd one or two. Weasels?
I can't say I've met one in person. I've read about them, you know, Wind in the Willows and all of that.
82 for 4. And the Southey wanted long on to come up to a deepish mid-on. Kugeline has been brought in. So he's looking to try and impose a little more pressure where he can. The point is he's only got the bowler to play with, hasn't he? He hasn't got runs in the bank. Phillips bowls to Green, who's back and just lets the ball come into the soft hands through to Blundell.
Well, I think that's the right approach. New Zealand have to take the most positive road. They have to say, OK, we're down by 286. What if we can bowl them out for a target of 340? And then set ourselves to chase that over a couple of days between rain breaks. That's a possible route back into a game. And, of course, his partnership can take that away in the next hour or so. But they've got to take wickets now. There's no point in playing with relative conservatism, having an
in-out at some stage.
Exactly. Yeah. You might slow down the declaration if you're more defensive, but you've got to get them out to have a chance of winning the game. So that's the right approach.
O'Rourke, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3. Phillips, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. The other wicket takers, Henry, 1 for 29 from his 9. And Southey getting a couple yesterday, 2 for 29 from 8. So the New Zealand attack is a little more threatening today, and they're not conceding runs to the extent that you might imagine.
Leg slip in.
Travis Head on strike to O'Rourke, and he's applying a defensive stroke, beating the outside edge of the bat as it goes through, and he gestures with his left arm as the ball moved away from him.
Yeah, that was a good delivery from O'Rourke. It was a difficult length. He got the line right maybe just a little too wide, but Travis Head does play at those, so they've got a short leg in about 8 paces back, plus a leg slip, plus 2 conventional slips, the gully and the point. It's a very aggressive field.
Yeah, the interesting part about O'Rourke too is he tends to get that open chest, doesn't he, and actually move the ball into the bat, which has created opportunities for him. Head waits for the next delivery and has him playing defensively, just jabbing at it. Not really a convincing stroke as he played it out towards mid-off. No run for him. 82 for 4. While it's been a little bit one-sided in Australia's favour through most of the game, we're seeing some testing cricket now. New Zealand are applying the kind of pressure that you want to see from them in a test game. That is the way to take Australia on. You can't just carry on through and be defensive, as you say. You've got to take them on. You've got to believe that you can beat them. Otherwise, they'll walk all over you. O'Rourke bowls to Head, and it's a short, tries to tuck it down fine, and that's why the leg slip is there. And Williamson They know that if the ball lifts alarmingly, Head will be vulnerable.
That was close. If Travis Head had got that shot better, he might have actually just dollied it straight through that leg slip. He ended up getting it on the glove down into the ground. But if he'd got the actual blade of the bat to it, it would have been his undoing. They've got mid-off in aggressively close as well, almost next to the non-striker. So they're really closing in this field. It's only kind of mid-on is relatively conventional in the fine leg.
Here's O'Rourke bowling to him again. This delivery has him working it into the onside, in the air, over mid-on, out towards the boundary, and slowing up. It may not go. Did it go through the hands of Matt Henry? And he could stop it. It stopped just inside the boundary rope, and they'll get 3 runs for it. Henry put his hand in the air. I don't know whether he got a hand to it, because it certainly went very slowly.
It was close. I think he might have just got a touch on it. That was just over the head of mid-on. Travis Head flicking it. Did he get a touch? Maybe. It slows up. It's back spinning. And in the end, Matt Henry's going so fast as he approaches the ball that he realises if he tries to dive and tap it, he'll crash into the fence. And then he realises he doesn't need to dive. He can just overrun it, run into the fence, bounce off it, and get back in the field to play to return the ball.
A ball perfectly placed for the sponsors' ad.
Max airtime.
85 for 4. Green works into the onside, out towards backward square leg. Will be fielded there by Ravindra. And there's one more run. They're drawing to a close. It's interesting, you talk about Travis Head being, sort of down on runs at the moment. All I remember of watching him from the television is a man who comes out and hits the ball crisply and firmly and confidently. And yet it's a slightly different view we're seeing of him at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a little bit twitchy at the moment. A little bit hot tin roof, even though it's a cold day out there in the middle.
Last ball of the over. In goes O'Rourke bowling to Head, and this one is short down the offside and left alone. Bat held high in the air as it goes through to Blundell to complete the over. 86 for 4. 30 overs completed, so as we look at it, the lead for Australia is 290. Green is 10, Head is 4. They've lost Khawaja for 28, Labuschagne for 2, Lyon 41, and of course Smith out for that duck early on.
But Head,
86 for 4.
Head with an opportunity. That's what batting with a big lead in the third innings gets you. You've pretty much got a free hit, so we'll have the chance to rattle up the score as they go through later into today. Brian Waddle's jumping out, Corbin Middlemas coming in, and Xavier Doherty is about to join in.
Seamless. Thanks, Geoff. Formula One pit stop. Just 2 in, 2 out. Basin Reserve in Wellington. Overcast day. It is expected to get a little more windy than it already is. 32 km/h winds on the way. The Australians with a lead of 290, 4 wickets down. Khawaja stumped and Lyon caught in front of the wicket, the 2 to go today. A bit more from Phillips, the offie, on his way in, and Green just pushes out on the leg side. There's no run. Just before we continue, now the lunch break today, Ben Cameron is going to take you through it. Wayne Clark, his special guest, former Australian swing bowler.
Yes.
And
some strong ties with
Western Australia, for starters. And to dig a little deeper, as Green gets an inside edge. French cut, runs away to short, fine leg, but no run. With Cameron Green, the man at the crease at the moment, who's had his real sort of breakout moment or arrival moment in Test cricket with 174 in the first innings. I just looked at the replay.
Are we in Chennai?
Doing plenty for the Tweakers, and Glenn Phillips is making it talk on what's turning out to be a bit of a ragger here as Green's forward and just pushes past Southey at mid-wicket down to long on for a single. So he moves to 11. The Aussies 4 for 87. The lead is 291.
I mentioned a few times throughout the first couple of days, Corb, the colour of the square. It's like this orange dust, the old used wicket, something you do associate with playing in India. And it's certainly, the playing strip is starting to play quite similar as well.
The red dirt on the square obvious as Glenn Phillips bowls a quicker one outside the off stump and Head lets it pass.
Which is great for cricket. I love watching subcontinent cricket, Corb. I know you're the same.
Oh, yeah.
It certainly keeps the game moving forward.
If you are a big Test cricket fan, as I'm sure a lot of you are listening to our broadcast, you'd be thinking, speaking of cricket in India, is there a Test match, one more to play in between that England series? As Head's driving out towards cover point, there's no single there. Reaches the fielder in Latham very quickly. That match doesn't start, what did we say, until the 7th
Still
of March.
5 days away.
Crazy.
So the English are no doubt just getting their handicaps down on a golf course in Dubai somewhere, which they did between the second and the third test as well. They cleared out of India for a few days.
It's amazing, isn't it, to lead the country between test matches. As Phillips coming around the wicket, sits up, and a cut shot from Travis Head straight into the ground before reaching Southey at cover. Durham Charlotte is the next match. It's the end of the over, by the way, from Phillips, who's getting it to do a little bit. His surf is certainly taking plenty of spin. We saw Nathan Lyon able to capitalise on that yesterday with 4 wickets, and now Phillips is the finger spinner for New Zealand. Has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 12. The Aussies 4 down. Their lead is 291. And I just get distracted by the cricketer myself when I'm trying to give promos, but Wayne Clark is the lunchtime guest. He coached Cameron Green at district cricket with Subiaco Floreat. He was also a selector for WA when Green was first picked in and around the WA squad. So that's the relevance there to Cam Green, and he'll be on during the lunch break.
He'll give us some insight on how Cameron Green made his way into first-class cricket and some of the mindset of the cricketer we've seen so much of over the last couple of days in particular.
ABC Cricket, Corbin, Middlemas and Xavier Doherty. We're watching Will O'Rourke from the Vent stand down wide of the off stump, and Green lets it go. He's on 11, Head's on 4. The Aussies 4 for 87.
Just one more thing on Cameron Green. It was so good getting to chat to Mitch Marsh out there in the earlier before play. How happy everyone is for Cameron Green. You know, everyone I think is aware of the pressure that was probably on him, given the fact that they're trying so hard to find a spot in this team for him, and the way that he's had to learn on the job almost. The fact that not only does he have to play Test cricket, he has to do it with all the pressure and the fact that, you know, we're shuffling the team around to make him fit in. So no doubt that the players are aware of that as well.
O'Rourke to Green, who defends back down the pitch to the bowler.
And it just speaks to Mitch Marsh's character. I reckon he was happier for Cameron Green than what Cameron Green was. Yep. You know, it's just everyone in that team was so happy for the success that Cameron Green found, particularly earlier in this day one, and then followed it up yesterday in the first session.
He doesn't have the same characteristics as a lot of people in and around his age. As Green's on strike, awaits O'Rourke. He's forward and he drives back down the ground, can't break the infield, and Henry rolls out from mid-off to retrieve it. If I was 6'6" and played cricket like that, I would have my shoulders pinned pretty far back, and I'd be very happy with how the whole setup's going. Big bucks in the IPL and everything else. And it's almost like confidence is a thing for him at times, and that he's not the most outgoing character, and that would be tough for a 24-year-old in a group where everybody else is really 30 and above. So there is a significant age gap there. But even Mitch again said this morning that, you know, it's a confidence thing for him. He went out there and played confident cricket. And so O'Rourke bowls to Green, who pushes out towards point, and it's fielded again inside the ring. So no run there. 4 for 87, the lead 291 for the Aussies. But it's almost like they just want him to believe in himself as much as everyone else does, and we saw him certainly play in that manner on day one and day two.
So you're almost saying, I don't know the guy. I've never spoken to Cameron Green, and we didn't cross paths in our cricket careers. I wouldn't know the first thing about him, to be honest. But is someone who wouldn't like that pressure, or it just feels really foreign for him, or it's just a challenge to have to deal with it.
O'Rourke on his way in, bowls to Green, and he defends back down the pitch.
Or more a challenge than most, with as you say, given his characteristics.
Maybe just the way he doesn't. I mean, you have to have a fair bit of confidence, surely, to be able to play Test cricket and achieve in first-class level and everything else. So I'm sure he has a lot of inner belief, but maybe because it's not shown outwardly as much as other people. So he's not a loud figure in the dressing room or anything like that. So I think a lot of the other boys think, they all look at him and think, this guy's special. He's just going to be something else for 15 years in Test cricket. And I think they wonder sometimes, does he believe in that as much or see it as much, as Green drives back to the bowler and ends up out at mid-off and picked up by Henry. There's no run. It's the end of the over. So 4 for 87, a maiden. Heads on 4, Green's on 11. The lead is 291 for Australia as we tick towards the lunch break on day 3.
It's a great point you make, isn't it? Because the way he plays, you know, he bowls at 140. I've seen him bowl spells in Shield cricket that are up in the mid-140s. He thumps the ball. You know, he's a really aggressive player and can hit it a mile. And you do associate players like that to someone who puffs their chest out and says a bit on the field. He's not a sledger. He certainly doesn't appear to be. He's not someone who gets in your face.
He's got no strut, doesn't walk with any swagger. Just sort of...
a gentleman, almost.
Absolutely. It's there's something that's absolutely quite... that you're drawn to him by the way that he holds himself, but one of the quieter members of the locker room. 4 for 87, the Aussies. The lead is 291. And Glenn Phillips going to continue from the Adelaide Road end of the ground, the far end from us. Outside the off stump, cracked away by Head, pass out the inside the ring at cover, out towards the deep cover boundary, and it's saved inside there by Henry, the Kugelheim, who throws it back into the bowler's end. Travis Head will get through for a couple, so he moves to 6. The Aussies are 4 down. The lead is up over 270.
It's been a very Travis Head innings so far. This is what we've come to expect a little bit. Very jumpy and nervy and struggling to find the gaps.
Lead 293 as Phillips, the quicker one. Cut shot away from Head. It's in the air, but safe. And well fielded in the end. Diving out to his left, picked up on the hop by Latham. But, gee, that's...
almost on cue, isn't it? He's a guy that he looks really jumpy. I really feel for the batters who have to come in next. Well, it's Mitch Marsh, who plays in a similar way, so it's almost Alex Carey. He's got to follow 2 guys who play their shots, and it's always a bit unnerving when you're the next man in that case.
So he's 14 balls for his 6. He awaits Phillips. He's sweeping. Oh, bounces off Young underneath the lid at short leg. And I'll take a single. The ball ends up at mid-wicket. Williamson trots back to retrieve it. So Head to 7. 7 off 15. His previous 9 balls in Test cricket coming into today, he was out 4 times. So he's been able to get through 15 deliveries so far.
And that's the pattern we see, isn't it? And even today, like, he doesn't look out of form. You know, he's popped a couple up and, you know, he's hit some balls in the air. You expect him to make runs, given that's been the pattern so far in his career.
Phillips tries to Green, who goes back, tucks it off his thigh pad, but picked up by the man in Darryl Mitchell at backward square.
It's almost just at some stage today, he'll play a cover drive, absolutely lace it, and that'll be it. The switch will be flicked and he'll be into his groove. He hasn't quite done it yet in his first 15 balls. And we are approaching lunch. We've got 9 minutes.
19 degrees, but windy. You can see the trees blowing around the Basin Reserve. Windy Wellington living up to its moniker. Dropping one in short, Phillips, and Green pounces all over it. Crunches it out of the park. That's 6. Over mid-wicket. And Cam Green, as soon as he saw the length, he thought, I'm having a fair piece of that. Belts it out of here.
Yeah, one thing we've seen is spin today, but the other thing we've seen is quite a bit of bounce. That was a little bit short, not a long hop, but Cameron Green was waiting for something slightly short where he'd get every opportunity for it just to sit up and he would hit it wherever he likes. There is a deep square leg out, but he had all the time in the world to place that one.
Out in front of the William Wakefield Memorial, the colonial figure, which stands out like a beacon on that hill as Green again gets a short one, turns it straight into Young underneath the lid at short leg and turns and apologises, just keeping with the character of the man we were touching on moments ago.
Very apologetic, yeah.
The lead is 300. It's the end of the over, so 4 for 96, the Aussies in their second dig. Lead 300 flat, Green 17, Head 7. Corbin, Middlemas and Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket.
The gentle giant he is. Doesn't want to hurt a fly. Cameron Green, again, the ball was there to be hit. Who is the man? Is that Tom Latham, the man under the...
Young.
Young is the man who copped it fair on top of the helmet. A couple of pats on the back from his teammates to make sure he's okay. Yeah, the New Zealand Christmas trees. You can have another crack at the...
Oh, Jim pronounced it pretty well earlier.
Bahutakawa.
Yeah, I'm happy to roll with that. Bahutakawa.
The New Zealand Christmas trees.
Yep.
That flower around that time of the year.
Keen to do some cultural stuff while we're here. Get the opportunity to head out and maybe if we can...
That was it.
Do a little bit.
Other restaurants, yeah.
We'll see what we can do with if the test finishes early. We do have, I think, 3 days off. One of those will be a setup day. We've got a game of cricket to play, Xavier.
We do,
yes.
Corb. We do.
Xavier Doherty is coming out of retirement.
It's been a long time between drinks. I literally, as soon as my first class career was over, I thought I was going to play 5 or 6 years of club cricket and I'd really enjoy it. I played about 3 games and that was it. I well and truly had enough, and that was about 7 years ago. So I've been roped into a game.
Yes.
Well, we've both been roped into a game.
We have.
Hopefully, we're hearing it might be
There's
on a test venue somewhere.
There's some talk it could be here once this test is completed. Original thoughts were it may be in Christchurch, but the match has been moved to Wellington. Here's Kugelheim, who's on, replacing O'Rourke from the Van Stand. He bowls wide of the off stump and head lets it go. So that would be a real treat. The Aussie media versus the New Zealand media.
We've got Brian Waddle up here. Surely if anyone can move some mountains and get the boys out onto the hallowed turf of the Basin Reserve, he's the man.
A bit wary of Brian, though. He would be in the other camp, the New Zealand media, so I'm not sure we want to sort of follow his instructions too much around this game. But I think Adam Collins and Brad Sundaresan, we'll see how we go. And so we thought we'd rope in a former test player and Xavier Doherty to try and bolster our team a little bit away from home. Ahead on 7, awaits Kugelheim, tucks the ball off his hip, out through square leg. There's a short leg up inside what would be the 30-yard ring, so that'll race all the way to the boundary for 4. Head to 11. The Aussies 4 for 100 and the lead balloons to 304.
Yeah, I mentioned last over, Travis Head is just waiting for a shot to get his innings underway. I just get the feeling that Scott Kugelheim might be the recipe for that shot we're after, Corb. We've seen throughout this game he can bowl the test match special, but he also bowls a little bit of loose stuff, and that one just on the hip of Travis Head, some perfect timing. The genuine short leg, which they had in a moment ago, is just pushed back 2 or 3 pitches across, and probably looking for something, again, a similar shot that he just needs to be within range and enough reaction time to take that sort of catch.
Kugelheim dips it in short again, and Head's keen to pull, but he gets caught up in the ball. He bounces off his body and drops short of the wicket on the offside. So Australia 4 for 100. The lead is 304. Green is 17. And Travis Head is 11. The story of the day, Nathan Lyon, a quick fire 41 off 46. The night watchman out caught in front of the wicket by Young off the bowling of Henry. And then Usman Khawaja was stumped by Blundell of Phillips bowling. He was out for 28. Uzi having faced 69 balls. So they're the 2 to go today. Lead is 304 as we tick towards lunch. On day 3 at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, Kugelheim hits the crease. Outside the off stump, Head's keen to cut it. He does, back with a point, and it'll race away for 4 more. Travis Head looking settled now. He moves to 15, 4 for 104.
He has no intention of settling his game down here. What have we got? 4 minutes till lunch. He sees run opportunities here, Travis Head. That one from Kugelheim, not wide. There's probably only a 4th stump line, a fraction short. Probably not a bad place to be bowling in Test cricket, but Travis Head is lining Scott Kugelheim up here. He knows as much as anyone that the last 4 or 5 innings haven't quite gone Travis Head's way. I think he can feel a big score coming his way today. He moves to 15 off 19 deliveries.
There was a question for you from Teddy off the SMS a little earlier, Xavier, about whether the venue and the ground reminds you of the city anywhere in particular. His head on 15 awaits Kugelheim, who's around the wicket. It's a short ball and it's pulled away down to fine leg for 1, so head to 16. Lead is 309. It's the end. I think I've gone early. 1 to come. 1 to come in the over. 4 for effectively 309.
Did we mention yesterday that it feels like Hobart here? I got in some trouble yesterday.
We didn't, we shouldn't have.
I was only answering questions yesterday.
Yeah,
and I think we maybe just brought it up 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, I think
more often for Teddy's liking.
Yeah, I think I had a few goes at it as well. So we'll put away the Hobart comparisons, but it is another beautiful place in the world. Here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, we're about 2 k's away from the CBD of Wellington, nestled at the foot of Mount Victoria and Mount Cook. The first match played here in 1868. As Kugelheim drops one in short, and Green's happy to watch it zip past him. That's the end of the over. So 4 for 105. The lead is 309 for the Australians. That first match played here was between the Wellington Volunteers and the crew of HMS Falcon. So basically a ship which docked here from Britain, and the crew decided to play a game against the locals from Wellington at this ground. Only a couple of years earlier, there was an earthquake which flattened the ground, and so they decided to build some sporting facilities, including a cricket ground.
What year are we talking there? The 1870s, was it?
Earthquake was 1855.
Yeah.
The first match here was 13 years later, 1868.
1868.
Now, the reports from the game suggest there were stones and thistles in the grass, and so there was a few injuries to a couple of the players. but ultimately it would go on to host Test cricket for the first time about 50 years later. The first Test match was played here in the 20s, so over 100 years now of Test cricket at the ground, and there is a museum in the old pavilion down at Deep Backward Square, or Fine Leg, from where Travis Head's about to receive this delivery from Phillips. Comes around the wicket and Head just bumps it away on the offside. Southie fields at cover. And we went for a little trip.
We did.
Down to the museum a short time ago. I managed to catch up with the museum curator, Sarah Jacobs. So we'll hear from Sarah during the tea break today. But I'm keen to get your observations of what you saw from the New Zealand Cricket Museum. Opened in 1987. Phillips a quicker one. Head again confidently plays to Southie at cover.
You want some now?
Yeah, what'd you say?
The prisoner of war cricket ball astounded me.
Yeah.
The quality of ball, and I'd heard stories and seen some photographs of how the Australians and the New Zealanders spent their time while on service.
Probably the last over before lunch. Phillips around the wicket, heads back, and he cuts, picks the gap between short cover and cover point, and away for 4. In front of the Wakefield Monument out on the eastern side. And that is a fine boundary for Travis Head. Picked the gap in the offside, and the horizontal bat stroke does the trick again for him. He moves to 20.
He looks in the groove now, Travis Head. But yeah, and there's actually a cricket ball from 1942, and the quality of the ball down there has to be seen to be believed. You've taken a couple of photos, haven't you, to upload to the ABC socials?
Phillips on his way in again. What's the follow-up? Same result. Cracked away in the same gap. 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Travis Head. Beautiful shot, and that is his go. He moves to 24. The lead is 317.
No intention of seeing out this over. Travis Head, short and wide there from Phillips. It deserved to be hit away. It only took a couple of shots, and Travis Head just feels like he's in his groove now. But yeah, just to finish that off, so they used a cricket ball, they gathered some string from the parcels sent to them, and the quality of this ball is actually unbelievable.
Phillips on his way in, bowls to Head, who tucks it off his pads to mid-wicket. We'll put some photos up. There's some amazing stuff in there, but that in particular
took my eye. Yeah, that was fantastic. Well worth, if you're ever in Wellington at the Basin Reserve, well worth 20 minutes or half an hour just to wander around and check out some of the history that comes with New Zealand cricket.
Good. We've been busy today on the socials front. You played the role of cameraman a little earlier on as Phillips bowls to Head, who whips it away to mid-wicket, fielded by Williamson. That'll do us. Lunch, as you heard the call from umpire Murray Erasmus. Australia 4 for 113 in their second dig at lunch. The lead is 317. The two not-out bats. Cam Green, who is yet to be dismissed in the Test match, he goes in on 17. And Travis Head is not out on 24. And this looks like the best of Travis Head after a couple of shaky knocks after his 100 in Adelaide. And the Aussies taking the honours in the session, 2 for 100 in the 27 overs. As we hit the lunch break on day 3, the thoughts of Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket.
Yeah, thanks, Corb. A pretty good session again there from Australia. I guess led by Nathan Lyon, of all people. He's a guy who came out at the start of the day. He served his time as night watchman last night. He batted today with just that real freedom, which took any sting out of New Zealand. As you mentioned, Corby, he made his way to 41 of 46 deliveries. He played with some luck. He nicked some balls through the slips cordon and over the slips cordon. But as I mentioned, he just took the sting out of New Zealand new ball bowling this morning, if you like. So that was a nice way for Australia to settle into the day. Usman Khawaja made his way to 28. He looked at ease. He looked like he was doing Usman Khawaja things, but just towards the end, he looked a little. What's the word? He just wanted to get on with it, and played a couple of reverse sweeps, which found the fielder, and in the end, it was tempted by Glenn Phillips off spinner, made his way down the wicket and didn't get back in time. And I guess from then on, Cameron Green, he played a back foot punch shot. It only went for 3 off his very first ball. Just showing signs that Cameron Green is growing in confidence, and coming off 174, I think it might have been in the first innings. He continued on with the first ball he faced today. And Travis Head, as we mentioned, took a little while to get going, but it was only going to take one or two shots, and he was going to find his groove. I think the introduction of Scott Kugelheim and the fact that he was going to serve up some juicy deliveries sort of helped the cause, and a couple of boundaries there in the last over off Glenn Phillips has got Travis Head to 24 off 26. And, you know, we know so often that when Travis Head starts to get going, it can be bad news for the opposition. So all in all, a pretty good session for Australia. I'm thinking it's been a tough game to predict so far, Corb, but I'm predicting that given the weather forecast, Australia would want to be bowling later on today. You know, the lead is now at 317, somewhere in the mid to high 400s. Have a good crack at New Zealand later on this afternoon.
It feels like everyone that reads the forecast is reading something different, and given how windy it is here, I imagine it would change often, given how windy it is and the weather patterns in and around Wellington. But from my look at the forecast, there's a thunderstorm tomorrow afternoon, slated at about 1 p.m, and then there is a bit more rain scheduled on day 5. So that is another hurdle that the Aussies will have to overcome as they hunt the last 10 New Zealand wickets for victory in this Test match. The two men out in that morning session, as X touched on, line for 41, caught Young in front of the wicket off Henry's bowling from 46 balls. And Usman Khawaja stumped Blundell, bowled Phillips for 28. They're the only two men out. Head on 24 looking the goods, and 17 for Cam Green. Just to wind up and all that, so Sarah Jacobs, the museum curator, we'll hear from her during the tea break. We'll also put some of those photos up on social media. And you played the role of cameraman earlier for a nice little video series of down from the boundary's edge up to the commentary box. We've talked a lot about it, so if you are on Twitter, check out ABC Sport, at ABC Sport. You can jump on there and see how we get from downstairs to upstairs, and the only way to do it, and stairs is a key point in all that.
They don't make life easy, do they? It was tough. I wanted to front the camera, by the way, and Corb pulled rank and
said, "Come on, mate, I'm on this side."
But it was a long walk up. Yeah, they don't make life easy, and the bathrooms are way down on the bottom level as well. So in between stints, we've got our work cut out. Which, if we're short of breath, you now know why.
Let me knock over a couple of these quickly before the news. If questions around captaincy don't go away, who is next in line for New Zealand? Pat from Brisbane. Questions around the captaincy. So Tim Southey's the experienced captain at the moment. Kane Williamson's already given it up. I imagine you'd be looking at the next generation.
Well, we need some of our New Zealand folk to probably dig a little deeper on that.
Should we take that one on notice?
We'll do that. Yeah, let's park that one.
We'll come back to that, Pat. Perfect day in Brisbane to work in the garden and listen to the cricket. Keep up the great work, lads, from Pat. Thanks, Pat. Please point out to the Kiwis that we have no weasels in Australia. They are a New Zealand phenomenon. So that must be to pick up from an earlier comment too on that front off the SMS. 0467 920 222. Keep them coming. Lunch break on day 3. Australia 4 for 113. The lead is 317. Wayne Clark is the special guest joining Ben Cameron during the lunch break in a few moments' time. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good morning. The Prime Minister says the community of Dunkleek deserves a strong advocate as voters cast their ballots for the seat in Melbourne's outer southeast. The poll was prompted by the death of Labor MP Peter Murphy in December last year and is set to be a test for both the Albanese government and the opposition. Jodie Bellier is representing the Labor Party, while the Liberals candidate is former Frankston Mayor Nathan Conroy. Anthony Albanese joined Ms Bellier at a polling booth this morning and says she's the right person to carry on Peter Murphy's legacy.
Now, what I want for my birthday is obvious today, which is a win for Jodie Bellier. And I do that because this community deserves a strong advocate. This community needs a strong advocate, and Jodie Bellier will be that strong advocate.
A political analyst says it's unlikely the Liberal Party can win the federal seat of Dunkley in today's by-election. Dr Zahra Gazarian says candidates Jodie Bellier for Labor and Nathan Conroy for the Liberals are both true local candidates who know their community. He says Dunkley voters are likely to reflect a national decline in Labor's popularity.
But the question is whether it's enough to see this seat change hands from Labor to the Liberal Party. And I suspect at the moment, while the Liberals may be feeling a bit confident or hopeful, I'm not sure that 6% margin or over 6% margin is something that they can achieve in one go at this by-election.
The Prime Minister says the decision to allow New South Wales police officers to march in this year's Mardi Gras is a good outcome. The Sydney Mardi Gras Board had asked police not to attend the march following the alleged murder of Jesse Baird and Luke Davies by serving officer Beau Lamar Condon. But it later reversed that decision, allowing...
3 weeks ago, the F1 season now underway. It got underway last night with qualifying. Max Verstappen on pole, as he so often is, and 32nd time in his career. There was some rain at lunch over in Wellington. They've taken the covers off, I'm led to believe, which is good news. Australia 4 for 113. That's a lead in excess of 300. It's 317. And I'm pleased to say, just before I go there, in fact, just a reminder that if you are listening on Sport Digital in New South Wales, ACT and Queensland, that in 25 minutes you will head to Roy and HG, then the NRL coverage. If you wish to listen to the cricket, go to the ABC Listen app, click on the cricket ball toggle, and you will get it. Okay, that's the housekeeping done. Australia 4 for 113, a lead of 317. I'm pleased to say that I can throw it back to the always mischievous voice of summer, Jim Maxwell.
Ben, I don't know what costume you were wearing at lunchtime, but there were a number of people on the ground who were. This is dress-up day. They have those in England on a regular basis during Ashes series. Well, they had one here. They had everyone parading on the ground at the far end. I don't know what they were doing as they were cavorting around the place. Our mate next door, Barry Sanderson, otherwise known as Barrett Sanderson, was there with his pyjamas on as Southey goes in and bowls wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. But I don't know whether there were prizes handed out, Xavier, or what happened down at the far end. It was all too much in the distance to be able to follow. Did you take note of anything that was unusual or spectacular about it?
I saw Barat. I was going to ask you, what did they do before you were allowed to have mascot races at lunchtime in the cricket? That just seems a thing of the past now that people just...
I think my young day when we had lunch, you had lunch. And everyone sat around peacefully and had a quiet conversation and got on with life as Southey bowls. And he's edging this, guiding it away off the back foot down towards third man, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. So one of the few boundary strokes from Green. He's 21. He's almost catching ahead. He's raced ahead to him. 24 and Australia 321 in front at 4 for 117.
A reasonably placid start from Tim Southey. He started the session with a short and wide one, which I think Cameron Green immediately regretted not having a dip at. So Tim Southey gave him an invitation second time round. He wasn't so kind to let 2 pass in a row, and that was the easiest of shots for a guy who is in career best form.
Now there's a deep point as Southey runs into Green. Green lets it go. No, I'm all for the involvement of the mob who are here. You know, keep them interested. Young people being attracted to the game for various reasons, perhaps other than what's going on in the middle for 6 hours of the day. But yes, I think it was a better bet just to have them come out onto the ground as they did in the first 2 days and look at the cricket altar in the middle.
And it's been a nice feature of the test this week, hasn't it? Allowing the patrons onto, they rope off a third of the ground and let them up close and personal with the playing strip.
Here's Southey bowling, pitching up. He's hit back a catch through his hands. It burst through his grasp and they're gone for a single. It was hard hit by Cameron Green leaning forward. The hands went up from Southey. He couldn't clutch it. Oh, he's having an unhappy time when the ball comes his way off the bat. He dropped one last night. And that one wasn't easy. I think, he a little off balance, and it came back pretty firmly. It hit the top of his fingers.
He was beaten by lack of pace there, Cameron Green. He threw his shot way too early. He got a decent enough piece to it. Tim Southey, he's shaking his hands, but the fact that he got 2 hands to it, I think we're going to have to classify that one as a genuine chance. They're never easy in your follow through, particularly as a fast bowler, but another chance goes down, particularly from Tim Southey.
So he's got 195 runs before he gave a chance in the match. That's pretty good. As Southey bowls and Travis Head gets back and behind the ball down the pitch. He's the danger man for New Zealand here. It doesn't matter what they bowl, because if he gets his eye in, he starts banging 4s as he did just before lunch.
Yeah, the signs didn't look good. The fact that Travis Head, as scratchy as he looked, 4 balls in the first innings until he wafted one It took him 15 or 17 balls in this innings just before lunch. He was able to whip a couple off his hip and really get into the pace of his innings. So some bad signs for New Zealand.
Southie bowls, back goes Travis Head and firmly steers the ball away to point, deep point, where Ravindra is coming into field. So, that's the end of the over. Yeah, that is the end of the over. Australia 4 for 118, Green 22 and Head 25. Or 4 for 119, I should say. So the lead is 323. And you wonder how many will be enough. You'd think anywhere near 400, but you keep an eye on the weather. I mean, how do you work these things out?
I think they do have to keep an eye on the weather. They tend to say that they don't, but with the forecast that we've had here, the outlook from a long way out that we were going to get some rain on day 4 and 5. They had the covers on for a brief period at the lunch break. We are expecting a few showers throughout day 4 and 5. So I think Pat Cummins and Andrew McDonald will have one eye on the weather forecast as they make decisions. I think 400 would be the bare minimum. I'm expecting them to bat well and truly into the last session of today's play and see where they end up.
So here we go, the challenge of slower stuff and turn against Travis Head, and he drives and misses outside the off stump. He was pitched up, he went for it, he missed it, and Blundell took it and waved the ball over the bail. So Australia resumed at a pretty shaky 2 for 13, and in fact it was Nathan Lyon who got the momentum going, throwing his bat at a few and hitting some in the middle, some off the edge, as Phillips bowls pushed away by Head to short cover. He made 41, caught by Young off Henry, 46 balls, 6 fours. And then Khawaja went after Phillips and was stumped, couldn't get his bat down behind the line as he turned. He was out for 28. And Phillips from the southern end bowls again, and Head says, no, I'm not invited to dance with you there. So Green 22, Head 25. Australia 4 for 119. And 2 wickets to Southey, 1 each to Henry and Phillips. Phillips around the wicket, a short leg and a slip and a short cover. He rolls it in on the back foot, pounded away behind the point. He's sliding that stroke more down to third man. It's touch and go. Will it make it? It's just cut off inside the rope. A desperate attempt to prevent a boundary. Latham chasing back, and the result was 3 on the luscious back cut from Head, who's 28. The rapier thrusts are coming here and there from Travis Head. He's the momentum man in this Australian batting lineup.
He is a top edgy there. They like their chances for a split second, New Zealand. It went to the right hand of Latham, who was fielding at backward point, so the first slip was interested for a short moment. That's how Travis Head plays, isn't it, Jim? He gives him a good look at it, and before you know it, he makes his way to 28. Another 10 or 15 minutes, he'll be approaching a half century. That's the pattern of play from Travis Head.
Now, Green has been mainly cautious against Phillips, other than 1-6, but he's now forward to a length delivery and pushes it out to mid-wicket. Slightly short from Phillips before lunch, and he tugged it away towards the Wakefield Memorial in the distance on the grassy slopes or next to them, with the crowd out there keenly watching it all. A leg slip, a short leg nearby, and Phillips rolls in and he's forward to it and pokes it away around the corner off a thick inside edge. The ball is turning, folks. Nathan Lyon is salivating in the pavilion. It's 4 for 122 at the end of the over.
It is, Jim, and it's bouncing. Phillips is not a tall man. He wouldn't be anywhere near 6 foot. He's a small off spinner, and you associate that with someone who just slides the ball on and is hitting the stumps quite a bit. Cameron Green and Travis Head aren't looking to come forward at all. They know that along with some of that spin, there's also an extreme amount of bounce on this wicket. So not many balls are going to be hitting the stumps. Cameron Green on that occasion was stuck on the crease with the sharp turn and bounce. The inside edge really could have gone anywhere. They had a short leg and a leg slip. It's very subcontinent conditions here in Wellington.
It's a bit cool, but it's not wet. That's very important. because otherwise we'll be talking Swahili here as Saudi bowls and tightens up. Travis Headley pushes it back down the pitch. Well, we'll be talking something. It's whether or not you'd be happy to engage and send us some notes and the rest of it as we squirrel through the afternoon of a damp day, which may be more tomorrow than today from the look of it, from the sound of it, or maybe Monday. Maybe not at all. This game could be over by then, of course. Australia have a very good lead, and the breeze you can see buffeting Southey as he runs in and bowls it, and it's short and it's hoiked away around the corner by Travis Head along the ground for a single. And you're watching the Pohutakawas in the distance there. They are hopping around. They're doing a little jig, aren't they? All of those branches.
You're enjoying that word, aren't you?
Pohutakawa?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
The New Zealand Christmas tree.
Yep. I'd like to see a haka done under the Pohutakawa. We get a few bods out here to do one for us. Just up the roads where they used to do it at Athletic Park, but that place is long gone. As Southey runs in and bowls it, and it's firmly hit by Green for 4. Between the bowler and mid on that was pushing forward and over the line of the ball. Played it along the ground, played it sweetly, and Green moves along to 30 and the score to 127.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
I think you're spot on there, Jim. 127. Yeah. The Australians, a beautiful shot there from Cameron Green. He was caught out in the last over by the lack of pace. On that occasion, just gave himself a split second longer and punched it down the ground.
Southey bowls, he drives and misses. It was up and wide, but noticeable intent here from Green, which wasn't apparent before lunch when he was just getting himself into a groove of playing every ball on its merits. Now he's just getting a bit more extravagant at times and trying to keep the board moving to a point where Australia, well, they might get bowled out, but we'll stop this and get back into the field. Sometime after tea, you would think. 2 slips and a gully, a deep point, a deep square, fine leg, and Southey goes in and the ball is left alone, skidding through a bit lower outside the line of the off stump. So I'm mainly here in the cave. Is it cooler outside?
It's not. No, it doesn't. It's not as bad as it looks. It's quite gloomy, and you can what are the Christmas trees? Pohutakawa. They're bristling and they're moving in the stiff breeze, but it's probably still hovering around the 19-degree mark, so it's not too uncomfortable. Glenn Phillips from the other end is actually getting quite a bit of drop. He's bowling into the breeze and getting some nice shape to go with his turn and bounce.
Here's Southey ploughing in and bowling, and Green's playing defensively to a well-pitched delivery in that spot where he could neither attack or defend with any confidence, and so he played it down the pitch to end the over. 4 for 127. Australia lead by 331. And the pop music continues.
It's back. You're a big fan, aren't you, Jim? What was your request for their playlist today? Did you submit a request?
I didn't, but I would have thought they should give it a more Kiwi flavour most of the time. And you can bounce out of a Dragon, what is it, Crowded House?
Crowded House.
Maybe Kiri Te Kanawa if you wanted to.
This is Keen, isn't it? I'm looking at Geoff Lemon. This is Keen. Song name slips my mind at the minute, so an English band.
English band, right. Okay, well, more New Zealand stuff. If you're going to do it, you just do it with a bit of hometown flavour. Now, Phillips, he's spinning a yarn or spinning something out there. He's turning it. And they're just working out what to do. Yeah, take the short leg out and put Will Young away at point from the look of it. Yeah, so they're just going to have one close inner.
He's played. Well, they're just shuffling him around, trying to find the right. He's going to settle in at a squarish cover to go alongside Tim Southey. He's hit a couple of those cut shots in the air through that region.
So 2 short covers and a wideish slip around the wicket. It's Phillips and Head forward, defends into the covers. Somewhere Only We Know.
There we go. That's the song name.
Okay. Thank you for that. you'll get the job if that fellow wants a rest. Phillips bowling his offies. Head is driving at it, and he hits it in the air down towards long off. He could be a thought. He's out. He's holed out. He went to hit that to the onside, and he's got the leading edge, and it's gone up high in the air. I think Kugeline down there near the boundary had long off. Yeah, he wasn't trying to hit it there. He was trying to hit it to the onside. Got a leading edge, and Kugeline came around to take what was in the end a pretty easy catch. Yeah, that was a bit swipish.
It was. He was finding life pretty tough, Travis Head, particularly off Glenn Phillips in that little period post-lunch. There's quite a bit of bounce. There's quite a bit of spin. I think with the fact that they plugged that gap at cover, they've gone with the two short covers, was his one release shot. The fact that they plugged that gap, he was looking for somewhere else, and over mid-on was probably not the answer on this wicket just at the moment. In the end, it looks like a pretty soft out, a leading edge that Scott Kugeline had all the time in the world to sit underneath. But some excellent bowling, it must be said. Again, this wicket is taking some turn, and as you mentioned a moment ago, Jim, Nathan Lyon would be loving the look of this.
He was out for 29. And just letting you know that if you're listening on ABC Sport Digital in New South Wales, Queensland and the ACT, or the ABC Sport button on the Listen app at 12:05 Eastern Time, you'll be getting Roy at HG, followed by NRL coverage from Las Vegas. To keep listening to the cricket, head to the red cricket ball button on the ABC Listen app. And that announcement came to you courtesy of Corbin Middlemas.
Who's your mob in the NRL, Jim? You're a Bunnies man, aren't you?
No, unfortunately, I am in with the Bunnies. I enjoy them, but the Roosters
at heart.
Historically are my team. But my wife Jen's father played for South, so they're addicted.
Okay.
Her family are just addicted to the Rabbitohs.
They're featuring in Las Vegas this weekend.
Yeah, they'll be there. And Mitch Marsh is here in the middle with a short leg and a leg slip, and Phillips has got a couple of poles now. He bowls to Marsh, and Marsh tries to turn. He's caught it short leg. The first ball he's played it straight into Will Young's hands at short leg, and Australia lose their 6th wicket. We always say in these situations, don't even talk about a declaration. They'll get bowled out, and they should. 6 for 127. Marsh out. Thank you, Mitch. The primary club salutes you. You have just made sure that everyone has to donate $10 because you got out to the first ball you faced. Came off the shoulder of the bat, I think, and went straight into Young's hands in close. Well, if you're going to get a duck, that's the way to get it.
Well, there's no good way to get a duck, Jim. I spoke about the soft out of Travis Head moments ago. That just looked like catching practice. That's the sort of stuff that before the start of play, the fielding coach gets out there and just knocks little catches to his short leg just off the face of the bat. And you sometimes think that's not how they come in the game. That's exactly how it came. Mitch Marsh turned the face of the bat and off the stickers of his willow, played it straight into Shortleg's hands.
But the way the game is moving here, you'd already think 331's a pretty handy score to defend in the 4th innings on a pitch that's starting to play a few more tricks than perhaps Wellington does as a rule. It's a bit more of a bouncing, turning surface than we expected. And it's a hat-trick ball for Glenn Phillips as Alex Carey arrives at the crease. So let's see what he can produce to the left-hander. He's got a wonderful opportunity here if he can get it on the right spot. All these chaps around the bat. There's a slip and a gully and a short point, silly point. There's 4 men there on the clustered on the offside, and now Ravindra comes in under the helmet at short leg. The crowd are getting behind this. They want to see a New Zealand hat-trick. They want a little bit of something from this game that they can truly remember. There hasn't been a lot for the New Zealand fans. Carey has the strike. Potential hat-trick ball. Phillips has the ball. He bowls to Carey. Carey leaves. Wasn't full and straight enough. He didn't have to play, and he let it go through. Anticlimax. A dot.
It was a very nice delivery. But Glenn Phillips is struggling to bowl balls that are actually hitting the stumps here. There's so much turn and bounce that to get something to hit the stumps bowling to the left-hander in Carey, he's going to have to pitch at a foot outside leg. And, of course, that's not the place he wants to be bowling. It was just wide of off stump and spinning away, and Blundell, in all the theatre, caught it up above his shoulders.
It turned, didn't it? Yeah. And Phillips has taken 3 wickets. He's done a very good job, given that New Zealand haven't turned up with a front-line off-spinner, or spinner of any sort. But Phillips does a very handy job. Now we're going back to slip gully and 2 short covers. Phillips tries again, comes into Carey. Carey swings into this and drives it almost, hitting a catch to Southey in short cover. Hit it a little airily in front of him. And now he's just indicating to Young, go back a little bit at cover alongside him on his right. So Australia's 6 down, 2 wickets pretty quickly. Phillips to Carey. Carey back, and it's pretty wide in the end outside the off stump. It's hard to control it. And 2 wickets in the over. Australia's 6 for 127. Brace yourself for it. The man in the suspenders is coming in to join you.
Thanks, Jim. What an over from Glenn Phillips. Think of all the bowlers featuring in this game. The last person I thought was going to be on a hat-trick was Glenn Phillips. The other thing is, the Australian batsmen have prepared for this game and have been facing seam-ups, facing new balls on green wickets. All of a sudden they've got conditions that resemble Chennai. It's interesting.
Spin's overrated. Here's the next delivery from Southey, going in from the bandstand into Green, who plays in the air, down towards backward point, down to the third man boundary for 4. Well, he doesn't look in any trouble, does he? Green, 26 from 53 deliveries. He's not as authoritative, but he hasn't looked in any difficulty at all. There's Phillips looking to be part of the game once more. Diving. 131 for 6. The lead is 335. Have they got enough, Craig MacMillan? We'll work that out in a moment. Here's Southey bowling to Green, who gets another wide delivery and thrashes it away through point off the front foot. Stands tall, saved inside the boundary there by the fieldsman down in the deep, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. Don't tell me he's saving Carey from the strike at the moment. Green probably could have gone for a third, couldn't he?
I think he wants to keep the strike, Wads. I think that's why he's only run 2. He's going to loosen up a little bit here. This could be quite entertaining.
Southey looks as delicious as the lunch we had today.
Yes. Gee, he's an X-Factor player, Glenn Phillips. Just brings an energy, doesn't he? Whatever he does.
Southey bowls to Green, who's defensive, playing into the offside. Well, it was interesting just talking to people at lunchtime, and we had a common factor in as much as New Zealand looked as though they were playing without energy for much of the game. Yet Phillips brings something a bit different. He always hits it hard. He's prepared to put his body on the line, and he does put his body on the line.
He does.
And, it changes the dynamic of the team. The change that they've made by bringing in somebody who does that rather than just seamers who are doing the same old, has changed the course of the Australian second innings. They're 131 for 6. Southey going in, bowling to Green, who's onto the front foot, playing firmly into the offside to Williamson, fielding a cover.
So the question is, Wads, where was he in the first innings? So let me say, tactics.
Now tell me the answer. I don't know.
He should have been bowling in that Australian first innings, and the tactics have been better from New Zealand today. They didn't get it right yesterday. In fact, they got it horribly wrong. But today it's been much better.
But they bowled Ravindra. But I just wonder whether New Zealand have been surprised as much as I have that there's so much spin on day 2 in this pitch at the Basin Reserve, because it's not a spinning pitch, is it? And that's why we've left spinners out in the past. Southey bowls to Green, leaving outside the line of the off stump.
Well, they had the option of playing Mitchell Santner, didn't they?
Yeah.
And they went for Scott Kugelheim. Mm-hmm. And that was the straight decision with what to make. Look, Glenn Phillips took 2 important wickets against South Africa in that second test at Hamilton. took a couple of great catches in the gully. Here's the energy that you sort of look to in the field that drags other players up as well when they're struggling. He just makes things happen, Wads, whether it's with bat, ball or field.
Some of our audience is about to head to Roy and HG. If you want to keep listening to the cricket, head to the red cricket ball button on the ABC Listen app. The end of the over completed, 133 for 6 here at the Basin Reserve as we see Southey complete the over. Yes, I mean, I quite enjoy lunch breaks. I do get badgered by people, as you probably do, by spectators. But they all seem to have a common thought that New Zealand were doing yesterday the same old.
Defensive.
And there was no variety in what they did. And to a certain extent, I tend to agree. Now, that's to some extent being wise after the event. But you also have to be sharp enough to see that developing when you're out on the park and be able to make the changes.
And those changes weren't made, so that was probably the criticism, that they stuck with plan A. They didn't have a plan B or C. They just stuck with the one plan that wasn't working.
And now they've got Australia 133 for 6. A lead of 337. That lead was given yesterday, not today. Here's Phillips bowling to Carey, and Carey is back onto his stumps and forcing it away to the point region. He'll get one run for it as he leant back, fielded there by Young, and just clipped it. He was trying to beat the umpire at point and also the fieldsman who was there. Now, Will Young, who's one of the more experienced outfielders, gets brought into bat pad.
That was a good catch, Wads, off Mitch Marsh by Will Young. Not easy in there. Kept his weight down, straight in the hands. Good catch.
Well, he took another good one earlier on, didn't he, as well? Phillips back over the wicket, bowling to Green, and Green turns it onto the onside. Somebody said catch, but it was all along the ground anyway.
That's a nice spot there, though. That's a nice spot, dragging Cam Green forward in defence. If the turn and bounce, it ends up going very fine. Brings those catches into play.
Then as a spin bowler, you have to be bowling at a different pace too, don't you, to get the ball to turn sharply. He's able to get forward, and because he's tall, he can get over the top of it.
Can.
You want to be able to create some other scenario that will give Phillips control on the batsman. He's in again, a couple of paces, bowling to Green, who gets one wide down. That's turning sharply. That's not a Basin Reserve pitch that I've seen, because we've been reluctant to play spinners. Anybody who could even turn the ball didn't get a chance, did they?
Although last year against England, the pitch turned. Michael Bracewell had a poor test with the ball, but he did turn the ball. Jack Leach picked up 8 wickets in that test match. Yep. He's not a turner of the ball. So perhaps over the last couple of seasons, we've seen the surface and this pitch change a little.
You're probably right. 134 for 6, the lead 338. Green waits for Phillips, who bowls to him. He goes back onto his stumps and gets to the edge, past the keeper, down to short, fine leg, and there'll be one run for him. In fact, he didn't get an edge, it was a bye, and that shows how deceiving it is. Not only the batsman deceived, but the keeper.
Absolutely. Well, it was short from Phillips, and Cameron Green went back to try and force it through the offside, but it turned past the outside edge and through the gloves of
just over the top
Blundell. There's still some bounce in the surface. This has been a very good cricket pitch. It really has. It's brought everyone into play. Spinners are going to become more prevalent as this game goes on, but there's also the opportunity to score runs. You just got to work hard.
135 for 6, 339. Carey back on strike, slip gully, backward point cover, short extra cover, deep, wide mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, and backward square leg. Phillips bowls again to Carey, who's forward, playing defensively back along the pitch to the bowler. I've just had lunch. Because the president here, you get the official luncheon invite.
Right.
In fact, I'm responsible for sending out the invite. Sorry you didn't get one.
Mine's in the mail, Wads.
Yeah, I've lost your address. And so there was a lot of cricket being talked by people and questions being asked of myself. Here's the next delivery to Carey. Hits in the air into the offside, just wide of the backward point and cover fieldsman, but there's a single for him. At 136 for the loss of 6. And shared lunch with Tom Blundell's son.
Wow.
2.5 years old.
I was going to say, he's only 2 or 3, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 2.5 years old, and he's a real firebrand.
He would have kept you on your toes, was?
He enjoyed the food table. I was just going to say, I don't know whether he's picked up his father's enthusiasm or action, but he's going to be a bit of a goer, I can tell.
Right.
Yeah. Lovely to have the kids at lunch while our old fossils table decides what could be done next.
Where'd you send his invitation to?
To his mother? Or his father?
Yeah, here we go. Spin from both ends for New Zealand. Not a usual sight for New Zealand over the years, Wads.
So it just makes you wonder why they didn't play a spinner.
Yes.
But I suppose if you're the Australian selector, you would pick, as Jeremy Coney once said to me, Lyon as your next choice after Pat Cummins, because he's the captain.
Yes.
Yeah, so Lyon would be there.
Regardless.
Yes, and he's proven the reason why in this game with his batting.
Well, Carey's shorter runs, so there's an opportunity here to go bang, bang and actually get into the bowlers. They're one wicket away from that. He's shorter runs, so he's under a bit of pressure with the bat.
Ravindra into the attack, bowling to Carey. He's over the wicket, the left armer. Carey taken on the paddle. A full appeal for Robbie W. Umpire Geoff says no. It might well have been outside the line of the off stump, the point of impact. But it was on the full.
It's a full toss that he's missed, and that shows that, he's not in great form, but he's premeditated the sweep shot to a ball. If you were just standing up, you just hit through cover for 4.
Yeah, just below the knee roll. Ravindra bowls to him again. This one has him sweeping behind square down towards long leg. O'Rourke is in that part of the ground. And I've spoken in glowing terms about my views on O'Rourke. I think he's had a wonderful second innings. Probably should have opened with the new ball this morning. And
instead of who? Instead of who?
Southey.
Yeah, okay.
To me, Henry and O'Rourke were the logical choices. While the ball might have been swinging, I think he has created enough opportunities to unsettle the batsmen and make them, harden up their concentration. Here he is round the wicket to Green, who's forward playing defensively.
Yeah, it's a good point, Wads. It was a beautiful spell before that lunch break. I mean, he's bowling to Cam Green, who's been the standout batter of this whole Test match, who played him with respect, left a lot of balls because he just wanted to get through the spell, and it was a tough spell.
Ravindra in again round the wicket, and Green comes forward, drives past the bowler. They wanted a single, but Green couldn't quite see the man back at mid-on, and he didn't want to do a Williamson. Kugelheim was there, and he's got a pretty powerful arm, and he wants to let rip, so it remains 137 for 6. But this is good, hard, challenging Test cricket.
Yep.
137 for 6. The lead is 341. Ravindra bowls again to Green, and Green is forward defending out into the offside.
I mean, the reality is, was that New Zealand is still, even if they bowl really well, the session is probably going to be chasing 370, 380 plus. That is just the reality, but the damage was done yesterday. There hasn't been any damage done today. Fortunately, all the damage was done on day 2.
Yeah, but even 341 as it is at the moment is going to be tough to achieve if you're any good. Here's the ball, hit up towards mid-on. Kugelheim with the ball, throws at the keeper's end. Green hit and ran, so he decided he was going to go, take the strike. 42 overs completed, 138 for 6. Green on 33. Carey is on 3. The lead, 342. Assessment from MacMillan, and then Corbin Middlemas back.
Good start by New Zealand after lunch, and Glenn Phillips has been the start. The off-spinner who didn't bowl in Australia's first innings for some reason has found this pitch to his liking. There's turn, there's bounce. And for a part-time spinner who's still trying to prove himself at international level, which is probably why he doesn't bowl as much as what he should, he's done a pretty good job. Picked up Travis Head through a really poor shot and poor option that ended up being caught at long off, and then Mitchell Marsh first ball, 2 wickets and 2 balls, and all of a sudden Australia find themselves 6 down. The lead is still a big one, 342, which is plenty heading into day 4, day 5, but New Zealand just showing a bit of character here, fighting back.
Hey, Craig. Corbin Middlemas alongside Craig MacMillan.
Afternoon, Corbin.
Welcome to our audience on ABC Radio who join us for the first time today. Nice to have you with us from the beautiful Basin Reserve in Wellington. As Phillips on his way in, bowls to Green, who drives down to long on for a single. So Green to 34, carries on 3, and the Aussies are 6 for 139. The lead is 343. That's the big number we need to keep in mind. So effectively 6 down, 343 the advantage.
And remembering yesterday with Hazelwood and Green that New Zealand had bowled spin their whole first session, their whole 2 hours. Ratchet and Ravindra bowled 3 overs towards the end of the session. And so you question what the tactics like. There's enough there. Phillips could have been a handful. He's a wicket taker. Would have broken that partnership. But he wasn't given the opportunity. New Zealand paid the price.
Carey thumping away on the crease, awaits Phillips. He drives in the air, he's caught. Hit it straight to short cover. Southey hangs onto it. And Alex Carey's out for 3. New Zealand fighting back in this test match. The Aussies 7 for 139. The lead is 343. And now it's just the fast bowlers to bat with Cam Green.
It's an excellent catch because it's gone flat and hard. He hit it hard, Carey, but he hit it head high. Southey's dropped a couple this test match. We know what a safe pair of hands he's normally got, and he didn't miss out on that. Got the reverse cup up nice and early. Carey has to go for 3. Australia 7 down. New Zealand into the Australian bowlers now. And this test match continues to take a twist and a turn, but it's been a much better bowling performance from New Zealand here on day 3.
I mentioned the fight back, Craig MacMillan. One of the guys that has led that, first of all, with the bat. He walked out when the team was 5 for 29, peeled off a better than a runner ball 71 in Glenn Phillips, and now he picks up the ball having not bowled in the first innings. He has 4 for 35 in 11.2 overs. Look, the kind of busy cricketer that every team craves. What is it about him that makes him this kind of player?
Well, he's got an energy about him, Corbin, that he can't sit down for a minute. He's one of those annoying teammates in the changing room because he's always hustling around and he can't sit down and chill. But on the field, that energy is infectious. It really is. You can see everyone else lifting. But that's the thing. That's a poor shot from Carey. You got 2 catches waiting there exactly for that shot. And he was out like that in the first innings too, driving on the up, caught it cover as well. So 2 dismissals, 1 against the medium pacer, 1 against the spinner. And he can throw his head back, but it's a really poor option. Phillips did well in Bangladesh for the recent tour. New Zealand were over there. He was part of, a big reason as to why they won that second test match. And he also helped New Zealand beat South Africa in Hamilton. He picked up a couple of wickets and a couple of amazing catches at gully. So it's infectious. That energy, that X factor, and the other guys just thrive off it. Great to see him involved in the game.
He has now taken 15 test wickets in the 6 matches that he's played at an average in the mid-teens. It's the second time he's got 4 for. Took 4 in the first innings of the first test against Bangladesh. He's looking for 5. He bowls to Stark, who's forward and just prods away on the offside to backward point. So just to catch you up, if you are joining us on ABC Radio for the first time today, now the Aussies resumed at 2 for 13. Nathan Lyon, a quick fire 41, caught in front of the wicket off Henry's bowling by Young, so 41 off 46. Khawaja went for 28, stumped Blundell, bowled Phillips. And the Australians lost 2 in the opening session. They went in at lunch at 4 for 113 with a lead of 317. And have now lost 3 wickets already in less than an hour as Phillips bowls again and forward Stark just defends out on the offside. The 3 to go after lunch, Travis Head. He was out, caught Kugelheim in the deep off Phillips's bowling for 29. Mitch Marsh, first rock, hit it straight to short leg. Young took the catch, also off Phillips bowling to give him 3. So a golden duck for Marsh, and then Carey out just moments ago for 3. Caught Southey at cover off Phillips bowling. He has 4. He's on again here on leg stump and clipped away through mid-wicket. Nice shot from Mitchell Stark. He gets away as the ball races over the practice pitches. Slide in. Always dangerous out there. Ravindra manages to retrieve it. Keeps it to 3. Saves 1. Stark off the mark with the triple.
Remembering that Glenn Phillips was actually a wicketkeeper 3 years ago. So he's only been bowling off-spin bowling, taking it seriously the last 2.5 years.
That's a proper all-rounder, isn't it?
It's crazy. It is crazy that he can do all those. That's how talented he is.
Yeah.
Whatever he does, he's good at. He's one of those annoying figures, but played for New Zealand for a number of different formats and T20s mainly as a wicketkeeper batter. And now he's an off-spin bowler, doing pretty well.
Phillips back over the wicket here to the set bat. Green driving, hits it out to mid-off. It's the end of the over. Henry does the fielding in the long-sleeve sweater. It's the end of the over, another good one. So Glenn Phillips, 4 for 38 off his 12 overs. The Australians are 7 for 142 at the end of that over. The lead is 346, and we're only 40 minutes into session number 2 on day 3. It is a windy day in Wellington, as they like to say, the locals, windy Wellington. It's certainly that, as the trees on the outer are blowing a gale and gusts of around 32 kilometres an hour forecast for today. The lead 346.
Just shows how important that last wicket partnership between Hazelwood and Green was. 115. Take 115 off the score, and it's game on. 230 for 7. It is game on. That partnership there could be the one that will haunt New Zealand, because up until that point they were still in the game. Anything over 300 on this surface on day 4 and day 5 is going to be difficult. But New Zealand doing all they can do, keep picking up wickets, bowl Australia out as cheaply as they can in the second innings, and then they'll have to go about working out how to chase that big total. At least they're actually forcing Australia to do something. They're just not sitting back and allowing the game to drift. They've been a lot more proactive today. It's been much better from Tim Southee. Good to see O'Rourke back in the attack as well. That's an aggressive move as well.
He's going to bowl from the RA Vance stand end of the ground, which is where we are situated, up in the roof. He's bowling over the wicket here to Stark, who immediately takes the long handle to him. Clubs him away, out over mid-wicket. And the umpire's going to check, did this go all the way? And Mitchell Stark has picked up Will O'Rourke, ball 1, and dispatched him out through mid-wicket.
Wow, good swing in the back from Stark. And carry all the way, it would have gone close.
Getting a good look at it. Oh, just short.
Just short.
Thumped into the Toblerone, the padding on the boundary rope. We did note this a couple of times and spoke to a few players out in the middle, and I saw Travis Head yesterday on occasions at square leg sort of look startled, thinking it's not an easy viewing ground.
It's not. It's one of the... I fielded in the gully position, and I found it the hardest of all the New Zealand grounds. Because of the colours, there's also a lot of brick around the ground.
Yep.
In terms of the seating, so the ball was very close in colour to the bricks seating around the ground, and quite often it would come out of that and you just lose it for a second, Corbin, and then you're trying to pick it up again, and it's really difficult. So it's not easy on the boundary. It can just take a few seconds to find it.
2 slips in a gully, it's 4 for Stark, so lead up to 350. O'Rourke on his way in again, and Stark's driving here.
Solid.
Out to cover. Picked up by Williamson, so Stark 7, Green 34. Jim Maxwell, Brian Waddle, Geoff Lemon, Katie Martin, Xavier Doherty throughout the day, Corbin, Middlemas, and Craig MacMillan. If you're getting your first taste of this test series on ABC Radio today and you're thinking, damn, I didn't know the cricket was on, you can find it through the ABC Listen app every ball throughout the entire series. So look out for that red cricket ball button. It is windy, but it's not cold. 19 degrees currently as O'Rourke on his way in, a little short of a length, and turned away by Stark on the leg side. The bowler runs out after it. We're very lucky to have you with us, Craig MacMillan, having played against our Aussies your entire career in some memorable matchups. You also famously wore the beautiful beige in the inaugural T20 International that was played, was that 04?
05.
Early 05. Yeah. That's
Eden Park.
That would have been good fun.
It was good fun. It was... No one really knew much about T20 and where it was going to head. Quite remarkable where it's gone from that point.
Stark awaits O'Rourke and confidently defends back down the pitch. That was going to be my next question. Did you have any sense then? I mean, it was almost a bit of hit and giggle and a bit of fun, and the Marshall boys with the hairdos and the headbands, and it was almost just a bit of fun, and all of a sudden it's turned into the format that really funds world cricket in the economy that exists around it.
Indeed it has. No, I don't think anyone back in 2005 had any idea it was going to be as big or as prevalent as what it's become.
O'Rourke on his way in, pushing across Stark. It's short, and he doesn't have to do much to duck underneath that. It flies through to Blundell. Was it good fun to play?
It was good fun. I mean, we probably didn't take it as seriously as you normally would because, again, we weren't sure. Felt like a little bit of a festival match.
Yeah.
We grew the moustaches. We were basically trying to copy how the New Zealand team looked in the mid-80s, and the beige and the facial hair that they used to have. Australia took it pretty seriously. I think Ponting got a few, and he hit one up at the top of the ASB stand at Eden Park off Geoff Wilson, ex-All Black, who was playing in that game.
That says a bit too, doesn't it? But,
I remember one stage McGrath did an underarm. Billy Bowden, of course, was umpiring, and McGrath did the underarm and got yellow carded by Billy Bowden. So it was it was played in good spirit. It wasn't played as seriously as what everything is now.
Yeah.
But that was the very first game. That was the starting point in international T20 cricket. So what's happening here?
Yeah,
this is not a good sign.
No, O'Rourke on his last approach to the crease pulled out en route, walked back to the top of his mark. I thought he must have just lost himself in his run-up, but this looks like he's hurt. So O'Rourke's gone and grabbed his sweater from umpire Golf, and he's walking off the ground with a ball to go in his 8th over. And this is bad news for Will O'Rourke and for New Zealand, not just today, but in the series.
It's bad news for the second test. That's what it's going to be bad. Look, he's pulled out. He's a tough kid. Been around him quite a bit this season with Canterbury. He is a tough kid. So that is a concern, major concern for New Zealand. It means Tim Southey's going to continue the over.
One ball to complete it on his way in and beats the outside edge of Stark. He just prods at that. It's the end of the over. The lead is 350 for the Australians. They're 7 wickets down. 7 for 146 in the second dig. Green on 34, Stark on 7, Corbin, Middlemas and Craig MacMillan on ABC Cricket.
That's a real concern for New Zealand with Will O'Rourke going. Hopefully it's just a twinge somewhere. It's nothing too serious because he's bowled so beautifully today. He really has for a 22-year-old. Just his second test match against quality opposition. He's been testing. He's been difficult. And he's been treated with respect from Australia. So they've obviously been challenged by Will O'Rourke throughout this test match. The lead's 350 now, which is imposing in itself. Whenever you have to chase anything over 250 in the fourth innings of a test match, it's difficult. So 350 is right at that high end, but you've got to believe, I guess. You've got to believe that today or tomorrow might be the day where you pull off something spectacular, and that's the great nature of test cricket, that you have days like that. It's going to take something special from New Zealand, though.
SMS number 0467 920 222. As Phillips gets one to pitch and it turns into Cam Green, he steps inside it and taken by Blundell up to the stumps.
He doesn't look like getting out,
no.
Cam Green. I mean, Southey dropped a tough caught and bowled that, he'll probably say, I could have maybe done a little bit better, but seriously, he's looked at ease on the surface.
He gets forward here, gets an edge, and he's caught it short leg. And Cam Green is out after facing 350 plus deliveries in the test so far. Phillips gets the wicket, caught it short leg. Green's out for the first time for 34. And Glenn Phillips has 5 in a test match. A 5 for Glenn Phillips. Good catch. Superb catch at short leg. Green's out, Phillips with 5.
That is a quality off-spinner's delivery too. Dragging the batter forward, turning back in, inside edge onto pad. Great catch by short leg. He's got 5 for. Green is finally dismissed in this test match. He goes for 34 on top of his 174 not in the first innings. But that is just quality from Glenn Phillips. He took off. Once he got the wicket, he was off. That is his first 5 for. And what a star he is. Some performance. This is excellent from New Zealand. And ideally they bowl Australia out. Then at least they'll have some momentum heading into the batting innings. So then there's the opportunity to blunt the Australian bowlers and put them under some pressure. But that's a beautiful piece of bowling. That is how off-spinners dream of getting wickets. Dragging the batter forward in defence, turning and bouncing into the inside edge, off pad, into short leg. That's as good as it gets.
A test cricket 5 for Glenn Phillips. And what a set to get them as well. So the wickets that he's taken to get these 5, Craig MacMillan, he's got Khawaja, Head, Marsh, Carey and now Green dismissed for the first time in the test. Green's faced 355 deliveries. It's the first time he's been out, and Glenn Phillips in just his 6th test match now has a 5-wicket haul for the first time in test cricket. A former wicketkeeper He's got 5 for playing for New Zealand with the ball in hand, 5 for 38.
He's not a wicket keeper anymore, Corbin. He's an out-and-out spinner, proving to everyone that he is good enough with the ball.
Pat Cummins, he's on strike, awaiting Phillips here. His bag, it bounces off his pad and taken by Young, and the crowd goes up with him, trying to write this story.
He's brought the crowd into the match, hasn't he?
Absolutely. What a story it's been.
He's got the pace right, he's got the length right, and there is some help. He's still got to put it in the right position. What a job he's done.
Phillips on his way again.
Who wants it?
Cummins tries to hit out, high up into the outfield on the leg side. Underneath it, dropped. Put down. The man at long on had plenty to do, trying to race around to his left. And Kugelheim couldn't squeeze it. Down it goes, bouncing off his chest. 8 for 147.
Oh, he never looked likely, unfortunately. It was going between the two fielders. They sort of had a wee look at one another just there. Kugelheim said mine, he called loud, so he committed to it. And then he got in an awkward position, got 2 hands to it, but was off balance and it went down. Oh, wow. It wasn't an easy catch, got to say that, but still should have been taken.
Could have had 6.
Oh.
5 for 39, Glenn Phillips. The offie on his way in again. Cummins off the mark with a single there as Starks forward drives out through point. Fielded at backward point. There's no run. The lead is 351 for the Australians. They're 8 down in their second dig. It's been all New Zealand after the lunch break.
He just ran too far, Corbin. Just ran too far and then had to lean back. Balance was off and it went down.
4 wickets have fallen in the first, was it 50 minutes of this second session. Glenn Phillips has all 4 of those. He's got 5 for the innings. Forward and defending. Stark out on the offside through cover point. More from Craig MacMillan to come throughout the test match. Great to have him with us on ABC Cricket, particularly in that last half an hour as Glenn Phillips works his magic. He gets the warm round of applause from the crowd. And again, here today at the Basin Reserve, we've had packed houses throughout. And another tremendous roll-up on Saturday, day 3. The test here in Wellington, the first of the Trans-Tasman series. So Australia now 8 for 147. The lead is just over 350. The card so far, Lyon, the top scorer with 41. 34 for Green, 29 for Head, 28 for Khawaja. And then single-figure scores, 3 for Carey, 2 for Labuschagne, Ducks for Smith and Marsh. And now Stark and Cummins with only Hazelwood to come. 8 for 147 in their second dig. The Australians approaching the halfway stage on day 3. And thus the halfway stage of the test match. Should it go the distance? Looking unlikely at this stage as Geoff Lemon sits back down. Cricket writer and broadcaster with us again at the Basin Reserve. What a day it's been so far again.
What an extraordinary last hour or so. When you feel that surge, when you feel the energy shift in the ground, you feel the crowd come into it, where they were drifting, they were out of it, watching the game potter along. It makes such a difference.
O'Rourke off the ground, injured. Henry on his way in. Ducks one straight back into Cummins, an inside edge onto the pad. Rolls away on the offside, stifled appeal.
And it's what a player like Phillips does, brings that audience over the fence, and suddenly it's not just 11 out there. You know, Australia are playing the rest of the home crowd, although there's a very healthy Australian contingent here, it must be said. Plenty travelled over.
The Aussie captain on strike, awaiting Henry. He got 5 in the first innings and just dabs the ball to cover. 8 for 147. The SMS number is 0467 920 222. If you want to send us your thoughts, you can do so right throughout the test match here on ABC Cricket.
So the position the Australians are in, I mean, they're still so far ahead of the game. But it's the performance of the specialist bats outside of Green that's...
Henry to Cummins, and again on the back foot, just prodding away on the offside.
It's rather masked by the fact that Green played so well. That first innings, the rest of the top 6 made 113 between them. Green made 174 not out. Second innings, not counting Nathan Lyon in this, will go down to 8 to account for Carey. Everybody else made 62. Green made 34. So he's made 208 in the match for once out, and the rest have made 175 twice out.
And he comes again, Henry on leg stump, and Cummins clips him away through mid-wicket along the ground, and Ravindra races around from mid-on to retrieve it. Just a single. Lead to 3-5-2. This is only his 5th test match for Glenn Phillips. Sorry, 6th test match, but look at the last 4 that he's bowled in. He's taken wickets in each. 5 for the match, first test in Bangladesh, 3 for 31, and the only time he bowled in the second test of that series. Got 1 against South Africa in Mount Maunganui, and then 2 for 50 in the second dig in Hamilton. Wasn't used in the first innings in either of those matches against the Proteas, and wasn't one of the 6 bowlers used in the first innings here. He gets a roll today and picks up his maiden fiver in Test cricket. Quite extraordinary, and removed all the Aussie batsmen to do it. As Stark defends out towards mid-off, as he's now on strike facing Henry. So that's a hell of a set to have. Khawaja, Green, Head, Marsh, Carey as your first 5 for in Test cricket.
You can't get accused of cleaning up the tail there, which Nathan Lyon did do with aplomb when he picked up his 4 in the first innings here. But it does raise the question of what he'll be able to do on this surface second time around.
Henry wide of the off stump. Stark not forced to play. Takes up that invitation. 8 for 148, the Australians. The lead is 352 at the end of the over. Overcast day in windy Wellington. It's certainly windy as well, with 30-plus kilometre-an-hour winds throughout the day. It is 19 degrees, though, so not cool, apart from the breeze that's coming through here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. Corbin, Middlemas and Geoff Lemon.
Glenn Phillips has a high level of skill. That's been the interesting thing watching him bowl. He doesn't bowl a lot of bad balls, and because he really rags it as well, and because his track is turning, even the odd one that's dropped a bit short, for instance, it turns so much that it's not necessarily easy to clobber. If you're just bowling the little straight ones in at the stumps and you drop in short, well, that's easy for someone to go back and pull away. But they still have to be alert even for a bad ball from Phillips.
You'll love this one. Geoff off the SMS. Where does Glenn Phillips rank in the pantheon of all-rounders who kept as well? That's from Alex in Hobart.
All-rounders who keep. Well, there's the Honourable Alfred Littleton, who took off the gloves and took 4 for 21, was it, Jim, in a test match in 18-2.
Phillips hunting half a dozen in the innings as Cummins is defending back down the pitch. Growing up in Western Australia, we were always told about Tim Zura.
Absolutely. The gloves are off.
Yep. Tim Zura's prowess. I think Matthew Wade obviously bowled a little bit of the same up in a test match down in Hobart. I think Phil Hughes.
And in Perth against this lot, that pink ball test. He took the Hazelwood, I think, pulled up injured, and Matthew Wade was bowling the 8th over of the test match, if I recall rightly.
Phillips on his way into Cummins, who backs away, tried a late cut. Nicks it away through the slips, went a little finer than he would have hoped, but he's going to get 2 down to third man.
4 for 19, that's what Alfred Littleton took. He was playing in the 1880s. But that was a slightly different era. You weren't allowed to declare back then.
Yep.
So the Australian team at that point were basically trying to get out because they'd racked up enough runs and they wanted to end their innings and start bowling. So they were slogging wildly. The keeper took the gloves off and he was bowling lobs too, underarm lobs, and picked up a couple either side of the evening break, I think.
Phillips to Cummins again, who's now on 4. Pitches and turns down the leg side. Blundell moves across to take it. The lead is 354, which would already be a record 4th innings chase for New Zealand in Test history. So the Kiwis have never chased this many to win a Test, but feels like momentum has swung in the game. The Aussies 8 for 150 in their second dig. They will have to contend with Nathan Lyon, though, as Glenn Phillips here has 5. Down on one knee, slog sweep, out into the deep from Cummins. Underneath it, man, can't take the catch. It's spilled over the boundary. Set her hands to it, but it didn't stick. And in the end, it rolls over the rope. The question is it 4 or 6? It's certainly not out. It's 4. Cummins doubles his score. He moves to 8. The lead is 358, and another one goes down for the Kiwis.
Well, that's an extraordinary miss. That's reverse cup over the head, above the shoulder, above the right shoulder, and it's gone through the fingers. And Phillips just shrugs his shoulders and nods his head to one side as if to say, what else can you do about it? Very little. Is that Will Young out there?
He tries to do the same thing again. Gets across his pecs, looking to try and sweep it away, and Cummins plays and misses. The ball runs away, beats everyone down to the boundary. So makes it to the rope, and umpire Murray Erasmus says they'll go in the book as buys. So back-to-back boundaries, you count them all the same. And the Australian lead grows up to 362. Phillips still has one to go in the over. As Bill Laurie would say, it's all happening.
Well, there's not a lot that isn't happening at the moment. So a couple of opportunities to take his 6th wicket, Phillips, but he hasn't been supported by his fielders.
It was Henry Nichols, by the way, who dropped the catch at deep square leg or deep mid-wicket. He's the sub-fielder. He came in as the cover player for Devon Conway, who, of course, was ruled out with a thumb injury. So Nichols putting that down. Cummins is 8, Stark is 7. Approaching the halfway mark on day 3 on the midway stage of the test. Lead 3-6-2 for the Aussies. Phillips, bowls to Stark Cummins, and he got all caught up in that as it pitches. It turns back into the body of the Australian captain. Phillips will take his jumper and his cap from the umpire. 5 for 45, his figures after 14 overs. And the Australians are 8 down. They lead the match by 362 runs. Looks like they're going to squeeze another over in before drinks. What a day we've seen. A 5-wicket haul for Glenn Phillips. And the Australians still well on top in the match. The Kiwis will require a record chase, but at one stage it was looking, Geoff, like it could have been 450, 500. It's not quite that many at the moment. 8 for 158, Australia in their second dig.
And it is extraordinary how the feel of a game is affected by who's on top at a particular point of time. The way that Australia made their runs in the first innings, with all of it coming from that 10th wicket partnership. I mean, that left New Zealand so flat. They're well behind here, but they've got a buzz about them because they're the ones making the play.
Henry on his way in gets one to pass over the top of off stump, and Stark leaves it on length. I mean, even yesterday we got a reminder of that, didn't we? We thought, watching that 10th wicket partnership, we thought, look how flat the pitch is, and all of a sudden the Aussies come out and bowl and have it moving around all over the place off the seam, and they had the Kiwis 5 for 29, and all of a sudden it looked like it was a minefield to try and bat on. Now it's New Zealand with a bit of momentum, taken 4 wickets already for the session as Henry on the leg stump, and Stark turns him away through mid-wicket. Will pick up an easy single with the field back on the leg side. So Stark gets down the other end, and the lead grows for the Australians by 1. They're 8 for 159 in their second dig.
It was the level of turn that was the point of interest yesterday. Once Lyon came on, and the sharpness of turn that he generated immediately made you think, well, OK, this isn't necessarily going to be easy for batting from here on in. And it does seem all the more incongruous that Phillips didn't get a bowl in the first innings, at least to have a look. It wouldn't have been turning as much, but when you've got such an energetic player in the side, at least to see if he can make something happen, which he often does.
Backing away and a play and a miss from Cummins.
So Phillips in that World Cup match in Dharamshala, when Travis Head and David Warner were absolutely looting New Zealand. They were past 100 from the first 10 overs. They were flying along. And Phillips came on, bowled his 10 overs straight through, took 3 for 37 through the middle of the game, a game in which Australia made, 389, and New Zealand nearly matched it.
Henry on off stump, and Cummins back, plays out on the offside.
So he's that sort of player who finds a way when others can't. Who's got that ability to shrug off what's happening around him and say, well, I'm going to do things differently. And he did that with the bat in New Zealand's first innings too. It was chaos out there. He made 71 when nobody else looked like they could middle a shot. And he's done it with the ball here today.
He's got Pfeiffer for the first time in Test cricket and just his 6th Test as Henry gets an edge from Cummins, and he's caught. Taken this time at second slip. Safe hands. Latham hangs onto it. And Australia are 9 down. Cummins, he was dropped twice off the bowling of Glenn Phillips. Henry picks up his scalp. Cummins is finally out for 8. And the Australians are 9 for 159 in their second dig.
Well, 3 lives on the way to making 8 runs, Pat Cummins, one of his least convincing innings out there. And that was a pretty half-hearted shot. Wasn't entirely sure what to do. New Zealand hoping to cover for the loss of O'Rourke without it stinging them. They've got Henry taking the wicket there.
I'll just interject there as the Aussie second innings is nearing its conclusion. The lead is 363 for the Australians, so effectively 9 for 363. More from Geoff Lemon, and the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell's about to make his way in.
Thanks, Corbin. Well, The problem for New Zealand, though, is that the terror of the first innings, Josh Reginald Hazelwood, is walking to the middle. He made 22 against them, batted for a good couple of hours. Started on the evening of day one, the last over, although he watched all of that from the non-striker's end. Batted through the 2 hours of regulation time in the next morning's session, and then they extended the session, the umpires did, because Australia were 9 wickets down, even though they'd added over 100 by that point for the 10th wicket. Hazelwood's walked out to the middle now. Have a chat to Stark. See what they can do together. Stark on 8. And Hazelwood making his highest score in the first innings here since 2016 when he got to 22. Hello, Jim.
This game's moving so fast, dare I suggest it could end today.
Well,
I mean, there's another
session.
Well, there's another 3 hours of cricket.
Yep.
And if New Zealand have an unhappy start as they did yesterday, and the line is on the spot, wickets could fall. Anyway, that's probably being a bit too pessimistic in terms of a test match that should go at least 4 days, being over in 3. But it's happened so quickly in this Australian innings, and they really haven't been looking to nudge it along until just after lunch, and then the wickets fell, more because the ball was turning than the batsman, other than perhaps Head, but taking them on. But Australia, although they're 9 for 159, they're still in a very strong position with 263 in the bank.
Yep.
363. 363. That is a lot.
Which you would think should be enough, even as it is. If they don't add any more for this 10th wicket. There's been a long break for the fall of the wicket.
Will O'Rourke has tightness in his left hamstring while bowling during this session. That's why Henry Nicholls was out there. And alas for New Zealand, they dropped 2. Kuggelein and that one of Nicholls. He was under it for an hour.
Yes.
And then he dropped it. And it went for 4.
Well, the first one didn't look like it was going to be caught because there was so much distance to cover. But the second one, I thought Nicholls had that covered all the way out. He was in position, didn't have to move. Heels near the rope.
Here's our man, Hazelwood, and Henry has him pushing away. He's beaten outside the off stump. So that is the end of the over. A good over for Matt Henry. He's picked up a useful wicket there with Australia in this very strong position, despite the fact that New Zealand have hit back, and Henry has now bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31, but it's Phillips, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 45, who's led the New Zealand recovery.
Well, Josh Hazelwood in the first innings faced 62 balls and batted for 148 minutes, so just short of an hour and a half. None of the New Zealand batters in their first innings batted for as long as Hazelwood, and only Phillips faced a handful more deliveries than the 62 that Hazelwood managed. Phillips faced 70, the 71 that he made. So Hazelwood outbatted the entire New Zealand team, essentially, in that long partnership.
So 9 for 159. Mitchell Stark has made 8, and it's his job to try and find a way to score a few more, I suppose, if he can manage, against the turning deliveries of Phillips. He's got men everywhere on the boundary. A deep cover, a long off, a long on, a deep mid-wicket. He has got a slip and a short cover, and he's going to continue this around the wicket line to the left-hand. He bowls to Stark, and Stark waits and pushes away towards backward point. So how many more can they scratch out or slog out here? Because you would think New Zealand will be batting in 20 minutes. Glenn Phillips enjoying his opportunity. He had a 4-fer, he's now got a 5-fer, and he's bowling, and Stark leaves a quickish one outside the line of the off stump and through to the keeper. Yes, so Australia started the day at 2 for 13, and it was Nathan Lyon who hit the ball pretty well, and at the moment he is seriously the top scorer in this innings, which wouldn't have happened very often in his life, although we know where it did happen famously.
Cape Town 2011, wasn't it?
When Australia made, 47? As he swings at this and drives it, on the bounce, away towards Southey, who's in there at cover.
Might also have been Trent Bridge 2015. He might have top scored there too. Clark got 10. Lyon might have got 14.
It's out of 60. A slip in the gully. Glenn Phillips is twirling them away, and he's forward, and he's edging just past the gully. It's a backward point. Can't score there.
I think we could say that it hasn't previously been a happy occurrence for Australia when Lyon has top scored. This is probably the first time they've been on top in a match where that's happened.
Phillips twirls away again at Starkey's forward, pushing away into the offside. Well, the last time a night watchman top scored for Australia was, of course, Dizzy Gillespie with 201. But Nathan Lyon can at least put that down in the books the way it's going. Although he didn't get the half century he covets. Here's Phillips once more. What can Stark do? Push forward, and he played it away a little uppishly out there on the offside. A maiden over, bowled by Phillips, and Australia 9 for 159. Just down the board today. Kawaja caught stump blundle bowled Phillips for 28. Lyon was caught by Young off Henry for 41. Travis Head caught Cookerline at long off Phillips for 29. Marsh, a first ball duck caught by Young at the bat pad. Carey caught Southey, bowled Phillips for 3. Cummins caught Latham, bowled Henry for 8. And, of course, Green caught Young, bowled Phillips for 34 in a bat pad again. 9 for 159. And Henry's about to rock and roll from this northern end. The wind behind him. He comes in and bowls at Hazelwood and gets a run, tucking it out on the onside. 2 lefties at the crease.
Lyon does seem a bit cursed when it comes to that half century. He made his highest score, that 47 he made was in the infamous Cape Town Test of 2018. He got to 47, and I remember him trying to lash Morné Morkel over cover for a 4 to get to the 50 and skied it, got caught. And he's never gone past there since. It's probably not a great test match to have on your resume as the thing that bobs up in the high score column.
No, another weird game as he bowls to Stark, who lets it go probably over the top of the off stump.
But he went past 1,500 runs today. He's the only player to do that without a half century. He's a few of my correspondents online were pointing out, by far the most runs without a 50 in Test cricket. He's got 1,501 at 12.7. Kemar Roach, 1174 at 11. And Wacko Yunus, 1,010 runs at 10.2. They're the only 3 to go past 1,000 without making a 50.
I'm thinking of a unique Australian double at the moment as Henry bowls a bouncing ball. Didn't Warren also, or hasn't he also, hold
most runs without a century?
Most runs without a century. So there you are, Lyon and Warren, 2 curious records.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Lyon might catch him yet. He's on 520 odd.
I don't see Lyon getting 100, but I can see 50.
Well, I mean in the wickets column.
Oh,
he's on 500.
Well, he might go past Muralitharan. If he sees pitches like this, as Henry bowls again, it's swung and it's hit hard down the ground for 4. A straight wallop went past Henry, sizzled past him. I think he's trying to get his mitts around that, but it flew past him, whacked by Stark with a front foot stoush, and he hit it in the air, low and hard, past fingers and the knee, the left knee of Henry, and down to the boundary for 4.
It's very similar to the one that cleaned up Cameron Green at the non-strikers end in the first innings. That diagonal bat wallop. So yes, Lyon could catch Murali with 800, but he probably won't catch James Anderson. He'll be on about 950 by then. Still going.
More than likely. He bowls again and Stark has defending. That's not the length to heave at. He plays it down the pitch. So these two are having a little bit of a bat, with Australia's lead continuing to build occasionally. Hazelwood 1 and Stark 12. And they're up to 3-6-8 in front. Another man comes out on the onside here for a protection, with Stark intent on having a whack when the length's right. Henry runs in towards him. He's forward and just nurses the ball carefully away down to mid-on to end the over. So Australia in occupation but maybe not for much longer. The 50th over has just been bowled in this innings of 9 for 164.
And another little 10th wicket partnership shaping up. Hazelwood putting on a few here. They're up to 5. Not quite the century partnership in the first innings. Was it 115 or 116 they finished with?
116.
116.
Yeah, the new record. Yep.
Didn't quite catch Warwick Armstrong and Reggie Duff, Jim, with 120 from 1902.
Well, it's a bit unfair. I mean, Armstrong and Duff were actually bats.
They were.
You've got to look at it between them. Either a Gillespie and a McGrath, which is extraordinary, or a batsman and a number 11.
Arthur Maley and Johnny Taylor. They got 127. Maley was a real 11, wasn't he?
He was an 11, yes.
That was a timeless test, though. They had plenty of overs.
Phillips bowls, and it's tossed up wide of the off stump. Yes. That one between Gillespie and McGrath is quite extraordinary. You'd think New Zealand would have been able to get one of them out before they added 114.
Yep.
But you would have thought that yesterday as he leaves another ball pitched out, turning away outside the line of the off stump. So Australia appear, as we keep saying, to have control of this game. Mm-hmm. But the other factor could well be the weather as we go. What will that do to the proceedings as Phillips is trotting in and he's bowling off the back foot? Hazelwood hits it away into the covers. Strong offside field here. Only 2 on the onside, a mid-on and a mid-wicket, with a slip in the gully, a backward point, 2 short covers, and a deepish mid-off. Unusual. Bowling around the wicket, he twirls in again, and he slogs and misses. Hazelwood said, enough. We're going to get on with this here. We're not going to hang around and block and push. And he thought, that road looks very attractive down there. But he missed it by a long way in the end.
Well, it was a couple of days ago that the number 10 and 11 for Mumbai made centuries in a first-class match.
Phillips bowling to Hazelwood. He's getting ready to pounce, and he drives and gets the ball past Southey, but not past Young, trailing him to stop it at short cover. So Australia just getting to that slightly anxious point of push on or get out. Don't just occupy the crease by playing and missing or not playing. Phillips, the tantaliser, he comes in and it's dug out off a bottom edge, almost a single around the corner, but they don't go. So a maiden bowled by Phillips, and it's still 9 for 164.
So Tushar Deshpande and Tanush Kotian were the 10 and 11 for Mumbai against Baroda. Both racked up tons in the Ranji. They got within 1 run of the biggest 10th wicket stand ever in Ranji cricket, and it's the second time in all first-class cricket that a 10 and an 11 have made a century in the same innings. It was pretty agricultural. I watched some of the footage back, and I wouldn't say it was littered with brilliant shots, but...
Was it a rescue effort, or...?
No, it was just to pile up massive runs as you move towards a semi-final spot. But generally, the way things work in the Ranji is it's first innings points, so you see a lot of teams making 700s and whatever. There's no point stopping batting. There's no point bowling for a couple of days if you don't need to.
Now, here he goes, bowls him. He's pitched up, gone right through Stark, knocked him over, clunk into the stumps as Henry completes the innings with a full pitch ball. Stark races off the field to get his bowling boots on. He's out for 12. Australia all out for 164. And given where they were at lunch, and Travis Head was batting with green, it has been a collapse. And it looks ugly on the scoreboard, but the fact is Australia lead by 368. 369, an unlikely 369 you'd think for New Zealand to get. So another moment in Test history for Nathan Lyon. He has top scored in this innings with 41. The only other score was Green with 34, Head 29 and Khawaja 28. But Henry finishes with a 5-fer and a 3-fer 3 for 36. Phillips, 5 for 45. And you would think Australia have enough runs on the board to be able to win this game. But we will see. We've had twists and turns, and we're now getting some applause for New Zealand and for Glenn Phillips, born in South Africa, 27 years of age, in his 6th test. He acknowledges the applause of the crowd, warm applause too. An excellent performance, which might make you think that he'll get a bit more bowling in Test cricket from here.
Well, it's a well-established route now from South Africa to New Zealand. Devon Conway, Grant Elliott in the box next door. Neil Wagner announced his retirement today. But there'll be a lot of talk about Phillips and his 5-for, but I don't think we should overlook Matt Henry, 8 wickets in the match, 8 for 106. He took 5 for 70 in the first when New Zealand were really under the cosh, and he was the one player to have consistent quality with the ball. And he didn't get the big ticket item wickets today, but given how much frustration there's been for New Zealand in this match at not being able to knock over Australia's lower order, he's the one who got rid of Nathan Lyon when he was bashing runs as a night watchman, and got rid of Cummins after a couple of reprieves, and Stark at the end to make sure that those lower order players didn't continue to frustrate New Zealand. So it's a creditable effort for him. He also made a score with the bat at 42 and hit a few sixes along the way. So Matt Henry's one of those real heartbeat players for this team. And for Australia, I think the concerns are there with the top order batting. It's been deeply unconvincing aside from Green. He's made more runs than all of his top order colleagues, everybody from 1 to 7 combined in the match. And he's absolutely rescued them. He's the reason that they are on top here. But New Zealand in with a chance. You figure you're unlikely to see something like Kane Williamson run out second ball for North twice in a match. Surely he has to make a score at some point. But they need the openers to do a job against Australia's opening bowlers primarily.
So how can this game tantalise us now? New Zealand rather getting to stumps at, I don't know, one for 120 or something ridiculous. It could happen, and we'll all come back with high expectation tomorrow. But at the moment, Australia warming up for their efforts with the ball. New Zealand need 369 to win.
Let the bright light city set your soul on fire. Bang! Rugby League lands in Las Vegas, and we take you there.
Put to the stat check. Wow, what a try!
Don't miss the action with me, Andrew Moore, alongside John Gibbs and Ryan Hoffman.
The human pinball nova.
Grandstand Rugby League on ABC Sport. Viva Rugby League on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia, live from the Basin Reserve on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button.
As the next delivery from Henry is to Lyon, who comes forward and hits it in the air and is caught. Caught at mid-wicket by Will Young. They've finally been able to remove Nathan Lyon. He wasn't able to control the ball down, but he's played a good hand, done his job as the night watchman. Phillips continues round the wicket to Kawaja, who uses his feet slots and appeal for a stumping. I think he might have got back. He's going to have a look.
Yeah, bails are completely
Bails are broken.
Bat is in the air. Thank you. I am ready with my decision for the next game.
He'll be turning and walking.
Phillips bowling his offies. Head is driving at it, and he hits it in the air down towards long off. He could be a thought. He's out. He's holed out. He went to hit that to the onside, and he's got the leading edge, and it's gone up high in the air. I think Kukaline down there near the boundary at long off. Phillips has got a couple of poles now. He bowls to Marsh, and Marsh tries to turn. He's caught it short leg. The first ball, he's played it straight into Will Young's hands at short leg. And Australia lose their 6th wicket.
He gets forward here, gets an edge, and he's caught at short leg. And Cam Green is out after facing 350 plus deliveries in the test so far. Phillips gets the wicket, caught at short leg. Green's out for the first time for 34. And Glenn Phillips has 5 in a test match.
New Zealand versus Australia, live from the Basin Reserve on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Nice to be back with you from the Basin Reserve in Wellington, where the crowd is uplifted. Even the Australians, even the number of them here have enjoyed the cricket that we have seen since the start of play this morning. No one predicted this, Xavier Doherty, did they?
Expect the unexpected is what we've become to learn over the last couple of days. Glenn Phillips, who would have thought he was the one to knock over the Aussies there? Crazy behaviour.
Well, it's opened up a lot of interesting scenarios, hasn't it? Why did they not have a spinner? They must have known. Perhaps they didn't know. In the end result, should the spinner have come on earlier? Have they been too long with the same old in terms of lack of variety of the seamers? Australia, was their attitude different in terms of attacking and going after the bowling? Or we're not quite sure. Welcome to our audience on ABC Radio in West Australia. They're joining for the first time, so we can give them a recap of what's been happening. And as I was saying to you just a moment ago, could we have seen things a little bit differently? We certainly got the unexpected, as you say, but could it have been different?
Well, you'd be forgiven for thinking that we weren't in Hyderabad or Chennai today with what we've just seen over the last hour. Glenn Phillips, if you don't mind, has knocked the Aussies over. 5 for 45 he's taken. And you're right, it raises the question, why didn't New Zealand try the spinners earlier? Why don't they have a frontline spinner in their team? Kugelheim, I think, only bowled, 3 overs in the innings. He had a small impact in that first innings. He got the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, but apart from that, he bowled a lot of wides. He was quite inconsistent. They've got Mitchell Satner on the sidelines. Hindsight's a great thing, of course. I don't think there's a person. There are 8,000 people here today, and I don't think a single one of them thought we were going to see conditions like we've just seen. The spin and the bounce was quite extraordinary. Of course, Australia have got a decent right-arm off-spinner in their armoury, in Nathan Lyon, of course. These are great questions to ask in hindsight, but... And going forward, we've got another test starting in 5 days' time. Will Satner come into play there? They've got bigger fish to fry right at the moment as the New Zealand openers make their way onto the ground at the moment. But certainly some spin from New Zealand earlier in the game, we might have been seeing a different result to what we're seeing at the moment, which is New Zealand chasing 368 runs.
Yeah, and normally you would look at that and say, with a couple of days to go, that's gettable. But against an Australian attack, which has 4 bowlers in the top 10 in the world on any pitch, they are going to be demanding. And as Glenn Phillips proved, Nathan Lyon is going to be demanding. And, it's certainly been an unusual day. Glenn Phillips is walking off, holding the ball which he has earned. He gets the ball and he is bowled superbly for a part-time spinner. As Craig MacMillan pointed out earlier, he used to be a wicketkeeper. And MacMillan also pointed out that last year, although my memory doesn't take me quite back to what happened because I wasn't in this position, I was sort of coming and going as just a normal spectator, spin did play an important part in the form of Michael Bracewell, who is also a good ripper of the ball, gets the ball to turn. So, there are so many things that will come away from this. Australia today have lost the wickets of Lyon, who was out for 41, caught Young, bowled Henry. Khawaja was stumped by Blundell from the bowling of Phillips for 28. Head caught Kugelheim, bowled Phillips 29. Marsh caught Young, bowled Phillips, no score. Carey caught Southey, bowled Phillips 3. Stark bowled Henry 12. Cummins caught Latham, bowled Henry for 8, and Green was out, caught Young, bowled Phillips for 34. Phillips got a 5-for, Young got a 3-for with 3 very good catches he took. There were a couple of catches dropped in the outfield, and the one last night that might have contributed to perhaps a lesser total. Who knows? If Lyon had been out last night, what today would have held? Well, there's a lot of what-ifs, but the facts are New Zealand are chasing a substantial target. and it's 369 runs as Mitchell Starc picks up the attack to bowl to Latham, and Latham is turning it down the leg side. It looked as though he was turning it down the leg side. It's got the pad and it's gone through to wicketkeeper Carey. The bowling figures for today: Southey 11 overs and 1 ball, 2 maidens, 2 for 46. Henry 12 overs and 1 ball, 1 maiden, 3 for 36. Kugelheim 3 overs for 18. O'Rourke 7 overs and 5 balls, 4 maidens, none for 11. A worry for New Zealand. He left the field injured and his over had to be completed. Ravindra 1 over for 2 runs, and Phillips 16 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 45. Starc goes into Latham. The delivery has him on the front foot, working it into the onside, out towards mid-wicket. And there'll be a couple of runs as it's chased down by Head. They've got the one, they're coming home for the third. Bit of a risk, but it's good enough for 3. The return coming into the bowler's end. And Latham gets off in positive fashion, getting onto the front foot and hitting it through the onside.
Yeah, lovely start there by Latham. You can sense some optimism, can't you, with a nice little punch through mid-wicket there. New Zealand's chase is underway, and yeah, like I mentioned, there's 6,000 or 7,000 people here. You'd say the majority are New Zealand. There's a strong contingent of Australians. But
sitting down below us.
Yeah, they are. The gold shirts stand out. But there's some optimism here. This is not a scenario we thought was going to be in play at the start of the day. We've got the chase starting. From an Australian point of view, we were hoping to start it on our own terms later. Let's have a little crack half an hour before stumps. Here we are, still before tea, and the chase is underway.
Goes Starc bowling to Young, and Young gets a nasty rearing delivery which makes him drop his hands and lean backwards away from the line as it went through to Carey. The end result is, if you believe, you've got a chance. If you don't believe, you won't make it.
Well, this is obviously New Zealand's highest, or would be New Zealand's highest chase to win.
Yep.
We saw that graphic pop up on our screens not that long ago. There have been chases of this magnitude in Test cricket before. Why wouldn't you? Like I said, New Zealand weren't. It's a New Zealand cricket team may have been thinking this was the best case scenario, but I'm sure the spectators, this might have been a hope for them rather than a reality.
Starc goes in, bowling to Young, the right-hander. It's a wide delivery. Doesn't bother with that one. It's through to Carey.
Just to finish off on Glenn Phillips, finished with 5 for 45. Should have had 6. Definitely should have had 6. He had Pat Cummins, who only made 8. Dropped it long on. A tough-ish chance Scott Kugelheim put down, and Henry Nicholls stood under one at deep square leg and dropped a regulation catch. He was on for Will O'Rourke. He's the sub-fielder. But the 5:45 reads pretty well. 5 for 45 reads very well. Should have been 6. That's how well he was going.
Indeed. And he'll remember it for a while. His first 5 for what we call a part-time spinner. Starc bowls to Young, who's edging the ball into the gully, backward of point, through, down towards the boundary, chase for Green, may overhaul it, he slides into the boundary rope, but manages to hit it back, does he? Or is it? No, it goes into the rope, and so it's the boundary. Young off the mark with 4, 7 for no wicket in the first over, and the chase for 369. The one question I have is, at what stage does Nathan Lyon come into the attack?
Well, the spinner, we've got Mitchell Starc bowling from our broadcast end at the moment. The wickets were all taken at the opposite end. That's the end that Lyon bowled in the first innings, and Phillips took his 5 for not that long ago. So I don't think we'll see him open the bowling, although it may have been spoken about in the dugout for Australia. But I think we'll see him before tea.
Starc bowls to Young, who leaves down the offside. But you'd have to say it's also a distinct possibility he will be in very early.
Oh, absolutely. I think this will be Josh Hazlewood's the man who's taking his sweater off and about to give his cap to Murray Erasmus. But I think it'll be a short spell if they don't get the breakthrough early. No doubt about that. So Nathan Lyon, I think we've spoken about it, and those in the commentary box before us have made mention that Australia do have a handy weapon up their sleeve, but he's still got to go out there and do it. He ended up with 4 wickets in the first innings, and we give him credit for that. He slipped into 7th on the all-time Test wicket takers, but if we're going to be brutally honest, he didn't bowl that well, particularly early on in his spell. I think Phillips was the man who got on top of him. He was going at 7 and over for his first couple. He did manage to get the breakthrough and knock over Blundell.
Yep.
He got the big breakthrough and cleaned up the tail, but
I think some of that came from almost timidity from the New Zealand batsmen to a certain extent.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And that was their problem. Latham on strike. Here's Hazelwood to him with the first ball, second over, down the offside and left alone by Latham.
And no doubt the Australian batters, the Australian batsmen played exactly the same way. They were deer in the headlights sort of stuff. They weren't preparing for a spin-friendly track. We turned up on day one and it was green as green, which the Australians expected, and the wicket played accordingly. But I don't think the preparation of the Australian batsmen at any stage involved sharp spin and catches around the bat.
7 for no wicket and the chase for 369. Hazelwood bowling to Latham, who gets a ball which he flashes at and makes no contact. Bit loose, ball lifting down the offside. I think he just admonished himself as well, because he probably should have left that one go through. It was wide enough, I think, to do that well wide, and he was flirting with danger to some degree. I'd have to say, from New Zealand's point of view, we were critical of some of their bowling in the first innings, and justifiably, I think. We've also got to give them credit for the effort in which you turn Australia over for 164. That in itself is some achievement. Latham leaves the delivery. That's a better lead. Short and lifting down the offside as it goes through to Carey.
That's a bit more Tom Latham we know and love. Seeing that one through to Alex Carey. I was about to mention, it'd be interesting to see how they do attack this new ball. They know that Lyon's going to be not far away and that scoring will be tough. Do they have a little dip here? It's probably not in the nature of Tom Latham. Is Will Young a man to go out there and not take on the new ball, but look for scoring shots while they're on?
Hazelwood bowls to Latham, who leaves again down the offside. He has scored quick one-day hundreds for New Zealand and for Central Districts. He's been in pretty good form in recent times. There was a period of time where he was opening the innings, and I must admit I don't see him as an opener. Okay. Technically, he's a very good player, but he's in fill-in mode here. This is Conway's role. He's filling in. I believe he's a number 5. But, of course, that then asks the question, well, who goes at 5? Ravindra, Mitchell, Phillips? They've got a choice to make on that. Here's the next delivery to Latham, beaten again down the offside as it goes through to Carey. So New Zealand have one extra player when Conway comes back in.
Oh, there you go. That's a good problem to have, isn't it?
It is.
It sounds awfully familiar as well. So there's only 2 genuine openers playing in this game.
To my mind,
Australia have got one, and so have New Zealand.
Yeah.
An interesting problem to have. And
well, Young has done it in the past, and he's been used. But I honestly believe, technically, he's better suited to down the order. That's just a personal observation. And I think there are a few people who probably agree with that. If you've got 2 left, and it's Latham and Conway. Hazelwood bowls to Latham, turned into the onside towards mid-wicket. Picked up there by Cummins, but he took a single, and it was a controlled run between the wickets, and the single is taken. The end of the over. 8 for no wicket, Latham 4, Young 4.
Yeah, solid start from New Zealand. None for 8 they move to. We've seen off the first 2 overs from Stark and Hazelwood. I don't think it'll be too long before we see Nathan Lyon. It's 3:17 at the moment here in
23 minutes till
the tea break. There's no doubt we'll see Nathan Lyon in play at some stage before the break.
Well, you would do it just to see what you can create from it. To have a look, to just put in the batsman's mind, this is what you're facing. Yep. You're chasing down 369, a score that you've struggled to reach in the past, you've never reached in the past, and as a 4th innings winning total. So if they can get a good start with the bat, we're in for an interesting chase. I've actually quite enjoyed the way things have gone today in terms of the challenge that Australia, taking 204 lead into it, has seen New Zealand respond with the ball. Stark bowls to Latham, and Latham nudges into the onside. No run. Young backing up, but the ball was going out towards Travis Head at mid-wicket.
Before you go, Watts, I think Corbin might be coming back in a little while. Is the dream still alive for Wagner? Is it still alive? You would have to imagine O'Rourke only bowled... he didn't get through his 8th over. He went off with some hamstring tightness, we're told. And with a player that they'd be keen to look after, and a player at the stage of international career that he is at, you wouldn't imagine there'd be too many risks taken with his body.
Tight left hamstring. Yep. Well, can they be fixed quickly? Here's Stark bowling to Latham, left through to Carey. You don't want to push players into a role. We're talking about the next test now, which is a week away.
Less than a week.
Yeah, less
than a week. It's not.
Yeah.
It's they say it's tightness. Like I mentioned, he's in his second test, isn't he? He's a player that they value highly. You've got to look after these quicks.
Well, he's had minor injury problems too in the domestic scene.
So you'd have to suggest that there's more than some doubt over his role heading into Christchurch. Wagner, of course, has announced his retirement. He was ruled out of this test match and from all reports was going to be released for the second one.
Stark bowls to Latham, leaves again down the offside through to the wicketkeeper. Well, it takes two things. One is as a replacement, and two is, are you prepared to front up and say we've made a mistake? And do selectors do that?
Well, not traditionally. I don't think they don't admit the mistake, and I think it's something that we'll talk about post-play with the Australian openers, because I think that certainly the murmurings that maybe they've got that one wrong, certainly amongst the journos, and
they haven't got Green wrong.
No, they haven't got Green wrong. So the decision to bring him in has been a good one.
8 for no wicket. Goes to the left arm pace bowler and bowls wide down the offside. Then looks back at the bowler's landing area. Isn't it amazing how many times they do that when they bowl a bad ball?
Wasn't my fault.
Yeah, you go and have a look at that foot mark there. It's just I couldn't land in the right place.
So is Wagner a genuine chance, or who? Or if he's not, who is? Is probably the question.
It's not a left armour. I think New Zealand actually miss a left armour.
Okay.
Just for the variety's sake. The only other option to my mind would be Ben Sears, who bowled pretty well in the T20s and in the short form, and he's got over what for him has been injury issues as well. Here's Stark bowling to Latham. Again, it's a wide delivery and he's allowed to leave it go through to Carey. 8 for no wicket. I think Wagner's past his best. I'd have to say that. He's not the sharp, lively bowler, but I think anybody could have been better than what we saw in the New Zealand first innings bowling effort. We saw O'Rourke, who was prepared to run in. He's keen. He's a young man. I'll run in and I'll unsettle these guys. And I think he did. And in the second innings, that was quite an excellent spell of bowling. 7 overs for very few runs. Stark bowls to Latham, guides it into the gully, fielded there by Green, ends the over. 8 for no wicket. Latham 4, Young 4, 369 is the target. They've got 20 minutes to go until the tea adjournment. More from Xavier Doherty, and then Corbin's back.
Thanks, Wads. Yeah, not too many issues for Tom Latham and Will Young to contend with just at the moment. Mitchell Stark just having a few issues with getting them to play at the ball, let alone play and miss. So it'll be Hazelwood who'll front up again. Corbin, we're taking a stab in the dark on what over it'll be before we see Nathan Lyon. I'm tipping it's not going to be the 4th, it may be the 6th.
Dave Dobbin. Is this the most New Zealand track you could possibly find? Slice of heaven. What a track. Welcome back to the commentary position. Nice to see you, X-Man, Corbin, Middlemas and Xavier Doherty. 20 minutes before tea on day 3. New Zealand, none for 8. Batting for a second time. The magic number is 369. That's the victory target. The Aussies hunting their first wicket. They need 10 to win the test as Hazelwood wide at the off stump and Young lets it pass. It is already a record chase for New Zealand, so 369 if they get that. Will be the most that they've ever chased to win a test match in the history of our great game. So Latham on 4, Young on 4. Earlier today, Glenn Phillips, in his 6th test match, the former wicketkeeper, took a test fifer. And he did so by dismissing Khawaja, Green, Head, Marsh and Carey. So it was the top middle order that he took as Hazelwood flushes one past Young's outside edge and into the gloves of Carey. Australia all out in their second dig for 164 with Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, the top scorer with 41.
Crazy.
Yep.
Wasn't it?
Again,
we've been trying to predict what's to unfold in this match. And not a single person in the ground would have forecast Glenn Phillips taking a 5 from what should have been 6.
A windy day in Wellington, 19 degrees. It's not cold though, as Hazelwood on his way in bowls a ball into the hip of Young, and he tucks it away backward of Travis headed short leg, and he'll pick up a couple for that. So he moves to 6. New Zealand at none for 10 in their second innings with a target of 369.
Yeah, not too many issues at the moment. Has there been, Corbin? Certainly nothing moving off the seam. We've certainly throughout the game so far, we've seen the batsman wearing them on the bottom glove, and obviously Glenn Phillips, he was getting some spin, but he was also getting an extreme amount of bounce for such a short guy.
Here comes Hazelwood again, bowls to Young, and same shot, tucks it off his hip, past head. I'll take just a single this time. It's another one to Will Young, he moves to 7. New Zealand ticking them off, none for 11. The target 369.
Yeah, actually, we haven't had a look at the pitch map, and quite often when you watch these broadcasts, you get to see where exactly the bowlers are plotting the ball and where they're going through to the wicketkeeper. I doubt Glenn Phillips bowled a ball throughout his... how many overs did he end up bowling?
He bowled
16.
16.
I doubt he bowled a ball that was hitting the stumps. That's how much bounce we're getting from a guy that's under 6 foot.
Hazelwood pushing across Latham. The lefty just tucks it off his pads. Very fine. Good luck hunting that down. Stark won't get to it. It's 4. And the crowd are involved. They got right behind Glenn Phillips, and they are cheering every shot at the moment. Latham 8, Young 7. New Zealand chasing a mammoth 369 and none for 15.
Yeah, nice start. You can feel the excitement in the crowd. This is not something they expected to see when they rocked up at 10:30 this morning. In fact, we're going to see a chase that would be a record chase, but it's something not out of the realms of possibility.
Hazelwood to Latham, and he solidly defends the last ball of the over. So Hazelwood 2 overs for 8. New Zealand none for 15 in the 4th innings of the match. They need 369 to win the test. Corbin, Middlemas and Xavier Doherty, ABC Radio, Sport Digital, the Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra. ABC Cricket with you. The text line is 0467 920 222 if you want to have your say. We've got Sheffield Shield updates as part of Summer Grandstand throughout the day. Xavier Doherty has been streaming the game online from Tasmania. You are dead keen in the penultimate round of Shield fixtures. And coming up during the tea break, we will hear from Sarah Jacobs, who's the New Zealand Cricket Museum curator. Max and I had a little trip down to the museum earlier, which is at, would be deep mid-wicket at the moment, or cow corner for the batsman on striking. Will Young facing Stark, bowling from the RA Vance stand end of the ground. On and off stump, and just dead bats it away on the offside. Young. Got some great stuff in there, which we'll talk about during the tea break, but also have a original Beige Brigade one-day kit that New Zealand wore back in the day. You a fan of that strip?
Not really.
Yeah, right. Didn't like it?
Not really. It's a pretty ugly... What would you... I don't want to be disrespectful for our New Zealand listeners, but it's a fairly ugly colour, Corbin, isn't it?
I grew up just in the generation after that. So when I was a kid, New Zealand were always teal. That was when they were in the 90s and the 2000s.
Yeah, I'm the same.
And we're going through that crazy period where teal was sort of the spruik colour, as Stark short of a length outside the off stump, and Young lets it pass through to Carey. There were some great teal one-day kits that New Zealand had in those days.
What was your favourite one? There was one where there was actually a half black fern, a little bit of white, and then the teal, of course, that went...
Perfect. I think they reprised it for a one-day series, which actually started and never finished. It was during... just as the pandemic kicked off. I think they played one game in front of a empty house at the Sydney Cricket Ground, but that just screams sort of Nathan Astle out of Parore for me. So that was a really nice kit.
Vittori.
Now part of the Aussie camp. Stark on his way in, bowls full to Young. Solidly pushes back down the ground and picked up at mid-off by Labuschagne. I asked you off air a short time ago, would Nathan Lyon bowl before tea?
He will.
He will.
He's going to bowl the 6th over, Corbin. Okay. He has to. Josh Hazelwood's down at fine leg at the moment, signing some autographs. The helmet's been bought out. Of course, that would be used for Travis Head because they have had him in play for the Quicks, but I'd imagine there might be another one bought out at the end of the over. Matt Renshaw is lingering with a spare helmet. Nathan Lyon's moments away.
2 slips, 2 gullies, point, extra cover, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. As Stark on his way in, bowls on middle stump and turned away by Young. 2-headed square leg. We saw it really rag again today, didn't we, for Glenn Phillips, 5 for 45 off his 16 overs. Plenty of T&B, turn and bounce.
There was turn and bounce. The thing about it is, it was consistent turn and bounce, wasn't it? It's not the stuff you see in India where some sort of turn naturally and what you'd expect, and then some really kick and rag. It was really consistent turn and bounce, which, it sort of poses the question. There were some soft outs as well, given the fact that they clearly weren't prepared for those sort of conditions.
Stark on his way in, pushing across Young, who lets it pass. The right-handed big stride down the track. Shoulders, arms.
Of course, easy to say from here. But, the Mitch Marsh out in particular, he turned, it was like shortly catching practice. Clearly in his mind, he hadn't prepared himself for facing those conditions. And in the end, he just turned it straight into the hands of Will Young at short leg, and easy as you like, his innings was over after 45 seconds.
Every Aussie fielder except Alex Carey has a jumper on, some of the short sleeve, some of the long sleeve sweater, including Hazelwood, who's resting down at fine leg. Mitchell Stark, the bowler, with a 56 showing on his back as he pushes across Young again, and Young watches it pass as it continues to move and dip back in after passing the stumps. Latham's 8, Young 7. None for 15 New Zealand. The target is 369, and Nathan Lyon takes off his baggy green, exposes his bald bonds. He's about to hand his cap to umpire Murray Erasmus. He's going to bowl here 10 minutes before the tea break on day 3. And depending on how they go getting through these, next we might see him twice before tea.
What do we got?
10 minutes?
10 minutes, we'll see him twice before tea.
There you go.
We'll see him twice before tea. The great thing about the Basin Reserve is we've got set side screens. So despite the fact we've got a left and right hander, Nathan Lyon will roll through this pretty quickly. Assuming he doesn't get a wicket, of course. Tom Latham will be the man who he has first crack at. We're going to see 2 slips. Only the 2 men on the leg side at the moment, both in saving a single. It'll be 3 when Pat Cummins resumes at mid-on, who'll be up in the circle. So they're going to encourage Tom Latham to be hitting across the spin to the leg side. They've got a long off in place, which is awfully interesting. They haven't finished their discussion, Cummins and Lyon. I would like to think he's going to make his way in. No, he's not.
He hasn't forgotten that Todd Latham's a left-hander.
Have they seen him down there? Who is that? That's Josh Hazelwood down at long off.
Yep.
No, they're going to leave him there.
He's putting his hand up to Nathan Lyon right now saying, hey, do you want me there? So he is right back on the rope. He's really the only man in the deep at long off. 2 slips, silly point, catching cover, line around the wicket. Latham just defending it away on the offside. Bounces once before reaching Labuschagne at second slip.
So we've got a 7-2 field. Pat Cummins at mid-on. Mitchell Stark is at 45 to catch the top edge sweep. Really encouraging the left-hander to go across the spin here.
Of course, taking the ball away from the lefty. As it sits up, he looks to cut, he nicks it. Latham's out. Lyon gets the wicket. Straight on, second ball, he's got a wicket. New Zealand 1 for 15. Turned and bounced, he went to cut it and nicks it straight through to Carey, standing up to the stumps. Nathan Lyon immediately into the game with success.
It wasn't his best ball he's ever bowled, Corbin. That was wide and short. Yes, it turned. Yes, it bounced. There was a grimace on the face of Nathan Lyon as he celebrated. He knew he's picked up a cheapie there. Tom Latham would be furious with that. He's lined up the cut shot, and rightly so. They need to score runs when they get the opportunity, and that was an opportunity to hit a boundary. He's only succeeded in a top edge, and Alex Carey's taken. They're not easy catches. Up to the stumps, of course. Finish edge. is a guy that takes those more often than not, Alex Carey, and you'd have to say that's a cheapie for Australia.
The best to ever do it with the blade for New Zealand, Kane Williamson, makes his way out in his 99th Test match. And he's on a pair here, having been run out second ball in the first innings. 32 hundreds, 33 half-centuries to go along with that. The all-time leading run scorer for the Kiwis in Test cricket, 8,666 runs. I resisted.
You really wanted to. You really wanted to.
How about that for Nathan Lyon? We're talking about whether they'll bring him on, and Glenn Phillips has success earlier in the day with 5 wickets. Bowling his off spinners. First time in Test cricket he's done that. As soon as Lyon comes on, drops one in short, Latham goes to cut it, nicks it. Lyon into the game with a wicket with his second ball.
Now this is a huge 6 minutes call. 6 minutes till the tea break. New Zealand's best cricketer at the crease. If Australia were to pick up this wicket, that would really knock the wind out of New Zealand's sails.
Kane Williamson on a pair. Nathan Lyon to him now. Williamson looking to try and sweep, went down on one knee. There's an appeal for caught behind. Carey liked it. Smith went up. Certainly a noise. Let's listen in.
If you like it, go for it. Anyone else get a noise?
They are. They're going upstairs.
Pat Cummins says, let's have a look. And so Kane Williamson, ball one, got a wild one which turned and bounced down the leg side. He went down on one knee, throwing the bat at it, and Carey liked it immediately.
We have a player review for caught behind. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin vision, please?
This is Ninton Menon, the TV umpire. The appeal is for caught behind. Williamson, a loose sweep shot.
It was a filthy delivery from Nathan Lyon. It was dragged down. He was so short and went further. Has he caught up with it? It's very close to the bat.
Oh.
Okay, ball seems to be close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please?
Great keeping again from Carey. So continue to follow it down the leg side, and despite the blade being
waiting for ultra edge, Murray.
Waved out in front of his eyes, he's never lost sight of the ball and watched it all the way into the gloves.
He's staring at the screen, Kane Williamson. He does look nervous. This would
still waiting, Murray, for ultra edge.
This would be the ultimate gift for Australia.
Yep. In the meantime, they're showing one more replay.
I think we're ready for the technology, as we heard Ninton Menon say.
I feel like he's got a little toe on this.
Seems to be close.
The edge technology will be the thing.
What a moment this is in the Test match.
Steve Smith at first slip went up straight away.
Immediately. Got a good view of that on the replay as well.
Still waiting, Murray, for ultra edge.
The ball came off the wicket so slow that even if Kane Williamson's hit it, he was way too quickly through his shot, and if anything has got a toe edge on it. He's still staring at the screen, Kane Williamson. He's nervous.
Here we go. Here's the Snicko, the ultra edge. So Williamson threw the shot early. Looks like it's missed the toe of the bat. Has it hit the back of the bat on the way through?
Roll it through.
No.
Yeah, between bat and ball. Roll it through.
Still got a bit of work to do to pass the bat. As we follow the pitches, he's missed it. He hasn't hit it.
I'll go back
flat
to
line.
Field.
A few nervy moments for New Zealand, but Kane Williamson is still there. Murray Erasmus got it right. He waves away the review. Australia have lost one. They've got 2 up their sleeve. New Zealand all 3. The Kiwis 1 for 15.
A lot of people don't like DRS call, but geez, it creates some great theatre, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Great drama that is. I mentioned Nathan Lyon will probably bowl 2. He's got a wicket. Now we've had a DRS review.
We might not get another one. How many balls left? He's still got 3 balls left.
I'd be lucky to squeeze another over in. It's 37 minutes past the hour. T is at 22. And now there's another delay at the side screen.
It's still on the advertisement. Well, it's not advertisement, but it's still...
I think there was one...
Yeah, it's lit up.
I think there was one pink speck on it, which has now disappeared. As you said, Lyon's got 3 balls to get through to make sure the Aussies get another over in before tea. Let's go. Williamson still on a pair. Awaits Nathan Lyon. And Williamson tied up, and the ball balloons up on the offside, drops safely. Trying to work it off his hip again, surprised by the bounce, which has undone a few bats already today.
He's got some bat on that. They could quite easily have popped up. It's hit the back of his bat after it's clipped him on the thigh pad.
Oh, you're right.
And quite easily could have popped up to Carey or Smith. He's creating all sorts of issues, as we predicted, Corb. That's one thing we have predicted.
And that pink spec is on the side screen again, the digital part of the side screen. And Kane Williamson's basically saying, look, I'm not rolling until that pink thing's gone. He knows that the tea break's approaching.
And fair enough.
The cricket gods may just be coming back on Nathan Lyon here, who did his best to waste some time last night and get through to stumps when he was the night watchman.
Whoever's in charge of that side screen is doing his best for New Zealand here, because it's about to click over to 3:39. Nathan Lyon's still got 2 balls to go. This is going to be the last over before the break here.
Maybe it's controlled from the dressing room, the side screen. They think, look, let's just leave that pink spec on there. We'll be able to push time back. But there is actually a sheet which goes over the top of the digital side screen, which is designed for moments like this. If there's a malfunction with the side screen, they can just put a whole sheet over the top of it, which actually happened during the South Africa Test Series recently. But what we thought was going to be 3 more overs before the tea break is going to turn into 1.
It's been a 10-minute over.
Kane Williamson.
And we're still going to wait. There's still another delay because now they're halfway through the process of... Oh, no, the pink spec is back. They got rid of it for 30 seconds. It's now back. They're going to fold the sheet over to finish the over. And the music's on.
We talk all the time about delays in cricket and where the time that we lose goes. These are moments where you think, geez,
well, this we just don't need this one.
No. You can't. Let's find this one. The Coppers, they roll the sheet out over the top of the digital side screen here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. My name's Corbin, Middlemas, Xavier, Doherty alongside me, Jim Maxwell, Brian Waddle, Geoff Lemon, Katie Martin, Craig MacMillan, all throughout the day. We're on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and through the Listen app. The Listen app is important if you're just tuning in and catching the cricket for the first time in this series. We've got a whole test match to come in Christchurch starting on Friday. If you want to listen to any ball of the test match, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Keep your eye out for that red cricket ball button. And unsurprisingly, given that this is a city known as windy Wellington, there's a bit of wind up beneath the big sheet. And it's causing all sorts of havoc for the New Zealand cricket staff that are trying to pull it down over the top of the digital side screen.
So they've got it over, but that's only half the job done. They've got to keep it still for the next 2 balls at the very least. So he's got 2 balls to negotiate here, Kane Williamson.
She's been a dramatic couple of balls for Kane Williamson. Catching opportunities on both. One he didn't hit, the next one he did, but it went to ground. Still on a pair. Lyon on his way into Williamson, middle of the bat. Pushes it out to mid-wicket. Cam Green collects. 1 to come before tea. Go inside the New Zealand Cricket Museum here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington at the tea break. Last ball before the interval as Williamson's back and tucks it away off his legs. A leg glance to Khawaja at square leg. And that's tea.
They contemplated the quick single there, Corb. These two were the 2 that were involved in that disastrous run out in the first innings. They decided against it. Kane Williamson will go into the break without a run to his name.
7 wickets fell in the session for 66 runs. Glenn Phillips took 4 of them. He finished with his first 5-for in Test cricket, 16 overs, 5 for 45, having not bowled at all in the first innings of the match. A right-arm off-spinner who was once a wicket-keeper, a true all-rounder in world cricket, Glenn Phillips. And the batters he dismissed to get there, Khawaja, Green, Head, Marsh and Carey. A stunning performance with the ball. The Aussies all out for 164. They set a victory target of 369, which would be a record for New Zealand in Test cricket. And at the tea break on day 3, they are 1 for 15 in pursuit. Will Young's on 7. Kane Williamson still on a pair. He's yet to score, having faced 4 balls and a couple of nervy moments. Tom Latham, the man out for 8. Lyon's second ball in the innings, caught by Carey as he chased a short wide one. Went to play a cut shot and nicked it through to Carey, the keeper. So Lyon 1 over, 1 maiden, 1 for none. And what was an over that lasted a dozen minutes. Hazelwood 2 overs, none for 8. Stark 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. News time in just a moment, but first, Xavier Doherty, talk us through it. What did we see in that session?
Well, we saw the unpredictable, didn't we? We saw a guy who we didn't see in the first innings, Glenn Phillips, take 5 wickets, and they weren't cheapies. Far from it, in fact. Knocked over Usman Khawaja, Cameron Green, Travis Head, Mitch Marsh and Alex Carey, and should have had Pat Cummins. So quite possibly should have had 6. We saw spin and probably more importantly, a lot of bounce, which is a thing that the New Zealand batsmen are going to have to contend with Nathan Lyon throughout the remainder of this day and possibly into tomorrow if they last that long, as I say with my Australian hat on. As you mentioned.
ABC Sport. Grandstand cricket.
There you go.
That's it for the day.
You can hear the bales.
And that is Stumps.
This is Grandstand at Stumps.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand at Stumps after the third day of the first test at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. And despite the fact that one side has been on top for large periods, every day, every session has delivered so far in what has been an intriguing match of Test cricket. The Aussies on top. They've set a victory target of 369. New Zealand 3 for 111 at close. They still need 278 to win. Rachin Ravindra, though, 56 not out. He's played a beautiful hand so far. Daryl Mitchell supporting him, 12 not out after 3 early wickets. New Zealand still with a bit of hope in this match, albeit with a lot to do. Corbin Middlemas alongside former Australian spinner Xavier Doherty, the voice of New Zealand cricket, Brian Waddle. Day 3 in the books. Brian, your immediate reaction? A day in which spin has dominated here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. You've seen a lot of cricket in these parts. Is it unusual to see the tweakers on top in this kind of fashion?
To the extent that we have seen, we don't see as much churn on this pitch as we've had in the past. Yes, there have been periods of time when spin bowlers have enjoyed it. Last year, spin played a part, although it was Seamers who did the job. Jack Leach took 8 wickets, as was mentioned during the commentary, in the Test match against England. We've had Keshav Maharaj took 6 for 40 and won a Test match for South Africa here 7-8 years ago. And of course, the subcontinent spinners have always enjoyed New Zealand conditions, but they've generally been too slow. I think what is evident about this pitch is that it's been a little bit quicker than we see from the Basin Reserve. There's more bounce, and therefore there's more encouragement for those who tweak the ball. And let's face it, Lyon is a master, and if he can't do it, no one can. And we've seen today what he is capable of. New Zealand, well, they've put up a good fight. They're still behind the 8 ball, but if you believe, you've still got a chance.
8 of the 11 wickets have fallen to the spinners today. The only 3 wickets that the pace bowlers took was 8, 9 and 10 in the Australian batting lineup. So Henry was able to remove Stark, Cummins and Lyon. But apart from that, all the recognised bats have been dismissed by the slow bowlers. The Aussies resumed at 2 for 13. Nathan Lyon ended up top scoring in the Australian second innings with 41. After being 4 for 113, adding another 100 in the morning session for the loss of just 2 wickets, the Aussies fell apart with the bat thereafter, thanks largely to Glenn Phillips. 5 for 45, as the Aussies lost 6 for 51 after lunch. So the first 5-wicket haul for Phillips in his Test career. All out for 164. Australia batting a second time and set the target for New Zealand of 369 to win. It would be a record chase for New Zealand in Test cricket if they are able to hunt down to 369 at Stumps, 3 for 111. Is the game still alive at Stumps on day 3?
Absolutely. Absolutely, it's still alive. What's the 258? 258.
Yep.
It's still required.
2 days to go.
If you break it down, 258, you've got 2 quality cricketers at the crease. You've still got Blundell and Phillips in the shed. I think it thins out a little after that from what I saw in the first innings. Yes, those guys can score runs, but as far as support goes, they try and score them too quickly, and the wicket is spinning more and more. Life will be tough if and when Australia get that far, but absolutely, from an Australian point of view, and particularly, I don't want to harp on about it because the guy is a champion, but the Nathan Lyon we've seen today is not quite the Nathan Lyon we've come to know. So I hate to be critical because I love the guy. He's been such a champion, but he's bowling way too far down the leg side. He didn't challenge the off stump enough. It might have something to do with the fields, which I'm sure Dan Vittori and Andrew McDonald and Pat and Nathan himself will sit down and try and figure out overnight.
He's got 6 wickets for the Test.
Yeah,
I hate to be critical because he's been so good, and I love the guy, I absolutely do, but way too many balls down the leg side, and I think it's got to do with the field they've set. They're setting leg side traps, and he's bowling there.
The moment you start thinking about that, though, as a batsman, is the time for your downfall. You've got to play him
at the expectation and as he comes to you. And I think that's what they did. We saw some real courage from Ravindra. He was not afraid to get away from the line of his stumps, and he's got a good eye. He picked the length well, and he played him superbly. Mitchell, unusual. You're right. He struggled to get some rhythm, but he's still there, and that's what New Zealand want. And if you're in that situation, then you do believe and you do give yourself a chance. It's still Australia's test, to my mind, but New Zealand aren't totally out of it.
The feel-good story on really day 1 and 2 was probably Cam Green. He got his 100 before stumps on day 1 and then went even bigger on the second day, and Josh Hazlewood played a key role in that. Nathan Lyon picking up 4 wickets, and the Australians completely bossed the day. The key individual figure on day 3 is clearly Glenn Phillips. This guy who was a wicket keeper and did all elements of the game. He's a good fielder. Bats as a recognised batsman in this team. Got the chance to bowl here for the 3rd consecutive Test match. He didn't bowl a ball in the first innings and yet comes out and takes wickets when he's been given the ball in the second dig. So he is the 7th bowler used in the Test match by New Zealand, but didn't bowl a single ball in the first innings. Finished with 16 overs, 5 for 45 today. Let's relive how it all happened on ABC Cricket.
Phillips continues round the wicket to Kawaja, who uses feet and slogs, and appeal for a stumping. I think he might have got back.
Yeah, bails are completely
Bails
off.
are broken.
Bat is in the air. Thank you. I am ready with my decision for the big swing.
He'll be turning and walking.
Phillips bowling his offies. Head is driving at it, and he hits it in the air down towards long off. He could be a thought. He's out. He's holed out. Phillips has got a couple of poles now. He bowls to Marsh, and Marsh tries to turn. He's caught it short leg. The first ball he's played it straight into Will Young's hands at short leg.
Carey thumping away on the crease, awaits Phillips. He drives in the air, he's caught. Hit it straight to short cover. Southey hangs onto it. And Alex Carey's out for 3. He gets forward here, gets an edge, and he's caught at short leg. And Cam Green is out. And Glenn Phillips has 5 in a Test match. Tell us about Glenn Phillips, Brian Waddle. He looks like the kind of busy cricketer that every team craves. We've obviously seen him play international cricket for a while, but I'm not sure too many people thought he had that in him. 5-wicket haul at Test level.
Well, he's regarded as a part-time spinner, but he's given the indication that when conditions are in your favour, you don't want part-time spinners, you want a full-time spinner. Now, either it's him, or it becomes Michael Bracewell, or even it becomes Ravindra. They've got to have a man. Xavier will probably attest to that if you've got a good spinner, when conditions are your way, you'll take them. I don't really regard him yet as a good spinner, but he's good enough to get 5 for 45 against one of the best batting sides currently going round. So you've got to give credit there. He used the conditions well, and he'd be one of those players that if you ask him to bowl left arm round the wicket, he'd do it. Yep. He will try anything to be part of the game and to be a success. And he was today. He deserved it. It followed on from the confidence he got out of batting, because he batted superbly. 71, we haven't seen too many 71s in this game. We've seen one great innings from Green. The rest of them have been some good contributions. So, his contribution to this Test has been extra special. I enjoyed it. I liked the attitude as well.
That stood out, that New Zealand needed to fight back in the game. He did so with the bat, and now he's done it with the ball. So what I loved about it too, Xavier, were the guys that he got. So Kawaja, Green, Head, Marsh, Carey. This isn't like he cleaned up the tail to get his fifer. Break it down for us. You're our spin bowling man. What did he do well?
Well, he didn't bowl any bad balls. He got spin, he got bounce, and he got 5 genuine players out. He got a stumping, he got 3 caught at short legs, and he got Travis Head trying to hit across the spin, leading edge to long off. And he should have had Pat Cummins as well. He had him drop twice, defeating him in length. He had the ball dropping. He was bowling into a decent sort of breeze. It was proper. I haven't seen as much of his bowling as Watts has, but it looked far better than part-time, and something that's well and truly worth persisting with. Yes, he's getting some assistance from this wicket, but we haven't seen Nathan Lyon have the same impact. So, well and truly above Test level.
So 8 of the 11 wickets today falling to spin. A maiden fifer in Test cricket for Glenn Phillips, 16 overs, 5 for 45. The other man to break a few records today was Steve Smith, who is on the Hunt now moving up the list for all-time catches in Test cricket by a fieldsman. He's behind only Ricky Ponting in Australian Test cricket history. He now has 182 catches after taking 2 today, including another blinder. The good news is he's downstairs. He's got the headphones on alongside our own Geoff Lemon. Geoff.
ABC Sport, we've got Steve Smith with us. A hectic kind of day. What was it, 11 wickets, a stack of runs, a target set, Nathan Lyon top scoring as night watchman. It was all going on.
Yeah, it was. The game certainly sped up. So I think we're in a nice spot now. Wickets probably settled down in the last half an hour. It probably didn't take as much spin and probably not as much seam. But no, I think we're in a good spot. Hopefully a couple early ones and move on from there.
You must be feeling fortunate that you banked such a big lead on the first innings because they came back at you very strongly today.
Yeah, I think we'll look back and hopefully we'll be able to look back after the match and see that the partnership between Hazelwood and Green was a match-winning one. So that's hopefully the case. We're in a nice spot.
So what have you made of it? I know you enjoy looking at surfaces and figuring out what they're doing over the course of a few days. What's your read on the last 3 days?
I think it was quite challenging early on, obviously. We got sent in. It obviously did quite a fair bit that first day. And, my summation, I thought, would happen with the wicket is that it would get flatter and flatter as it's gone on. And I think it's probably at its flattest right now. Obviously the new ball took a fair bit of spin and bounce, and Gazza had a lot on the ball, and it probably didn't spin or seam quite as much the last half an hour, 40 minutes. So, it's going to... I don't know what's going to happen in the morning, but it looks like it's probably at its best to bat right now. So, hopefully we can get a couple of early ones and put the rest of the middle order under pressure.
The amount of turn was the interesting bit. A lot of the old New Zealand heads here saying they don't remember the Basin spinning that much. Glenn Phillips, the kind of cricketer who manages to influence games, and the amount of turn that Nathan was getting as well, it really stood out.
Yeah, I think I might be wrong. I think it's just the thatchiness of the grass that's causing it to spin as much as it does, and I think if the game was going to go 5 days, I actually think it would spin less, if that makes sense, as the grass sort of dies and wears off. Hopefully it still spins as much as it did, I guess, when we first started. Obviously, as I said just before, I think the ball's a little bit softer now and probably not catching the grass quite as much. But Gaz also bowled a pretty long spell into the wind there, so he might have been a bit tired. Hopefully he's a bit fresher in the morning, there's a bit more on him, and we can get a bit more out of the surface.
Is there a plan to bat towards a declaration target, or was it just a matter of batting and seeing what happened?
Honestly, I have no idea. I've been in a separate change room with COVID, so I have no idea what the plans have been. I've just been hanging out there and been quite bored, actually.
Okay. Yeah, watching, Lyon making 40-odd would have been fun with everyone else, but on your own, not so much.
Oh, no, it was still fun.
Ratchin Ravindra, just your thoughts on him the last, you didn't get much of a look at him in the first innings, you did during the World Cup, but seeing him in a test match and flourishing today.
Yeah, look, he's a nice player, isn't he? It looks like he's got a lot of time, and hopefully we can get him out early in the morning.
Okay, good luck tomorrow.
Cheers.
Steve Smith downstairs with Geoff Lemon, and Brian, they don't call it Windy Wellington for nothing, as you heard there in the background. So nice to hear from Steve Smith. Little under the weather. We saw Josh Hazelwood on day one of the test standing away from the rest of his teammates during the national anthem, and COVID's ripped through the group a couple of times in recent times, but surely just about all of them have had it again in the most recent cycle. So Steve Smith, as you heard there, has been a little under the weather himself. I was interested, my ears pricked up when he said, look, it didn't spin and seam as much later in the day as that partnership got away from them between Mitchell and Ravindra. Is that a bit of ego protection just from the Aussies saying, oh, look, the pitch isn't doing quite as much and we weren't able to get another one that we would have hoped for before close?
He told us 3 times, I think.
Yeah.
He was adamant to get that message across. It wasn't seaming or spinning later in the day. So the fact that they've got 2 set batters out there.
Did you see that?
No, I think there's enough. I think there's enough out there. As I mentioned, the line was spinning them enough. Maybe just got his lines a little wrong. I think there's enough there. The quicks didn't have the same impact, but I think that's just natural as the game wears on. Maybe it is pretty dry and dusty out there. I'm not sure if. Steve also mentioned the ball's getting pretty soft, so I'm not sure we'll see any reverse swing come into play, particularly with this ball. Whether we get to another one, what have we got? 41 overs gone. The second one's still a fair way off, but I think there's still enough out there as far as spin goes. Travis Head was able to get one past Will Young as well with almost the lack of spin. So I think Australia just need to sit down and put a little more thought into their spin bowling plans.
They need 7 wickets to win the Test match. New Zealand need a further 258 runs. Grandstand at stumps, Corbin, Middlemas, Brian Waddle and Xavier Doherty. New Zealand in their second innings, the fourth innings of the Test, 3 for 111. Ravindra is 56. And Mitchell is 12 not out, so they need another 258 from here. I mentioned Steve Smith. He was able to snare a couple of catches today, so what that means historically is up to 182 catches. He goes one ahead of Mark Waugh's famous tally of 181. He's 5 behind Ricky Ponting, who's in second position all time, so he's fast moving through the list. Root is 1, Ponting, Callis, Jawardner, Dravid, and now Smith. So he's taken some spectacular catches over the years, and he's fast moving up the list for most snares by a fieldsman.
Well, and both catches, they were beauties today. You know, the leg slip catch off Kane Williamson and then Kane Williamson is what I'm trying to spit out there. And then Will Young, you know, with Travis Head not getting the turn and catching the outside edge and going sharp to his left and, you know, scooping it up, you know, inches above the ground. So I'd suggest a lot of those catches have been absolute beauties and, you know, quite a few of them catches that not everyone would take.
Yeah, the more you play Test cricket, of course, the more you're going to get opportunities, but you've still got to take them. And, you know, that's the thing. He's got a high percentage of success. Yeah, he can look back and say, I dropped one here, there and everywhere, but, you know, that's a personal milestone that's worth celebrating.
Not many. I you know, he's like anyone. He drops the odd catch, but, you know, nothing springs to mind. You know, most things that come his way, he seems to grab. So, yeah, and I'm sure we'll see a few more, hopefully tomorrow.
Just on Rancher and Ravindra, so he's going to have the task tomorrow, and he's going to need to get a fair few of these with Williamson, Young and Latham all already out. He's batting with Daryl Mitchell at the moment, and then we're into Blundell, the keeper, and Phillips at 7 as the last of the recognised bats with the 4 seamers to follow. Gee, batted beautifully today. I know he's a quality player. We've seen that before. He's got a 240, I think, in Test cricket already, but here's how he brought up his half hundred a short time ago.
Mitchell is 8. Ravindra on strike. 46 is Stark bowls to him. He paddles it away. Down back to the square. Ooh. Down for 4.5 century.
Impressive stuff from the New Zealand left-hander. His first Test match 50 for New Zealand. Of course, he's got 240 to add with that a couple of Test matches ago. 50 in his hometown, so the crowd appreciative. And it's a quality shot too. Just paddled it away on the pull shot. Picked the gap. Timing was superb.
He's of Indian descent. We've heard all about his name and how his parents decided to push the names of Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar together, and so his name is Rachin, Rachin, and then his surname is Ravindra, of course, and there's a pretty famous Ravindra who's rolling around in the current Indian team as well, but I don't think they had as much say over that part of it. What is it about his game that impresses you, Brian, when you watch young Ravindra play?
Well, he's getting the rewards for a lot of hard work. He spends a lot of time practicing. You know, there is no substitute for that, and if you've got a natural talent, it will come to the forefront. He's got a belief in his ability. He's prepared to take the odd risk, but it's a calculated risk. He's a good, clean striker of the ball, and, you know, he loves playing cricket. He was asked to take a rest during the home summer from a T20 or an ODI in Christchurch. What did he do? He flew from Christchurch to Wellington to play for his club team.
Wow.
And then flew back to Christchurch. You know, this is a guy who wants to play cricket. And he loves batting. He loves being out there. Most of them are like that. From New Zealand's point of view, they've relied heavily on Kane Williamson, as you would. Brilliant player. Now they've got to look for somebody else who can also carry that responsibility. And it could well be Rachin Ravindra and Daryl Mitchell with them. And they've got a chance tomorrow to take responsibility.
What do you see in his game, Xavier?
Well, I'm not as good as some of the other experts around at breaking down a batter's game, but the first thing that strikes me is he looks to score. You know, he's keen to put pressure back on the bowlers, and with that you get some loose bowling. You know, Mitchell Stark, first ball of his spell, something a little wide. He wasn't there to have a look at it. He put Mitchell Stark straight under pressure, which, you know, the bowling attack of Australia we've spoken so highly of for a long time. They're human. You know, once they're under pressure, they will bowl bad balls, and he will certainly look to put them under pressure, as he has done today. He'll look to do that again tomorrow.
We've talked a lot about the Aussie top order, and there's always interest in the Aussie batting lineup. And for a team that's so well settled now, it's about the positions that the six are in and all the rest of it. But The New Zealand top order, they haven't made it easy. They've lost wickets against the new ball in both innings. They were 3 for 12 in the first dig, 5 for 29, and then today they were 3 for 59. So the three batters out, all dismissed by the spinners, even though it was early on in the piece. So Latham was out. It was a loose shot, tried to play a cut shot as it sat up and nicked line through to Carey for 8. The next man to go was Kane Williamson. He just turned the ball straight to Smith, almost like it was catching practice for Smith at leg slip. Took the catch off Lyons bowling for 9. And then Will Young was out, caught by Smith as well off the bowling of Travis Head. That was a tremendous snare in between the keeper and first slip. And Smith stuck out his left hand and took an absolute blinder. So he was out for 15. But early trouble and puts a lot of pressure on the middle order now for New Zealand with Ravindra and Mitchell at the crease. Handy partnership ongoing at the moment, which is worth 52 runs. I think they'll need to get the lion's share of them with 258 still to get. Blundell and Phillips to come thereafter. It's been a great Test match. Like, even though the Aussies dominated day 2 and they've been on top for large periods, we had the Phillips moment today. We had the quirky 10th wicket partnership yesterday between Hazelwood and Cam Green. It feels like there's been something in every session that has given us something to talk about and to get involved in.
Something tells me we're going to have something tomorrow to talk about. The two at the crease, Mitchell and Ravindra, didn't look like getting out. So I do get the feeling life is going to be pretty tough at times for Australia tomorrow. And yeah, for the sake of the Test match, that'll be a great result.
Yep, and the weather looks as though it could probably play a good part. The forecast has changed and we don't want to see an interruption. But the end result is it also gives the pitch the tribute that it deserves, because it is a good cricket wicket. And we've seen some entertainment. We've seen some poor stuff at times. That will happen when you're under pressure, of course. But it's the kind of pitch I think we want to see. There's some encouragement for the bowlers. It's got pace, it's got bounce. And the crowd's reaction during the 3 days has been enthusiastic.
So you couldn't get that's about as good as endorsement, the second best endorsement I've heard today of the pitch. That Xavier Doherty, I feel like you're the biggest fan of this curator and the pitch that's been prepared that I've seen.
I love it. There's something in it for everyone. There's been a few texts come through and not everyone agrees with me, but when there's something in it for everyone, that has got to be a good Test cricket wicket.
Yep.
And this one has been a beauty.
Yep.
The forecast, how much do we rely on this? I live in Melbourne nowadays, Brian Waddle, where we almost just completely ignore everything that we're told. But partly cloudy with possible shower and thunderstorms, clearing to mainly fine in the morning. Cloud increasing with a few showers late evening. Strong northwesterlies, easing for a time in the morning and afternoon with a top of 22 tomorrow.
That's about what we can expect. I think the forecast has changed from rain tomorrow to rain overnight, and it'll be pretty heavy. There will be those strong northerlies. That's a feature of this part of the world. And I'm sure that they will have the ground conditions under control, that we won't have any interruptions to play. It probably will be only a 4-day Test match, but, you get a good result after 4 days. You've done what you can for cricket.
It's well set up with 2 high-quality bats at the crease. Daryl Mitchell on 12 and Rachin Ravindra leading the way. 56 not out. New Zealand 3 for 111 at close. Stumps on day 3. They need a further 258 to win from here. An interesting day at the Basin Reserve in Wellington with 8 of the 11 wickets falling to spin. 5 wickets for Glenn Phillips, while for the Aussies, Lyon has 2 and Head has 1. I'll catch you both tomorrow. Look forward to it. Day 4 Sunday cricket right here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington.
Great day, Corb.
Yep.
Hopefully another one tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
And we'll catch you for coverage of Day 4 then. Our coverage begins at 8:45 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. You can pick it up through the ABC Listen app. Of course, just look out for that red cricket ball where you can find us right throughout this 2-test series.
As the next delivery from Henry is to Lyon, who comes forward and hits it in the air and is caught. Caught at mid-wicket by Will Young. They've finally been able to remove Nathan Lyon. He wasn't able to control the ball down, but he's played a good hand, done his job as the night watchman. Phillips continues around the wicket to use his feet slots and appeal for a stumping. I think he might have got back.
Yeah, bails are completely
Bails are broken.
Bat is in the air. Thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the screen.
He'll be turning and walking.
Phillips bowling his offies. Head is driving at it and he hits it in the air down towards long off. He could be a thought. He's out. He's holed out. Phillips has got a couple of poles now. He bowls to Marsh and Marsh tries to turn. He's caught it short leg. The first ball he's played it straight into Will Young's hands at short leg.
Carey thumping away on the crease, awaits Phillips. He drives in the air, he's caught. Hit it straight to short cover. Southey hangs onto it. And Alex Carey's out for 3. He gets forward here, gets an edge, and he's caught at short leg. And Cam Green is out. And Glenn Phillips has 5 in a test match. Henry gets an edge from Cummins and he's caught. Taken this time at second slip. Safe hands, Latham hangs onto it. And Australia are 9 down.
Then he goes, bowls him. He's pitched up, gone right through Stark. Knocked him over, clunk into the stumps as Henry completes the innings with a full pitch ball. Stark races off the field to get his bowling boots on. He's out for 12. Australia all out for 164.
As it sits up, he looks to cut, he nicks it. Latham's out. Lyon gets the wicket. Straight on, second ball, he's got a wicket. New Zealand 1 for 15.
Lyon round the wicket to Williamson, turns it round the corner. Field for a catch at the wicket and he's given. He's played it straight into the hands of leg slip. And Australia have removed the master batsman for New Zealand. Kane Williamson walks dejectedly from the park.
Tries it again and that goes through. Has he taken it? It's slipped. Smith snared it. Will Young has nicked the ball. There was width there. He pushes at it. I don't know why he felt the need to play the shot. And Stephen Smith has pulled off a stunner.
Cummins charges up and it's short and it's wheeled away very efficiently by Ravindra for a boundary to deep backward square.
And he's on the front foot, hitting through the point. Lovely stroke out towards the boundary. And that has gone away for 4. Beautifully played. Here's Ravindra pulling into the onside, hitting with power out towards mid-wicket. He's hit it pretty sweetly. It's gone all the way for 6. Big hit. Well played. Mitchell is 8. Ravindra on strike, 46. As Stark bowls to him. He paddles it away, down back to the square. Down for 4 and a half century.
Impressive stuff from the New Zealand left-hander. His first Test match 50 for New Zealand. Of course, he's got 240 to add with that a couple of Test matches ago. 50 in his hometown, so the crowd appreciative, and it's a quality shot too. Just paddled it away on the pull shot, picked the gap. Timing was superb.
Ravindra cutting out through point, and there's the 50-run partnership. Gee, they batted well. Hazelwood on his way in to Mitchell, who noodles one around the corner for a single. Out to deep backward square, Labuschagne collects. And that's another highly entertaining day of Test cricket done. Spin has dominated. 8 of the 11 wickets to fall have fallen to the Tweakers. And at the end of the day, New Zealand finished 3 for 111.